Hello, everyone.
Hey, guys. Hey.
We're all back here today. It's going to be so much fun. I am so excited to have you guys.
Welcome to the summit.
Yes, Fall Summit 2020. So good. We have been sitting back here just getting excited, seeing all of our new first-time summit attendees.
Lots of them, which is amazing. We're so glad. This was a great summit to join in on.
Yes, the projects are literally going to blow you away. Each person brought their best. We have Leah Griffith here with us at this summit. We have Becca and Anna did a fun class together. The twins. So many great things. Oh my goodness. Good morning from Arizona, San Fran, Nebraska. Cannot believe I'm here. Just pulled you up on the TV. Guys, we're on Catherine's
we're on TV. Hello.
Lots of people were setting up. I loved it.
Yes. Paige says, "Eek, here we go." Oh my gosh, Paige, I loved your post on Instagram this morning.
I missed it. What was it?
It was her just sharing that she was about to have the best craft therapy weekend ever.
It's true.
And that is correct.
That's so sweet.
We'll be sharing any of your all's posts. Tag us on social at Makers Gonna Learn. Paige posted, "I'm so excited to be starting my 2-day craft summit with Makers Gonna Learn in less than 30 minutes. Crafting is my therapy." And she posted, "All I need is a little caffeine and a lot of crafting." And that is what we are going to be doing all weekend long.
Taylor, look at all the first timers.
Oh,
so many first timers, guys. Welcome,
Shelly. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This is my first summit. Anna.
Pamela's first. I think this is Aaliyah's first.
Grandma's gone crafty. She grabbed her ticket after our live stream. Yes. Patricia says, "Where is Courtney?" Y'all. This is so funny. Rachel convinced us.
Oh
it's Rachel.
I'm the enabler.
Rachel got a puppy, and then everyone I met has gotten a dog recently. Weirdest thing, from the summer to now.
It's called a COVID puppy.
That is true.
It's what happens.
Is true. So, Kathy says this is my 7th summit. Yay!
Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
That's crazy. So, long story short, I was at a friend's house this week and eating dinner, and I just... This is so funny. I announced to Courtney that I wanted a dog for my birthday.
Now, mind you, guys, I'm totally going to throw Tanner under the bus. Courtney has wanted a dog for like
for
a year.
years.
Yes,
Has
yes.
begged for one, and he's
But
like,
no. But none of my friends knew that. Like, not like Blake doesn't really like didn't know. Like Courtney's parents didn't know that she wanted a dog. So, I'll continue the story. So yes, Courtney has wanted a dog
For a long
to
time.
name it Penny.
Penny.
That's how Courtney said. She's a northerner.
Penny.
So this week I announced that I wanted a dog for my birthday, halfway as a joke. Hey, Marianne. And I've wanted a golden doodle. Everyone has a golden doodle. I feel like, and they're amazing.
Best
And
dog ever.
Becca also has a golden doodle. And I was like, I just can't have one. They're so big. Courtney doesn't like big dogs. They're really good hypoallergenic, right? Like, they're really good. So Courtney, ever since that like Tuesday, has been researching and located us a puppy. So she's on her way to pick up the puppy.
Yeah, but it's not.
adorable.
It's like a mini golden doodle. So
yes.
she'll be little.
It's like I'm considering it a cavapoo.
Yeah.
That's like the closest thing I would explain.
Super cute, really curly, adorable face. Like,
yeah.
I cannot wait to just,
It's gonna
So
be
stinking
be
cute.
precious. We'll show pictures here in a little bit. But yes, we are so excited.
I think we're going to convert to like a dog company. We're just going to have
we're just gonna
dogs
make
running
dog
around.
crafts.
Yeah.
Anna got her dog.
Fall Summit.
Fall Summit last year.
No,
Summer
spring. It was spring.
Oh, you're right.
We were
it
still
was
in the
March.
basement.
We
were
just
still in the
started
basement.
COVID. Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah. So Granger was a Summit dog. Penny is gonna be a Summit
You got
dog.
Lenny right after
Yes.
Summer Summit.
Yeah.
I got Lenny
Yeah.
I bought him in June. I bought
Yeah.
him in June and brought him home in August.
So, moral of the story: if you are looking for an excuse to get a dog this weekend, join us.
I enabled
Summit
Tanner
dog.
apparently, and Tanner can enable all of you. We can all just have puppies.
Yes.
A
Oh my
golden
goodness.
doodle is a golden retriever poodle mix.
Yes. Oh my
cute.
gosh.
Yeah,
They're
so-
the trendiest dog right now, in my opinion.
Tanner,
Yeah.
Georgie says, "What will Gus say?" Which is a complete valid question.
Me and Gus had a long chat, and you guys know Gus is my favorite. I've had him for 12 years, so can't really top that. He, I think, is getting a little lonely. He needs some love and some friendship. So we're really excited. I don't know how he's going to adjust, but I think it'll be funny.
It'll be fun.
It'll be an
It'll be
adventure.
a really good adventure
yes,
for Tanner and Courtney.
yes.
I think the newlyweds having a puppy.
Oh my gosh.
Kat said Courtney blew us off for a puppy. I guess we'll have to forgive her.
Yeah, she did. She
Pretty
did.
valid.
Yeah, and she's making the birthday gift like even better.
Right.
Like I kind of joked about it, but
It's
she's
4
killing
hours
it.
from where we are, so
Yes.
Courtney's going to be driving a total of 8 hours today. 4 with the puppy.
Which she went to school over in that
Oh,
way.
she,
so
no,
this is
she
a
doesn't.
normal
I'm just
day for
saying
her. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
great for
Yeah,
Courtney to
yeah.
do. But she doesn't mind to do it at all.
Yeah. So we're so excited. Oh, Marianne has a golden doodle. Oh, she had a golden doodle. Oh my gosh, I love it. Maybe I can pull it off. Trisha, what are you pulling off? Let us
I love
know.
this
said-
Dumble dog.
Albus Dumbledore.
Yeah, I love this.
Penny
Albus
is my
Dumbledore.
mom's name. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh my goodness, we're going to be so excited. Paper dogs are not. Wait, what?
Paper.
There's so many funny things going on right now. You'll have to do a live stream with the puppy and Gus. Of course we will. But Rachel, let's talk about day one classes. Rachel
Yes.
has organized the best lineup
I've
in my
tried
opinion.
to.
She has worked real hard. Let's
So
chat.
today, in the lineup, we've of course got 5 classes for you today. We're starting out with Miss Courtney's class, all about a wonderful, gorgeous winter tablescape. I mean, beautiful
So
crafts. You guys
adorable.
are gonna love it.
So adorable.
Next up is Miss Becca's class, all about felt stockings,
Oh,
all
and
hand sewn.
they've been in the like entryway of the office. I just love looking at them.
They're
I know, I
gorgeous.
almost took him down and I was
No.
like,
No, they're
No.
fun and whimsical and
Yeah.
colorful, and
You're
they're
gonna wanna
amazing.
make those.
You're gonna love them. I would make them, and I don't sew, and I would totally
yeah.
make them.
For sure.
Number 3, Tanner's gonna be showing you guys a really fun, really simple Christmas banner you guys can make. So easy, so
Yes.
fun.
It's a really good,
Doesn't
easy
take up a lot of
win.
room.
Yeah,
It's a good easy win for
I
Christmas.
love
Just
that.
pop it on the
Love
wall,
that.
on your mantle. Number
Yes.
4, I'm gonna be hosting the class all about epoxy Christmas gifts.
Guys, they look so good.
There's a ton of them, guys. There's a ton of
Yes.
tips and tricks in there for you. And then coming up the bottom, Miss Anna's class, which Becca is co-hosting, is all about that Christmas manger that she makes, which is just It's beautiful, guys. One of my favorite classes of the summit. Yes. So that's going to have some woodworking in it, and it's gorgeous.
A lot of variety.
A lot of great crafts today. Yeah.
It's going to be good. We have a few special announcements. We are going to wait later in the summit. We're going to debate. Becca is like, why can't we talk about it now?
I'm so bummed. I'm literally trying to get him to do it first thing.
Well,
I'm not winning.
We want you all to enjoy the summit, take it all in, and we're just going to enjoy today, and then we're going to share a lot of fun.
Tanner,
so we have to build up. I know.
That it'll just make them so excited they enjoy Summit even more.
I know. I think we don't want to overwhelm. We got to focus in on the craft.
I'm not winning this, but I'm trying.
We got to focus in on the craft. But we're really excited. We have been spending the past few months really planning out what this surprise is. So we're really excited for it, and there's going to be a lot of goodness.
Aaliyah
and a
keeps
lot of
saying
questions.
Becca.
I love it. I love it.
We'll get there. Guys, you're locked in. Just know that you will find out today.
Yeah.
That's going to be so fun. The wait is over. All you have to do is sit back, relax with your coffee and your PJs, and enjoy the day.
Oh my gosh, Sisette says we had a power outage, so dealing with that, but I'm here. Yay!
Sisette, I'm so glad you're here.
Yes! Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. You guys are amazing. And we're just so excited that you're spending your weekend with us. Like, again, we do not treat that lightly at all. So we are just going to be so excited.
Can we take a vote?
No. Oh my gosh. It's going to be so good. But yes, so we're going to let you guys get excited. As always, if you have any questions on any of the materials, anything like that, we are always here. This is what we do during Fall Summit.
We'll be answering all the questions through the classes.
Yeah, for people that it's their first time, let's just give a breakdown on how this goes. You got your supply list, so that is your reference guide, if you will, for any of the material. These are pre-recorded for quality assurance, so that you get the quality class and you're not having to, have technical difficulties. What are people saying?
Shonda said Becca just lost Tanner on fire. He loves you.
Becca's like my sister, like most people would imagine, or my mom. But yes, so it's going to be so good. And then they're pre-recorded. So we sit here and pretty much answer questions all throughout the class, chat with you guys, make sure you're getting the best experience ever. So we don't get to craft a lot during the summit. But we're here and sharing the crafts that we've been, these lessons and craft summits have been being worked on for months.
They're in great detail, very concise for you guys, with just a ton of good meaty crafts and techniques for you guys to learn. So that's why we're here. While you guys get all that goodness, we're answering questions and devoting our time to you to make sure that you guys completely understand all the content.
Exactly. Kathleen says, I'm at work, but who cares? I won't miss the summit. That's how I feel too. Oh my goodness. Good morning. Cool in Georgia this morning. Peggy, how are you? I turned the heat on both levels of the office. I think now we can probably turn it down. But I got here, it was 62. Like 62 or 64. So I was literally shivering, and we had to turn the heat on here.
I keep my house on 64, so I'm fine.
You probably would have felt.
I was fine.
I'm not immaculated.
Tanner, his house was on 68 the other day, and he turned the heat on 71. What's wrong with him?
Oh my gosh.
Put on some fuzzy socks, Tanner.
I was cold. I can't do it.
We're going to get your heat bill down this year.
We every year there's this transition period.
Blaine said, he got it this morning, where's the thermometer? And I was like, what's wrong? I was freezing all night last night. I was like, just because you're freezing doesn't mean you have a fever, you idiot.
He was cold.
But you can take your temperature if you want. He was just cold.
He thought he had the shivers, the chills.
Meanwhile, I literally was sweating all night.
Ever since you all told me that I could get a cooling pad for my memory foam mattress. Did
you get one?
No, I've been thinking about it a lot this week.
If you're cold, just do it in the summer then. You're about to get into the coldest time of the year.
But I'm a little sweat. Yeah, I guess you're right. But I'll keep my house real warm so I can sweat and use the cooling pad.
That's Tanner's logic, honest to God. That would not surprise me a bit. Okay.
Marianne, you have every class set up. I saw the picture this week. But how are you recovering? Let me know. We're
Feel
really
better, my
excited.
dear.
Yeah, feel better,
Yeah.
my friend.
I think she's just ready to be crafty when she's feeling up to it.
Yes,
Which is awesome.
And for everyone that needed the Leah Griffith pattern, I'm going to grab you that corrected link right now and make sure that you have it on the supply list.
Yeah,
So
that class will be coming up tomorrow, and you
it
definitely
will be
need
tomorrow,
to
and you do need to
get
have
all
that ready. Oh, Rachel, they love your Tumblr.
Thank you. This is, I think it's Pioneer Woman. Yeah, it's Pioneer
Yes.
Woman from Walmart. My Aunt Kathy got this for me a couple
Aw.
Christmases ago, and I loved
You
it
could
so
water slide
much.
this.
You could water slide that. And I loved it so much I bought two. I just love it. Thank you.
We love it. We love it. So Sherry also keeps her house around 70 year round. I love it. Only 7 a.m. and 70 degrees here in Southern California.
Wow. Guys, it's only 52 here.
But the thing about Southern California is it's just always so sunny. I mean, you just
What's
wake
the
up.
humidity like there, though?
It's okay.
Because it's so humid.
Southern
here.
California people can chime in. It's a drier heat. Like, I wouldn't say
Is
it's
it?
like the driest heat, like Utah or like the desert.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not like muggy or like Florida. It's a great meet in the middle because you're always gonna have like, well, if you're closer to the beach, you're gonna have a big breeze. But like in Southern California, it's always just so chill. And everyone that thought I'd given up on my water bottle. Here it is.
Did you put a sticker on it?
And I put 2 stickers on it. I got 1 free sticker from Biscuit Head in Asheville, North Carolina. Did not even really enjoy my meal there, but it was free. And I liked the vibe. And then second of all, on my camping trip, I went into this adorable little outdoorsy store.
That's cute.
And I bought a $2.99 sticker when I could have made it on my Cricut. But I was supporting the local business.
Ooh, we have a new sticker.
And everyone
material.
can judge Becca.
True.
She got a new work computer, and she only
It's
has
huge.
1 sticker. Yes,
Look how
Becca
big their
joined,
laptops
Becca
are.
joined the crowd because Becca's a
I
graphic
say it's
designer.
like carrying around a TV. I'm a video editor.
And you won't take a larger computer.
No, I just get this close to it.
Literally,
Same
she's
thing.
like this.
It's so
I won't give it
funny.
up. I don't want to carry that around.
It's
I am
so
the proud
funny.
owner of a TV laptop.
It's true. They're carrying around
I
flat
have no
screens.
shame. I don't care. She's a little jealous, and I think that's why I keep getting jabs.
Ooh, I think so.
Mine's new too.
Mine was new. Mine wasn't even a year old, but I was like, Tanner,
I think
it's not
every-
working.
Well, she didn't have enough memory too.
That's true, yes.
Everyone's got, I think, a new computer like within the last year or so. Because I think mine's the oldest now that I think about it.
No, because mine, the one that Court got, which was mine, I got it before you got that one. So that's the oldest in the fleet.
Yes. Because I got a new one. I gave Joseph my old one, and then I got this one.
And you
After
did
the
get a
first
brand
year.
new desktop computer.
Ooh, I forgot about my desktop. Makes me very happy.
She brand new.
It makes me very happy to work. I love it. And then I don't know where the story was going. Oh, Blake is loving his 15-inch as well. So Becca joined the first girl on the team to grab a 15. So we're really excited. And then it's going to be good. So Miami is 84. Thank you for supporting my water bottle. I love it. If you guys do not have a Hydro Flask, it's amazing. And look, Rachel, I dropped it on the concrete. It dented it real bad. It's really breaking it in.
I think they're hard to drink from. Tanner pours it all over his face and shirt quite often.
I fixed it.
Never, I take it back. Thank God that he's upgraded. So let's just say if you get a Hydro Flask, can we just
get
get
the
a little
$9
upgrade?
upgraded bottle lid. It's beautiful.
He used to. I think it was very humbling for him.
Send honey, if you want a new computer, let us know. We'll send you one.
You're part of the team, girl.
We're not even kidding.
No.
We our new assistant is going to be using a Mac for the first time, so that'll be exciting.
When I started, I was using my first Mac. I had like some kind of really crappy laptop that I got on Black Friday, and Tanner was like, "Honey, here you go," and I'm like, "A whole new world." It was
Rachel's
great.
like, this is going to be great.
I will never go back to anything else. I'm a
love
Mac
it.
girl.
I love it.
He's
Becca, don't be
ruined it.
reading the comments.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, if you guys are excited, if you need anything throughout this next class, we're about to jump into Courtney's tablescape class. It's going to be amazing.
Type any questions you
Yes,
have
we are
about
gonna
the
be
content.
here.
We'll let you know. Don't forget to check your very detailed supply list for all the amazing supplies.
And I will say, y'all, because I love a good secret, if you look around, which our friend Debbie...
No. If you're not going to tell it, then don't tell it. Have a fun class, guys. We'll see you in a little bit.
Enjoy.
Bye, guys.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? I hope that you are living it up at this fall summit. Summit weekends are some of the best weekends of the whole year, so I really hope that you are getting all the enjoyment out of it and doing some kind of crafting or just watching and relaxing and enjoying. Either way, you are going to love this class. This class is going to go over how to make an amazing Christmas woodland tablescape. I really love all the projects in here because it's going to allow you to have this tablescape set up even past Christmas because it's more of a winter vibe, but also going to be perfect for Christmas. You are going to love it. So let's hop in and go over our materials. All right, for supplies, we are starting out with some wood veneer. This is a Cricut product and it is amazing. It cuts like butter with the deep cut blade, which means you can do this on your Air 2 or your Maker, whichever that you have, or an Air 1. Sorry, Air 1 people. Anyone with an Air or a Maker can do this. We also have some stain. This is one of our favorite new colors. It's called Flagstone and it is so pretty. It's like this natural kind of gray, but not too gray. You're still in that brown family. It's really good. We also have some baking soda, which is an interesting thing to see on the table. It's gonna go along with our paint. So we have some paint in a really cute mossy green color, but any color that you want will do. I just think that this is going to go with the Christmas into the winter vibe. We have some fake snow here. It's like the flaky kind, not this kind that looks like stuffing. And we have a vase here. I think this is about 5.5 inches, but we'll be measuring that later on in the class. So just any kind of vase really. And I have an LED candle here, as well as some sprigs of evergreen. If you are making this project closer to Christmas and you already have your tree up or some clippings, I would go and get the real thing from the Christmas tree, but this is just an artificial sprig from the craft store. So we have some sprigs there. We have this cute little dome thing. It's like the miniest cloche you've ever seen. I think that this is going to be so cute on our table. You'll see what we're gonna do with it in a bit, but if you have like a tiny little appetizer that you want to serve, imagine like a little baby crab cake in here. How cute. I found these on Amazon and I'm obsessed. I'm gonna use them all the time now. For our sprigs, I have some wire cutters because they're wiry in there and you gotta, really get through that. A paintbrush, that's gonna go with our paint and baking soda. Like I was talking about, we have that deep cut blade here. Instead of transfer tape, we're gonna be using masking tape today. We also have our staining pad for our stain over there, a napkin, and a piece of faux leather. This is the Starcraft brand, which you can get at 143 Vinyl, and it's amazing. You should have got a sheet of this in your supply kit if you were lucky enough to sign up early and get one of those. All right, so that's all the supplies that I have on my table. Obviously, you're going to need a Cricut. We'll also need one of those purple mats, the Strong Grip mats, and just like your basic Cricut tools, like weeding tools and stuff like that. All right, if you are crafting along, go ahead and grab your supplies. If not, I'm just gonna jump right into it. Oops, I almost forgot. Vinyl, you're going to need a piece of vinyl. This is obviously like a scrap piece of vinyl. You're not gonna need that much, but we're using white. You can use a different color if you think that would be better for your vibe. All right, now let's get into it. All right, we are going to start this project off on the Maker's Gonna Learn website because that is one of the best places to be, right? All right, so for these projects, I'm going to get them all ready in Design Space with you. So we're gonna go into Cut Files. I don't even have these downloaded yet, so we are going to do the whole thing together. In our search bar, I'm going to search for napkin ring because we are making some napkin rings together. That's what our faux leather is for. They're gonna be the cutest leather napkin rings that you've ever seen. All right, we have a bunch of different earrings and napkin rings, but this is the one we want. It looks kind of like a little banner. We're gonna download that. When it comes down here, you'll press this arrow, click Show in Finder. It's a zip folder, so you're gonna need to double click on that. And when it opens, you'll see it right here. I'm going to drag this onto my desktop so that I can find it easily when we go to that. So the next thing that I'm going to download here is the banner. This is for our little nameplates, and this is the file that we're going to want this time. So it's banner 2. I'm going to click download, and we'll do that same process with this file. Okay, same. I'm going to move the SVG to the desktop. All right, the last file that we're going to be using is some birch trees. So I'm going to go back into the search bar and search birch. And this is the file that I'm going to use. This is going to be on our vases for our candles. Same process here. Move the SVG to the desktop. And we're going to use a font today as well called Albuquerque. I'm going to click Basic. Actually, we'll search for, I think you'll just need the first 3 letters and that'll show up. I already had this downloaded and installed, but this is the font that we'll be using today if you're following along and making it just the same way that we are. All right, now let's head into Design Space and get these files rolling. I'm going to make a new project. I'm going to make this full size so we can really see what we're doing here. Just dragging the corners to fill the whole screen. All right, we're going to go to the Upload and click Upload Image. We'll click Browse. And now here on the desktop, you can see all of those files that we were just downloading. We'll upload them one at a time. Click Save. And move on to the next one. Last one. The birch trees. All right, now we will add all of these to our mat. Just click all of them and click Insert Image. All right, now let's start with this napkin ring. It's already sized for us, so that is perfect. We're just gonna move that off to the side. I'm gonna move these birch trees out of the way. And with this banner, I am going to ungroup them. And I only want this one here at the bottom. So I'm going to select the rest and delete them. Okay, to size this, we need it to go in that baby cloche. So we are going to size this down to 2 1/4 inches. And then I'm going to stretch it. So we're going to unlock those dimensions so we can change individual dimensions. And I'm going to change the height to 0.6, so it's a little bit bigger. That'll give us more room to work with. Now this is a little crooked, so I'm actually gonna kinda move it there. Okay, so now we get our dimensions changed a little bit. I'm gonna change that height again, and I'm gonna change that to 0.6 again. We really want it to be kinda that exact size. So now, depending on how many people you are going to have at your table, that's how many of these you're going to need. So I'm going to have 6 people at my table. So I'm going to duplicate this until I have 6 of them. So once I have 3, I'm going to select all 3 of those and duplicate them so that I have 6. And honestly, you don't really need to move these around. They can just stay in a little pile here. All right, let's move on to the birch trees. Again, these are for our candle vase things. All right, so with this birch tree, we have some work to do because this is more of a frame. As you can see, it really does have that border all the way around, and we don't want it to be quite like that. We need to manipulate it. So I'm going to take this square and bring it in here. To get rid of this frame, we will slice it so you can unlock that square to make it a rectangle, and you're just gonna drag it to over here. Now this tree on the edge, it's only half a tree, so we don't want that in there. But we do want to make sure that we get all of this other tree. So I'm going to drag it just like that. And then we'll select both of those and click slice. Okay, so now we can delete our slice results except the one part that we wanted, which is going to be this part right here. And then this frame, we can delete that. Now with this selected, we're gonna come in and contour it because we need to get rid of the rest of that tree that we don't need over here. So click all these different parts of it until they disappear. And then we have some beautiful trees. We do need to do a little bit more slicing to get rid of these branches from that tree. And this one looks like it's probably gonna go too far over into the next tree. So let's get a square. And let's zoom in a little so we can see more details of what we're going to be slicing. I'm gonna size this down so that we can get it more precisely where we need it to be. I just want to get it pretty close in there. I'm going to click these and slice that. You have to do one branch at a time. You can't do multiple slices. So there we go, that's gone. And now I'm looking over here. This tree is going to bump up to this tree over here. So maybe instead of getting rid of this branch, we'll get rid of this branch here, because it doesn't look like it's a full branch anyways. So now let's size this down. Actually, I think it wants us to move this over so we can stay on our mat. Bring this in. I don't want it to cut the corner out, so let's just get it over here. Maybe tilt it a bit. All right, then with those two selected, we'll click slice. And now you'll see that we still need to get rid of this part of the branch, which is still connected. So we need to contour that out. So just click it in the contour window. And now let's put these next to each other and see, oops, I deleted my project. Okay, let's put two next to each other and see what it looks like. I'm gonna zoom out a bit. Okay, so with this selected, we will click duplicate. And now we have this tree. Oh, that looks really good. Okay, so now I have those two, and I'm going to select both of them and click duplicate. So now we have 4 sets of trees. And one more time, I'm gonna duplicate this. So we have 6 sets of trees. And then I'm going to select all of them. And I'm going to go up to align and click align bottom so that they're all perfectly arranged. At this point, you'll need to measure your vase. My vase is 5 inches tall, and if you use your tape measure and go around, it's 16 inches around. So I'm going to make a square and turn it into a rectangle. I'm going to make that height 5 inches. And I'm going to make the width 16 inches. So what I want you to note here is if you're doing multiple vases, you want these trees to be on the same scale. So you need to make sure you're working with your tallest vase first, which I am working with my tallest vase right now. So 5 inches is the tallest, and I'm going to select all of these and make the height 5.5 inches. You want it to be a little bit bigger. Oh, click undo. You need that still to be locked because we want to keep the shape of those trees. We don't just want to squish them. Okay, so with them all selected, you're going to change the height and make sure they're locked. Still not locked. Okay. Change the height to 5.5 inches. So now they have sized down, and I'm going to bring the square up to them. I'm going to zoom in so I can see where I'm slicing. I'm going to slice at this part here. With these selected, you will slice them, but you can see you need to have all of these selected, and it's only going to let us slice when we have 2 layers selected. So we need to come in here and select all of these tree pieces and click weld. So that's 1 piece. We'll send this to the back. And now with these 2 items selected, the weld result and the square, we'll click slice. So then we have our trees here that are the perfect shape for our vase. Now, I'm only going to make 1 vase in this class, but say you have a vase that is 4 inches and it's 10 inches wide around. Then you will duplicate this, and for the next one, you will slice the smaller vase out of here. That way you can see the trees are the same size, you're just cutting them shorter and stuff like that. So that is how you'll do that if you have smaller ones, because you don't want really fat trees on one vase and really skinny trees on another. You want them all to be like in the same forest. So now we have this, and we're going to cut this out of the same material as these, which is going to be the wood veneer. So I'm changing those to the same color, and I'll click make it. And you can see here that it's going to want this to be 16 inches, which isn't going to work. So we'll go back to our mat and let's see what we can do about that. To make this work on our mat, because we only have wood veneer that's 12 by 12, we're going to use a square and do more slicing. I told you these birch trees are really going to need a lot of work, but it is going to be worth it because they're going to be beautiful on our candle. So here we go. We're going to go in here and slice these apart. So then we can delete this and we can delete this. And now these are separated. So when you click make it, it's all going to be on one mat. How great is that? And then here we have our napkin ring. But I wasn't really thinking, we are going to need 1 napkin ring for every person on our table. So we're going to need 6 of these as well. So now I have 6 of them. And look, you can make 6 napkin rings, probably 7 or 8 really, napkin rings on 1 piece of faux leather, which is amazing. And now we'll have this to cut out of our wood veneer. Let's head over to the project table and we will start prepping these projects. Alrighty, the first of the 3 projects that we are going to put together is our candle. So we have that vase. This vase is actually plastic. I kind of wish it was glass, but either one will work. I think the one in the supply list is this one, so it will be plastic. I have that LED candle, the baking soda, paint, a paintbrush, the wood stain. We're going to use this to stain the wood veneer. So I have a staining pad with that. Because we're using the wood veneer, we are going to use our deep cut blade And we are going to use our Lily hot glue gun. And this is going to come together as a beautiful centerpiece candle vase thing. The first step to make the wood veneer trees, and we'll also be using the same piece of wood veneer for our little name tags, is to stain the wood veneer. I chose this light natural wood veneer so that I could stain it the color that I wanted, which is this flagstone. We are going to come in and stain this. Now, one thing I want you to note is that you will need to stain the back of it for those little pieces of the name tag, because you'll be able to see those from the front and the back. So it's not really going to take that much time or that much stain. So I'm going to stain the front and the back of this whole piece. You can see this wood veneer takes the stain beautifully. I love that you can still see that wood grain, but this is the warm, yummy color I was telling you about. It really looks like chocolate milk kind of in the can, but on the wood, it's beautiful. So I'm staining with the grain. If you notice that, it takes stain, I think, a lot better than against the grain staining. You can kind of just work that in there. And then I'll usually take like the dry part of my staining cloth and just rub it over to make sure that I'm getting off any excess stain that's not seeping in. You may be wondering why stain before you cut it, because you're gonna stain more wood than you need to. But I really think that this is gonna be so much easier, because as you can see, I'm just staining one like individual piece, and I don't have to hold each little tree up and stain each one, which I think would be a lot more time consuming. And the Cricut has no problem cutting wood veneer that's already been stained. You will want to make sure that you let this dry a lot, because you don't want to put this stain piece onto your Cricut mat and then ruin your Cricut mat. So you're going to want to let this dry really good before you go and cut it. Those little birch trees are going to be so delicate once they're cut that it would be really hard to stain each piece. You might break them, because staining you kind of need to use a little bit of pressure. You can't really stain that delicately. So I just really think that staining before is going to be your best option here. So here I am taking off that extra stain again anywhere, but there might be some. And now we'll set this to dry, and once it's dry, we'll cut it out with the Cricut. But because I need to get all of this done in this hour-long class, I already have one ready to go that has dried overnight. Alrighty, so let's put this down on our strong grit mat. And the directions recommend to tape this down, because you really don't want it to move. So that masking tape that I'm going to use later on for transferring, I'll also use it here to tape down all four sides of this onto the mat. If you have a really sticky purple mat, you might not need to do this, but Cricut recommends it. So that's what we're gonna do, because we don't wanna risk any mess ups today. So let's go over to our Cricut and load this. In Cricut Design Space, I told the Cricut that I am going to be cutting wood veneer, and so it recommended that I use the deep cut blade, and it actually won't let you cut it with any other blade, which is good, because that means it won't let you waste your material, because it's not going to cut out on your fine point blade. So once that you change the blade, you can load the mat, and now we'll cut all of our trees out. Here are all of our trees cut out. So pretty and delicate. It did take a little while because of all of the intricate cuts, but so worth it. We're not going to worry about that second mat for our napkin rings yet. We're going to focus on this project and we'll go ahead and start the painting process. So I'm just going to stick these over to the side. And now we have our vase as well as our baking soda and our paint. I wanted to let you know that this is the Decor Americana Aloe paint. And we have our paintbrush. So what I'm going to start by doing is opening this up, and I'm going to pour the paint directly into the vase, just like this. That looks like enough, but if we end up needing more, we will add more later. So now the baking soda. This is not a perfect measurement. You're just going to kind of dust it with the baking soda. Honestly, that looks like plenty. Now you're going to take your paintbrush and you're really going to mix in that baking soda so you can see it gets gritty. And the reason why we do this is it kind of gives it a chalk look, but it also helps it adhere to surfaces like plastic that paint usually might not do that well adhering to. So the reason I was able to do this on the inside of the vase is because we're going to paint both the inside and the outside of the vase here. So I'll start on the inside and we're just going to do some upward strokes. I recommend not doing too many strokes. So once you get a good stroke, don't go back over that for a second coat. And I really don't think you'll need a second coat, but if you do, you need to let it completely dry before going over that area again. Because when you go back over this kind of paint, it's just going to kind of take it off of where you already had it on. So we are just working our way, and I think I estimated kind of wrong that would be enough paint for this whole thing. So we're definitely going to have to go back in there and make some more paint. But if you can see in there, it's covering beautifully. I love this. It covers glass so nice, as well as plastic and ceramic. It's a great hack for if you are like to find things at the thrift store and just you can really reimagine those things as different colors. All right, so we're just gonna finish painting this and then we'll set it aside to dry. Once you've painted it, let it dry really good before this step. But this next step is to hot glue. Let's see if you can see my hot glue gun. Oh, that would be great. Okay, here's my hot glue gun. All right, what we're gonna have to do here is go really fast because hot glue is going to dry. So we are just gonna do really fast random dots. You don't have time to make sure it gets everywhere and full coverage. So dots are our best bet, and work quick, and get it onto the vase before it dries or cools. Press it down, and there we go. Move on to your next set. I'm going to put this paint bottle here so it doesn't roll. All right, next set. The other nice thing about us having stained both sides of this is that you can use either side of the trees. You don't have to worry. All right, move fast, people, move fast. I'm also talking to myself here. And you're gonna wanna apply that pressure. Now, let's see, like this one, I didn't work fast enough. So I'm gonna just pull this part up and add some more glue here. So if you can't work that fast, which clearly is hard, don't worry. Like right here, I don't even think it got glue. So you can go back and add glue. Don't stress. It's totally fine. All right. We really do want these to be glued down, so I'm going in and adding some extra glue here. All right, let's get this on here. And don't worry about your little strings of hot glue because we can get rid of those at the end. And let's move on to our next piece. So I do love how, even though we have to work fast, I still think that hot glue is the best option for this project, especially this precision tip of the Lynn Lily hot glue gun, and how there's no cord. This is our favorite hot glue gun for not just this project, but almost all of our projects. All right, we're getting it down on there. Straighten it out and apply the pressure. See, we didn't make it on this guy. All right, you can just flip it up and add some glue like that and press it down. Try not to get it on your fingers. There we go. And as you can see, it's really coming together, and all you have to do is work your way around. Look how cute this is looking. We're not even halfway done, and I'm in love. Guys, this really is the hardest part of all of the projects in today's class is just working fast at this point. So if you can get these hot glued on here, then you are smooth sailing for the rest of the projects. Like this painting step was easy. The cutting, I mean the Cricut did all the hard work cutting this amazing material. All right, let's get these little guys on here. Voila. Now you can add this candle in the middle, and if you want, you can definitely add some fake snow around it. So let me go ahead and grab our fake snow and we'll do that. All right, so I have the fake snow and I have the tiniest hole, but I think I'm gonna need a bigger hole for this. So I'm just coming in with my scissors and making that hole a little bit bigger. And then we are going to try to, with as little mess as possible, fill this with a layer of snow. All right. She is snowy. And then you can add your candle and put it in the center. And voila! There is our first project, guys. Our next project is our napkin rings, and this is the faux leather from Starcraft sold at 143 vinyl. And we have our napkin. This is just a really cute napkin, and we also have our fine point blade because this faux leather cuts out beautifully with the fine point blade, as well as a strong grip mat. So we have this on here and I'm gonna load it into the Cricut. I already have it designed in Design Space, so what I'm going to do is change that material setting, which will then tell us to change out the deep cut blade for our fine point blade. So let's go ahead and do that over on the Cricut. All right, let's load this in here. And we'll change out this blade. I wanted to let you know that the material setting you will use is faux leather on the paper thin setting. So that is what you'll need for that. And let's go ahead and get this cut out. All right, now this might look scary to you because it looks like it didn't cut anything. You're like, what has it been doing this whole time? You can pull it back and you will see that it did in fact cut out your napkin rings. So here we go. We're gonna pull these off the mat. And then there's just a line here, not a shape. So you're all good. We're gonna pull our napkin rings off here. And I have 6 of them. This stuff cuts so well. It's literally like butter, no raw edges, absolutely beautiful every single time. We've never, ever had a problem with it. So there are our napkin rings, and here is our napkin. So we just have it like this, and then we'll fold it in thirds. So this is what the front looks like. And you'll take a napkin ring and lay it like, so it's wrong side up. Place this in the middle, and then you'll fold this flap down so that the hole is here. And one by one, you'll take these and you'll put it through, just like this, and then pull this one through. So the top one over here, you're gonna pull that one down, and the bottom one, you'll pull that one up. So it looks just like that. Super cute, super natural, reusable, not just for Christmas is what we love about this whole tablescape. We are gonna use these year round all the way after Christmas too. So these are super cute. You'll just do that to all your napkins. Moving on to our third craft, last but not least, we have these mini cloche name place cards. So what we're gonna need for this is obviously your little cloche. We'll have some masking tape. We already have these little banners cut out from when we were cutting out our birch trees. We have that little strip of white vinyl, some sprigs of evergreen and Christmassy winter-like tree sprig things, and the wire cutters to cut those. We have the hot glue and that frosty, flaky snow. We are hopping into Design Space, and because we already cut out all the banners when we were cutting out our birch trees, all we have left to do is cut the names out of vinyl. If you remember, like I said in the very beginning of the video, which would be impressive, we are using the Albuquerque font. So here we go, picking that Albuquerque font, and we are going to type out the names of all of our guests. Mary looks like that fits good. And now I'm just gonna straight across write the other people's names. Okay, so we have Mary and Sin and Mark and Rachel and Becca. And then I'll add myself as the 6th person. And now here all of our names are. And we are going to click ungroup to letters so we can give these some space and have them not all on top of each other. So here we'll then move that and click weld for each name so that they stay together on the map, but they don't have to stay with everything else on the map too. So we have Mary and Mark. These are all our employees. I would love to have Christmas dinner with all of them. It probably won't happen this year, but maybe sometime in the future. Wouldn't that be fun? All right, we have Becca over here and me. All right, there are our 6 names. I'm going to delete this because we already have it cut. Then we'll click make it and see on the mat, they did rearrange some. So I'm just going to move them and space them out so that we can weed them easier. Let me just move them down a little too. I love being able to rearrange my elements on the mat because I really think that it helps you save material but also save time in the weeding process. So we're going to click continue, and we will cut this out of not light pattern paper. We're going to cut it out of vinyl, and we'll go and cut that out. Okay, now that it's cut out, we are going to burnish this, and then we will go ahead and weed it. These are really small letters, so we're going to have to be really gentle here. All right, you're gonna cut out your name individually, and we're gonna work with Sin's name for this one. Now we will use our masking tape and transfer this with a tiny piece of masking tape onto our tiny little banner. So we are going to go like this and burnish it, flip it over, and we'll peel this backing off. All right, it's so little, but the nice thing is you can see through this masking tape to make sure that you are centered, and you can kind of reposition it. I need to be able to see over it. Let's see. Okay, that looks good. So then we will burnish that on there. I'm just gonna use my finger and then peel back tightly. Be gentle with these super thin letters. All right, there we go. And look how cute it is. Let's go ahead and finish building the rest, and we'll add that. Taking our mini cloche, we're going to remove the lid, and we're gonna give it a good amount of hot glue, but we're gonna work in 3 sections. So I'm gonna start in the middle, because as we saw on our birch tree project, that glue dries fast. So I'm gonna really give it a good layer of glue in the center section. Just kind of pour it down in there. And then we'll bring in our snow. And it gets a little bit messy, but pour a lot of snow on it and press it down. Then you will dump it off and see the snow that is left. Then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add glue to one of these halves of it. And you can layer it on top, so don't be afraid to add glue over top of your snow that you already put down. So then you'll get more snow and dump that on there. Then press it down and dump any extra off. And one last time, you'll do that other half. And this just gives it a nice little snowy layer without having to worry about, if they come open, all the snow falling out. So we just tap it and shake it. And then our cloche will still go on there. So, all right, let's move this snow out of the way without losing our little banner. Okay. Clean up your area from the snow. And let's bring in our sprigs. I found 3 different kinds of sprigs here at the Hobby Lobby. We have this one, and this guy. So using my wire cutters, I'm going to get a little piece of each one. I'm going to snip this. Wow, it fell off the table. Anyways, that's okay. I'm going to get a little piece of this, just like that. And then a little piece of this. You really are going to need them to be small to fit in our cloche, so we might even have to trim them down a little bit more. We brought our cloche back in, and now we have our 3 little sprigs, and we're going to try to arrange them in a cute manner. I think something like this will be cute. So I'm going to arrange them, but then I'm going to pick them up all together so you can see their bottoms. And now I'm going to glue them like this. Make sure to get the glue on all 3. And then I'll go back and place them like we had them before. So you'll just press those into the snow and it looks super cute. And now we will add this. We're going to add a little bit of glue on the back. And we'll go ahead and press that into the sprigs. It's so cute. It's like a little winter wonderland. And now to complete the look, we are going to bring in our cloche, and you might have to kind of go at an angle and make sure everything stays in there. And you just bring in that, and it's so precious and baby and cute. I love like the miniature look of it. Now that we've made all of our crafts, we're gonna head over to the dining table, set the table, and make our beautiful tablescape. I can't wait for you to see it all come together. I absolutely love how this winter tablescape came together. It is so cute, and I really do, like I was saying earlier, love how it's not so specific to Christmas, but can stay up a little bit longer into those winter months after Christmas. A lot of these items that you see on the table are not specific to Christmas, so I didn't have to buy them just for this table setting. I used a ton of things that I've already had on hand. Some of them you might have seen in our fall tablescape. Actually, we're using the same chargers, our everyday plates, which we also used on the fall tablescape, as well as our everyday silverware. But look how cute the centerpiece looks. I absolutely love how the wood veneer looks on these vases. Really makes it take that natural vibe, which you can also see in the placemats. The leather napkin rings also bring in that natural vibe that is so cute and really trendy this season. We love how those turned out. And then moving on to our final project, which is our snow globe winter wonderland cloches that are on our plates with the names on them. They are just so cute and miniature. I really like how those turned out, and I think they really bring the whole vibe together. So what did you guys think? I hope that you enjoyed this class, from all of the different design space elements to crafting. We did some new painting techniques that were really fun, and I just had so much fun crafting with you guys. And then you got to see it all come together on the table, and I really just hope that you love it. I will catch you in the comment section, so if you have any questions about any of these crafts or table setting in general, I'd be happy to answer those for you. Anyways, I'm so glad that you came to this class, and I will see you. Bye!
Oh my goodness. What an amazing first class to kick off the fall summit, or should we say the Christmas summit. I mean, it is so much fun. Wonder if that is confusing to people.
I think it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We call it, I mean, it is fall and we love the weather, but then every project's Christmas. Which,
Kick off to winter summit, maybe.
Yeah,
It's a mouthful.
we love that. So funny. So funny. But yeah, Courtney did such an amazing job with her projects.
Her little cloche thingy. Oh my gosh, guys, wasn't that the cutest thing ever?
Yeah, we
love
it. We love it. So yeah, that is the first class. So we cannot wait to see what your take on this is going to be. We used our actual dining room in our home. It's a seat 6 people. We've only actually ate dinner there once, but I love having it decorated. We have it decorated for fall right now, and we just run through there back and forth from the front door, and we love it. So definitely, fun little decorating, and it is just a lot of fun. Paige says she cannot wait to make it. Megan says it was fantastic. Really amazing job. Tell Courtney it was a well done. Yay! She's watching right now on her drive.
Listening.
She's listening.
We loved all the comments about how soothing Courtney's voice was.
Yeah.
And yes, we love that.
Yeah, that's amazing. So it's going to be so good. And everything's great. Now, coming up on our next class, we have Miss Becca with us here and in the class. And tell us about what you're doing. It's your felt stocking.
I feel so unprepared.
No, sorry, you were in the bathroom while we were talking through it. Sorry. Okay. No, it's fine.
No, yeah, our felt stockings. This is super fun. I created an SVG specifically for this class for you all so that we have the actual stocking pattern. Your machine does all of the work.
Yeah.
You can hand sew this. Mm-hmm. You can machine sew this.
You can no sew this.
You can glue it. So anybody at any skill level can make this. It's super easy. If you are, I know we have some friends who are allergic to wool felt. So if you wanted to make it out of fabric and not felt, you can do that.
Yeah.
So it's just a really fun project. Super cute. very inexpensive to put
Yeah.
together, so it would be a cute gift to give someone.
Yeah, it's really great. And even if you didn't want to like actually make the stocking, I mean, this is just an adorable SVG file that you could use in so
For other
many different
things.
ways.
You can make a card out of it.
Yeah, the card idea is great. You could even do some type of banner. I mean, just utilizing this art is going to be so good. So we love it, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Aw, Kelly says, I am beaming. This is my first class to ever watch. Cannot wait to make it. And with rewatching the video a gazillion times, yes, you will be getting your HD recorded videos sent to you, so you can watch this from the highest of qualities next week. So be excited for that. I do want to let you guys know, for the people like me who are impatient, at the end of today, that day one link that was emailed to you, okay, day one link that has been emailed, you can click that link like later tonight, and you can just watch the whole like 6-7 hour or whatever.
So you could scroll
stream,
through
and you can scroll through, because some people get confused. So this is, the live quality, is not always as great as the HD quality. So the HD quality will be sent out next week. So we love that. And yay, yes, so good, so good.
We have a friend from Germany here, Evie.
Yay,
Welcome.
welcome. Oh my goodness, we're so excited that you're here. And I'm impressed with the teaching tutorial. I might sign up for the rest of the previous summits. Miss Pamela, yes, there are so many amazing classes in the previous summits. You can plan your own time out, take these classes as you wish, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So yay. Okay, well, if we're ready, we're going to dive in to Miss Becca's class, and then after Miss Becca's class, we'll give you guys a nice little break, give you guys some time to refill on the coffee, your PSL, anything like that. We'll be able to, share that. And Michaela says, will they be on the site? Yes. So these SVGs will be on the site, so you'll be able to download these and have a lot of fun. But yes, anything else?
I don't think so.
Awesome. We'll see you after class. See you guys.
Hello, guys. We are going to be making a super adorable Christmas stocking in this tutorial here at Fall Summit. I'm particularly stoked about this. You guys know that I absolutely love felt, I love sewing, and I love Christmas. So here's like a little mock-up that I did of the stocking that we're going to be making today. I like to, if I can, give you guys a little preview of what we're making before we start, so that you guys know what we're doing. So we're making a felt stocking. We have the pattern for this. I created an SVG for you all, so that you literally can cut all of this out with your machine. Now, couple of things. We do use the thick wool felt for this project. So you are going to need, if you want to use the same materials as us, you are going to need a maker. However, you can totally use Cricut felt and use your air tube to make this as well, and it's still going to be absolutely beautiful. So we'll get that out of the way to begin with. And also I want to point out, if you are not keen on sewing, no big deal. You can also do a no-sew version of this and glue it together. So that's an option as well. So this craft honestly is sort of for everyone. It's a really easy one. I would honestly say this is a beginner craft. If you're a beginner, you can definitely do this, especially if you're not going to sew it. Anyway, so I'm very excited about this. I love Christmas. I love felt. I love fun colors in Christmas. So this is a super fun project that I'm very, very excited to share with you all. And I do want to encourage you, when you're selecting your felt colors, to have fun with it, play around with it, and not necessarily the inclination or the tendency is for people to do all of their stockings the exact same. So I'm going to encourage you to mix it up a little bit and find a color palette that you like, maybe 9 or 10 color palette or colors in a palette, and then choose maybe 5 of those colors to do in one stocking, and then 5 of different ones for another stocking. And then basically the challenge is to not have one stocking that is like another in your series of stockings. So that will be fun. Anyway, let's get started talking about supplies, and then we'll put this adorable stocking together with you all. Okay, so for supplies, obviously we have our felt. I have 2 sheets of this mustard colored felt that I'm going to be using, and this is going to be the body of my stocking. So whatever color you're choosing for the body of your stocking, you do need 2 9x12 sheets of felt for. And then I have chosen 3 other complementary colors to go on my stocking. You choose 3 other as well. And I put a 9x12 sheets. You don't need the full amount. So if you have scraps that you like in some colors, you can definitely use the scraps for these pieces. They are smaller pieces, so that is really nice. So we have 4 colors of felt total for this project. And we have some fun pom-pom trimming. I said 5 inches of this, and you can totally find 5 inches of it. I don't love this pom-pom trimming because it has all of these big spaces in between. So I actually need 10 inches or around 10 inches because I'm going to double it like this so that I have extra. That to me just looks a whole lot better than this single. So that's a hack that I am doing. We'll just double that up and sew that on there. This is a turquoise pom-pom trimming that I absolutely love. It's from Hobby Lobby. I did link it for you all. And then you're going to need a complementary color pom-pom. Now these are teensy, teensy, tiny pom-poms. Look how little these are. I don't even know. There you go. Oh, it fell off my hand. It's so little. Teeny tiny. I think the pink will look really cute with this. I did link these as well. I think they're 0.2 inches if I'm remembering correctly. Again, it's linked for you all. So we have that. And then this is something interesting I wanted to talk to you all about. You're going to need some embroidery floss. Now you can go about this a couple of different ways. You can get embroidery floss to match each of your felt colors so that you don't see the stitching. Or you can do something completely contrasting like I am doing so that you do see the stitching. I'm doing that for 2 reasons. One, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to do a blanket stitch. Some of you may not know how to do that. And so I want you to really be able to see what I'm doing. So that's one reason I'm using a contrasting color. 2, I just really like the pop. I think it will be fun. And here's the thing, guys. If you are not... I personally don't do a lot of hand sewing, so my stitching is not super regulated. Don't feel like it has to be super regulated. When you're making felt projects like this, it's really nice because, you know, they don't have to look super, super polished. You want them to look good, don't get me wrong, but they don't have to look super, super polished. So don't feel like you have to have these perfectly even regulated stitches. It's still going to look adorable even if they're not. For instance, I'm just going to go ahead and show you this one that I have done. Now the blanket stitch, for whatever reason, I was telling Rachel this, I feel like they're not regulated either, but they look good. Like they still look really good in uniform. The problem that I have with my hand stitching is the straighter ones. You can see they're not perfect, but in my opinion, they still look really cute. It looks handmade, it looks adorable, and I personally would not be ashamed to give this to someone. So don't feel like you have to be an amazing at hand sewing in order to do this project. Again, you can use adhesive or glue or whatever, even if you don't want to. So contrasting embroidery floss, and then I have, I'm going to use a needle. I don't know which needle. It needs to be pretty sharp because at one point we're going to go through 3 layers of felt and 1 or 2, depending on what you choose, layers of your trimming. So it does need to be decently sharp. You don't want like a super rounded, dull needle to fight with the entire time. Also, your embroidery floss needs to be able to go through the eye of that needle, so bear that or keep that in mind. This is an optional tool that we're going to be using today. This is, and I've used it in the other video that I've done here in Summit. I love this thing. It's called Mark Be Gone, and it is a pen that you can write on fabric and then spritz it with water, and it evaporates immediately. No scrubbing, no anything, which is pretty amazing. And then I have this, it's like a quilter's ruler that I'm going to be doing some straight edges with to kind of give you a guideline on where to put your stitches. Now, you don't have to do this by any means. I've made 2 of these without this. I'm just going to kind of give you guys some ideas for ways that you can just keep your stitching really even. And these are 2 tools that I'm going to be using to do that. Again, you don't have to have that. If you are going to be doing that Mark Be Gone tool, then you'll also need a spritzer bottle with some water in it. And then I also have my handy dandy sewist clips, which I love. That will be fun. It will help us keep our things together. And then I have some straight pins as well. I may or may not use them. I think there's one part with some pinning in here that needs a little bit more security, like in the middle, and I can't get to it with sewist clips, so I'll be using a straight pin. In addition to that, I'm going to be using some white HTV to put the name on the stocking. You don't have to have a huge piece of this. I think the stocking, finished stocking, is right at 5 inches in width at the top. So you can probably use just a scrap piece of HTV that you have in a complementing color. And I chose white because I thought it would look good with the stitching on this. And so we have our fabric grip mat and our standard grip mat. We have our fine point blade, and we have our rotary blade. And then in addition to that, I have, of course, my EasyPress mat, my little mini EasyPress to put the HTV on, and then I have my glue gun, and of course I'll use tools like my reverse tweezers, some weeding tools, and scissors, measuring tape, that type of thing that you likely already have handy, but that should cover the main supplies that we're going to need for this project. And now we can jump over into Design Space, and I'll show you our cut file and talk a little bit about the mats and colors that we're going to be using. Okay, we are over here in Design Space. We have a blank canvas here, and we're just going to go to upload. I've already uploaded this SVG for you all. So we have that. I'm going to insert it here. And zoom out. And honestly, guys, there's not a lot to do here in Design Space, which is really nice. All of these are separate layers that you can cut. What are these guys? Let's see here. We'll delete those. I think that's just a couple of extra little things in the file that we need to fix. But anyway, so we have these layers. They're going to all cut individually, and as is, obviously, like this, the toe and the heel will cut out together because it's the same color. These trimmings, this is one, the blue is one piece. That's not two pieces. So if you wanted that to be two pieces, you could definitely slice it and make it two pieces to make it not as thick. I personally think it looks absolutely fine. And then we have this guy right here. That is going to be the loop that hangs the stocking. Now you could, if you want longer loops, then you can definitely make that longer. So that is an option as well. And then another option, let me go ahead and ungroup this here for you all. Another option, if you wanted like this trimming and this part of the stocking to be the same color, then you could definitely weld those two pieces together if you wanted to. So that's an option that would have a really cool effect. It would look like that. And then you could even, let's see, let's undo that. You could duplicate this. Let's see here. It doesn't want to duplicate for me. There we go. Duplicate. Wrong one. I grabbed the wrong layer. I want this little, there we go, the little heel part. So we can duplicate that. And then you could, again, we'll weld this back together to have a cool effect. So weld that. You could change this color back to whatever, make it a little bit smaller. And then honestly, this might even be easier when you're sewing together to do this, to have this as one piece and then this as one piece. So that's just something to think about. You could do the same thing with this if you wanted to. But yeah, so you can customize this for sure. Let's go back and undo these things here. I'm just pressing the undo button so that we can get back to what it's supposed to be. So the only thing that we need to do is size this, and you want to just make sure that all of it is grouped together so that you're sizing each piece together, and then take into account what size your felt is. So my felt is a 9 by 12. I'm gonna move this over because I don't want to There we go. I'll explain why I did that in just a second. Now I'll group it back together. The reason I don't want this up here is because I'm going to size this right here down to fit in my 9 by 12 piece of felt. And if that were up top, then I can't just easily drag and drop this to make sure that it's going to fit. And honestly, it was probably a really good size. Let's see. Right at 11.5, there we go. And since I've grouped it all together, then this is this size down appropriately and everything else as well. The only other thing that I need to do is grab a text box and then type in, let's grab another text box. There we go. And just type in the name that we're going to be using. This is going to be Beckett. And I'm going to go up to fonts here. And I'm going to type in Max Patch. That's the font that we're using today. I love this font. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this bigger just so that I can see it better. And I'll go up here and I'll kern the letters. And for those of you who don't know, kerning is in reference to the space in between the letters. So I'm just going to decrease the space because we want these letters to be touching. And then you'll see, oh my goodness, the B is stuck over there on the E, and I don't like that. And that's totally fine. All you have to do is press ungroup and then select your B and kind of move it over. And honestly, I want my B to be a little bit bigger. So I'm just going to make it bigger and leave everything else the same. And then I want this T to be down just a little bit and over, still overlapping up here, which is totally fine. I just want it to look really handwritten. And I'll pull that out. And then I am going to weld these together. I love fonts. I love how customizable they are. You can really change it up by just some of, the placement of letters and things like that. And especially with a good script font, you can get some really cool effects with. So now all I have to do, since I've already welded that, and the reason that you want to weld, guys, let me go ahead and point that out. If I just attached these, like where the E goes over into the C or this part of the T comes over in the T, if I just attach to these letters, then yes, when they were over on the mat and they cut out, they would be together. They wouldn't be scrambled all over the sheet, but it's going to cut out the E into the C. So there's still going to be separation. And when I weld them, it makes them all one piece. So now this is all one layer and it will cut out exactly like I want to. So that's why we weld and not attach. Most of you probably know that, but I know that we do have some newer crafters here with us. So I just wanted to point that out for you all. So now I'm just going to size this to fit in here. And I do want to keep in mind, I'm going to have a seam of stitches through here. So I don't want this to be so big that it overlaps those stitches. While it would go right over top of it and be fine, it would still stick. I just don't personally want that look. So I may even make it a little bit smaller. Let's see what happens if we make it a little longer. Sometimes fonts, when you start to change the ratio, the size ratios, they get a little bit wonky, but honestly, I still think that that one looks pretty good. So once that's sized, you can change the colors however you want. I'm gonna, let's go ahead and change these colors so that when I see them on the mats, they are easier for me to choose which felt goes on which map. So all I'm really going to do is change, I'll ungroup this. I'm going to grab this guy and this guy, and then I'll change the color of it to this color. And then I'm going to grab the toe and the heel, and I'll change it to a teal color because mine's going to be teal. And then I'll grab this blue piece and I'm going to change it to green because it's going to be an olive color. And then let's see here. I have this cream color that's also going to be the same color as my little fringes here. So let's change that. And then I already have, where'd it go? We'll send it to the front here. It's already white, so that is correct. This is going to be mustard, so that's correct. And we have color synced all of that and it's ready to go. Okay, the only other thing that I'm going to do here, and this is a purely just design element, I want to take this and I want to flip it because I want my scalloped edge to be on the outside of the toe. Again, this, if you want yours in, that's totally fine. I don't know what, there we go. Let's go back. Then that's absolutely fine. And I did mention earlier that you could take both of these layers and weld them together. And I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and do that. I think it's going to be easier than trying to fight keeping this overlapped with this piece. When I did test this out, that was an issue. You just have to be very mindful of the overlap. And so if I duplicate these, the toe and the heel, like I mentioned earlier, let me go back over here. So if we duplicate both of those, and then we'll move them over to the side. Design Space does not love me right now. My goodness. No big deal. We're going to power through. Okay, so I'm going to move these over to the side and just do what I said earlier. We're going to take this layer and we're going to take this layer. So the heel and the scallop, weld it together, and then change it back to that red color, just like this. And then we will move this to the front just for visual purposes. Center front. There we go. And then we'll sew it on that way, and that's going to be a lot easier. So we'll just put the stitch right here on this piece instead of on top of the scallop. I like where we're going here. See, guys, I'm working this out in my head as I go with you guys, which is awesome. That's one reason why we like to test things out for you all. We kind of know what some of the hiccups could be, which, guys, that's honestly not a huge hiccup. If I hadn't decided to do this, we can totally get the same effect, but this is just going to be easier on you. Woo, there we go. Now we are ready to hit make it, and it's going to sort on our mats for us. You can see we have all of our reds right here. We have our mustard here, our green here. And remember, guys, you need 2 layers of this. So you can, we'll go back and recut this mat again, so that we have 2. Now you could have, if you wanted to, go ahead and duplicate just the stocking piece on your canvas. That's totally fine. You can do that. And then up here on our white name, we just want to make sure that we mirror that because we are using HTV. So make sure that you mirror that. Make sure all of your mats look good. If you want to, you can change the size of your material to 9 by 12, just so that your Cricut knows. Although I think that all of these, all of these are already absolutely fine as is. So we'll just leave them. And we are going to press continue, and we will start with our HTV cutting it. We're going to connect to our machine here, and then we're going to select everyday iron-on as our material. My fine point blade is inserted, so I'm just going to load my standard grit mat with my HTV, making sure that the shiny side is down so that carrier sheet is down. And we will cut that out, and then we will load all of the felt mats and cut them out. Obviously, when you cut those felt the felt mats, then you're going to have to load your rotary blade and change your material setting, but I'll definitely do that too so that you guys can remember to do that. Okay, really quickly, we're going to weed this. I say really quickly because it is going to be very quick. Again, I want to take my True Control knife. You guys know that we like to cut off any extra that we have because honestly, I could use this piece to cut another one of these, so that's really good. So I'm going to just peel that off there and save that in my scraps. And then I have my favorite weeding tool here. Guys, I love this weeding tool. We found these just on Amazon. Obviously there's like no branding on it, but I love this weeding tool over the Cricut one because the end, I feel like it's a little bit stronger. Whereas these Cricut ones, You can actually even see the difference. This one is a little bit finer and it bends really easily. So I like this one. If I'm going to be doing any fine things that I might want this for, then I'll just grab my pen tool that we get from 143 Vinyl. And so if you haven't, I'll link these in the supply list for you. If you haven't used these before, I really like it. Plus, it has my favorite color on the end, so that's really nice. Anyway, we're just going to weed off the extra. You guys know how easy weeding HTV is. That's why I choose it all the time, anytime I can. I absolutely love it. I made some Christmas ornaments the other day that had like that Scandinavian vibe. That's the vibe that we're going with here for our Makers Gonna Learn Christmas. I really love it, but it has, the design has a lot of like filigree type little bitty elements in it. And so I was making these Christmas ornaments out of craft board and vinyl, and oh my goodness, guys, I thought I'm gonna take one for the team and really try this vinyl. The pieces were so tiny on it that I cut it all out, which took forever, obviously, because they're teeny, teeny, tiny. But then I just gave up and ended up cutting HTV out just because it's so much easier to weed for me, especially when you're getting those little bitty pieces. And guys, it was so small. It's from our Scandinavian cut file collection, which by the time you guys are seeing this, will have been aired maybe a week or so if you're watching this live with us. And so it's a newer cut file collection. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely check it out. It is super cute. We're going to be using a lot of them for our Christmas here at Makers Gonna Learn this year. But it does have a lot of those smaller elements in it. I'm having a little bit of trouble here because I think our blade, I should have probably done more pressure. But it's still going pretty well. Anyway, check out those cut files. They have tons of little bitty pieces, so make bigger projects with them is my encouragement, especially if you don't love weeding regular vinyl. But anyway, we have that finished. Look how cute Max Patch is. I love this font. It's a good thick script font, which is sometimes hard to find. This is one of my go-tos. You guys know I love it and I use it for everything. But now that we're finished weeding that, I'm going to set it off to the side, and then we will load our fabric grip mat with our felts. Now guys, look how good and clean this mat looks. If you look closely, you can see the cuts. We've used this a lot. Right before we filmed this, I grabbed some baby wipes and I cleaned the felt off, and it is good and sticky and ready to go. It feels like a brand new mat, and this has been already put through the ringer. So if you haven't seen it, definitely watch Tanner's video on YouTube about cleaning your mats. He gives several different ways to do that. The baby wipe method is one of them, and I absolutely love it. If I have time after this, I might show you really quickly cleaning the felt off of the mat, just because it's so quick and it's so fun, and it's kind of therapeutic for me. I really love it. Anyway, the first mat that we're going to be using, that we're going to be cutting, is with our strawberry kind of reddish color felt. So I will just put it on there, and then I'm going to change my blade to my rotary blade, and I'll load this mat and cut it. Okay, so for those of you who may not have changed a blade before, it's really simple to do that. We're just going to go to clamp A here, because that's where our adaptive tools go. And then we will take this out, and then we have our rotary blade here, and Makers do come with a rotary blade in the housing, so that's awesome. If your rotary blade gets dull, you do not have to buy the housing again. You just need to buy the new blade, and it comes with a little the little cap like this and a blade, and then a little screwdriver tool that helps you change the blade out. Anyway, so you have this guy. You can see the little gear part that is actually visible. That is the part that's gonna go back in your maker. So you'll just push that straight back, and then push this part of the clamp, and then secure right here. Super easy to do that. Make sure there's no space right here. You see how that's sort of flush with that? That's how it's supposed to be. Now we're just going to load the mat and we'll let it cut after we change our material setting to felt. We're going to use the wool felt material setting. So you can see the mat number 2 is selected, which that's correct. And we'll just go up here, go to browse all materials, and we'll type in felt, and all of the felt options will come up. You can see we already have this starred, but I wanted to show you the different felt options. So we have just regular felt, acrylic fabric, craft bonded felt, glitter bonded stiff, wool bonded, and then just wool fabric. And so wool fabric is the one that we're going to be selecting for this project. We'll press done, and then we will press our flashing Cricut button. Okay, we are finished with this, and I love this. You can almost like not see where anything is cut, and you're thinking, oh, this may not have cut so well, but oh, look at that. It's like butter, friends. Just peeling that off. So nice. It cuts so well. And then we will just set these to the side, and the next matte color that we're going to be doing is our mustard. So we will grab it, lay it down. Remember, this is the mat, or this is the mat that we're going to be cutting twice because this is the body of the stocking. So we'll be loading this one twice and cutting this exact same thing twice. Okay, so we have our last piece of felt that we've just cut here. So I'll remove that, and you can already see all the places that we've cut. So I am going to just really quickly show you how to clean this mat in my favorite way. I just have some no name, well actually they're Walmart brand, so Parent Choice, cheap baby wipes that I'm just going to take one here. I like this brand in particular because they're like Huggies. I think Huggies are one that I tried when my kids were little. And it kind of leaves the fibers. This one doesn't fall apart as much. And so I feel like it just cleans the mats better too. Anyway, so you just take your baby wipe and you're just going to rub off the places where the felt remnants are. And you can see it comes right off. And when you're touching it right now, if you touch it, you're like, oh my gosh, I've ruined my mat. It's wet, it's slimy. Like it doesn't feel like it's going to be sticky at all. You can see there on the baby wipe. It doesn't feel like it's going to be sticky at all. What have I done? Do not freak out. Once it dries, and it doesn't take long to dry, but once it dries, it feels like a brand new mat. I mean, you can look at it and see how good it looks. And you can definitely get a lot more life out of your fabric grip mat. Felt can definitely be hard on those mats, but try this hack, you'll love it. Okay, so let's pull over our felt pieces that we have here. We have the double stocking right here. So I'm just gonna kind of move one over to the side a little bit. You will have two of these unless you just duplicated the boot, but I just tossed this piece because I didn't need it. And I'm likely not gonna have a teeny tiny piece that I need, so I just tossed it. Anyway, then I'm just going to assemble this little boot and kind of see all of the places that this goes. It lines up really well. And then this guy will go on top, just like this. This goes on just like this. This guy, probably about there. We can adjust that if we want to. And then this guy goes here in the middle, just like that. Let me zoom out a little bit for you guys. There we go. We can see that better now. But you can see here, I didn't weld this piece like I was saying earlier. And so our trim piece is on the top. And again, guys, that looks really cute. It's totally fine to do that. But unless you overlap it a lot like I did right here, like I said, this was kind of wanting to fall off when I was sewing, which wasn't a big deal. I just kept putting it back and sewing it on. But this way, I don't even have to think about that. I can just sew along this edge. And so we've hacked the system there a little bit. That's fantastic. So the only other thing that I need to do is grab my trimmings here. Let's see here. And then I'm going to just trim off this, well, I might be able to pull it off. There we go. I can pull that off. And then I'm going to fold this over and make sure that this is a good length here. See, I don't quite need all of that. So let's just cut this right here. And then I will fold it over again and see where we are. Just try to line these up. If you're doing exactly like I am, just try to line them up sort of in the middle. And then obviously you're going to have extras here and here, and that's fine. We can trim those off in a little bit. Not a problem. I'll probably sew it on even with the extras on there, and then trim it off after I have it sewn on, just because it gives me a little bit more room to work with. So what I will do is put this on top like this, just like that. And then I'm going to use some clips to clip that on. Clip it on both sides so that we can sew it on really good. We'll sew along this edge right here. We'll sew along this edge, and then we're gonna sew along that one edge of the piece of felt that I've thrown in the floor. I'm gonna grab it really quick. Okay, so I got my piece here, and you may notice I did elect to go ahead and cut off those end pieces just so that it's easier to clip. But then I'll clip up here on this one, and then this one right here on this side. And the nice thing about felt is it stays pretty good. I don't have to clip it everywhere. And then I'm going to put a clip down here on each side of this, just like this. And we're going through all 3 layers here. Same here. We'll go through all 3 layers here and here. And once we have this clipped up, we are ready to sew it. Okay, so if, like I said, this is ready to sew as is, but if you wanted to add these lines, this is the time that you would do that. So honestly, you would want to unclip them, no big deal. And then just so that you can get a good line right here. So I'm just gonna do a good even line right there and put my pen on it, and you can see it's sort of faint, but that's totally fine. It may not show up good on the green. You can get these in different colors. So you can get them in purple and blue. They may come in other colors, but you can also do like a chalk pen, which is really nice. So it shows up really good on these darker colors. But that's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use this straight edge to put lines on all of these pieces right here. And then I'll probably grab our little utility cup here and do a rounded edge right here for me to follow. So just using that pen, we're going to create those lines. Again, if you do not want to do this process, just freehand it. It's totally fine. It will look great, I'm sure. Okay, so we have our embroidery floss, and it is threaded on our needle here. I have a knot at the end, and I'm just going to be sewing with one one ply of this basically. It won't be doubled up, it'll just be singular. What I'm going to do is start with this piece right here and sew all the way across. And the reason I'm starting there is just because I want to not have to worry about this moving around a lot when I am sewing these. This will already be stationary, so I don't have to worry about it. That being said, this is the thickest part of this stocking where I'm sewing. So I'm going to have to do it a little bit differently. Up here, I would do like a running stitch type thing. Down here, because it's so thick, I can't do the running stitch on here. So it's just going to be up and down and up and down. And that takes a little bit longer, but it's just going to look better in the long run. So I just have the front of the stocking right here, and I will start at one end, whichever end you feel more comfortable with. I know some left-handers like one side, some right-handers like one side. No side is the wrong side. Just make sure that you're going in a good row, a good even line, and then trying to regulate those stitches so that they are the same length. One thing that I like to do is, and I don't know, maybe it's in my head, but I seem to do straighter stitches when I put my needle like this to make it straight and then put it down instead of just going straight in. I always like to kind of do that and then go down. So this is just a normal stitch going straight down, and you can make these stitches wider. They don't have to be really narrow stitches because first of all, it's a thicker thread, obviously, because we're using embroidery floss, and also it's not like clothing that you're going to be wearing that needs to have super small and tight stitching. You do have this thing to contend with here, but that's what we're going to do. We're just going to do an up and down stitch all the way across, following our guidelines. Okay, so now I've gone through the pieces that are 3 or more layers, and like I said, I was going up and down and up and down, and that takes a little bit of time, but now I can do like a running stitch because I've only got 2 layers. So what I'm going to do is place my needle in, and then instead of pushing down and then going back up, I've pushed through here, and then with this finger, I'm pushing right back up so that it goes like this, and then I'll do that again, straight down, and then up. Straight down and then up, and this makes, you can see this makes for it's quicker for one, and then number 2, it makes them more even. So that's what we're going to do on these straighter pieces that like I said, are not as thick. It's hard to do when you get so many different layers in there. It just becomes hard. You start to miss, like, you know, some of the layers, or you know, it bunches up weird or something like that when you go to especially from back to front. If I have so many layers and I'm pushing back through, then it just sometimes doesn't work very well. You might be able to get it to work. That's amazing. If so, you're going to get done a whole lot quicker than me by doing that stitch on the whole thing. So anyway, there's 2 different ways to do it, and now you know both. Okay, so I've just made my last stitch down here on the heel of the stocking, and I'm going to show you how I tie it off. There's probably several different ways to do this, but for me personally, I just go right close to where the stitch came up, and I go a little bit into the material, so it wouldn't, if I only had one layer, you wouldn't see it. It's just in like the back part, the back side of the fabric. And then so I'm going to pull through, and then in my loop that's left right there, I'll just insert and pull just like that. And then you could, if you wanted to, go ahead and go back through just for some extra security, but it's not necessary to do that. And then you'll just clip off and you are finished with that part. So we've got all of that sewn on, and then what we need to do now is to take this back piece here and we'll just line it up. We'll use some clips, and then I'm going to show you the blanket stitch. Okay, so what we're going to do is just line this up just perfectly all the way around, and then we'll take our clips and clip. I like to start at the top here, and then I might do like one right here, one right here, and these are just my preferences. Maybe one in the middle. The thing that I love about clips is that it's so easy to put them on and move them. Sometimes I do even more than what I really even need. So no biggie, we're even right there. And then we want probably one in the curve here, just like that. You could put more if you wanted to. We'll throw that one on for good measure. But once we have it clipped, then we are ready to start our blanket stitch. And there are several ways to do this. I'm going to show you my favorite way. And it's super easy, you guys. I think we'll catch on really quickly if you've never done it before. But what we're going to do, let's move this down here. What you're going to do is start out, again, we're only using one bit of it. It isn't doubled, it's single. We have a knot at the end, and we're going to start out with the first layer. So we're going to put our needle in, and I like to do my blanket stitch about this far back. Let me zoom in a little bit so that you can see a little better. I like to do mine about this far back, and the rule of thumb is that you do it as wide as you do deep. So if I'm going to do it this deep, then I want it about that wide. Again, this is something that you're going to have to regulate. So just practice. You can practice on spare pieces of felt too before you do your stocking if you want to. But what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to use just the top layer, and I am going to go ahead and insert, pull all the way in, and then I'm going to go to the back. So we'll go to that back layer, and I want to pull through the same hole that I made earlier. So this is just our first stitch. And let's see here. I've got my floss really long, which can tangle pretty easily. There we go. Okay, so we have it through there. Then all I want to do, with this loop, I'm going to reinsert my needle just like that in the back. And then I'm going to pull it tight. Again, guys, there are so many different ways to do this. Some people go left to right. Some people go right to left. Some people do the way that I'm doing it, or they do it backwards. So my next step is to just place in the front. I like to place in the front because it's easier for me to tell whether or not I'm even. A lot of people will go in the back like this. And it's, like I said, it's just not as easy for me to make sure that I have a good even row. So that's why I like to do in the front. So my next step, once I have that first thing, is to go put it in the front again, just like that. And then I'm going to pull through here. I may have to snip the end of this here. It's wanting to get tangled. Let's snip that so that you guys can see a little bit better without it getting tangled on you. Okay, so I'm going to pull through, and with this loop still here, I want to put my needle front to back. So front to back, just like that. and then we're gonna go again in the front. So put my needle in, pull through, and then I've got my loop, front to back, and then tighten it up again. So you can see how that's starting to look. I'm gonna go all the way like that. We'll do it a couple more times. So front to back through all of those layers. Let me move this. And I mean, you can do it all the way tight like that. It's not gonna hurt if you go tight, because then you can just pull it through like that and then front to back with the loop again. Super easy, right guys? Let me know if you have any questions about that. When I first started looking at felting projects and things like that, the blanket stitch really intimidated me. I thought it was going to be super difficult, but it's really not. Honestly, the worst part is just trying to regulate your stitch, and that just comes with practice. Again, if you wanted to take a ruler or something like that and on these straight edges, create a line for you to follow, that's definitely a good idea to do that. Not necessarily, but you can definitely do that. And then we'll just spritz that. We haven't spritzed yet. I can't wait to show you guys. I don't know what order our videos are going to be here in Summit, if you'll see my Advent calendar first or this one first, but it's something that we go over in the Advent calendar as well. So it's a super fun tool, but hopefully you guys get the idea of it. I'll do it one more time, dictated, and then I'm going to speed it up for you guys. You just go all the way around with this stitch, exactly like that. So again, front to back. I'm going through like 4 layers right there. Front to back, and then with our loop here, we're going front to back again, just going through that loop that we've just created. And we'll do that all the way around. Okay, so this is the last stitch, and to tie it off, we're just gonna do it like normal, and then we're gonna go back in. So back in, and then we're gonna go through that little loop and just knot it off like that. Super easy to knot. You can rewind that and rewatch it if you need to see it again. But there we have it. Let's zoom out so you can see it. Just like that, we have all of this sewing done, and then all we need to do is add our little pom-poms. We'll go in and spritz these lines off and then add our pom-poms on our HTV. But the hard part is finished. Okay, I forgot about our little hanging loop. We need that for sure. So all I'm gonna do is just fold it in half like this, and then I will place it on the back just like this. And then again, I'm gonna kind of just go through here so that you don't see that tail anywhere. So just on one of the layers, you can do both if you want, but then just do a normal stitch, sewing this on to the back layer only. Just a few stitches will do. Maybe a couple more here. Again, guys, if you want this longer, feel free in Design Space just to make it a little bit longer. I liked this size or this length. It worked really well for what I'm doing. But now I'm going to just pull that through, and to knot it, I'm going to go back in under this one layer instead of in front. And then I'll just knot like I was doing on the back. So I'm going through part of the felt there, pull through my little loop and pull tight and then snip off. And that was super easy. We have our little hanging loop now, and now we can put our HTV name on. Okay, so we are ready to put this HTV on, and even after me talking about making sure to size it down, I'm gonna have a little bit of overlap right here on these stitches, but honestly, it doesn't matter. It still looks really good. It doesn't overlap too much except for right there. So anyway, I'm just gonna lay it down. I have my EasyPress mat behind. I have my little mini EasyPress heated to 350, and then I'll just apply the heat move it around a little bit until it's all adhered. If you guys have worked with felt and HTV at all, you know that it adheres really nicely and easily. Okay, once you see those bubbles in the HTV, you know that you are ready. It is adhered, so you can just peel it right off. Look how good that looks. I love the pop of white on there. So fun. And then all we need to do is grab our little pom-poms if you choose to use pom-poms. And then we're going to take our little bitty tweezers. These are my reverse tweezers. I love them. But I'm going to use them because these guys are so tiny that I don't want to get my fingers in the way. So I have it attached there. I'm trying to unhook the cord from my Lynn Lily base because I'm just going to stick it right into my cord since it'll be off the charging dock for a little bit. Anyway, I'm just going to put these right in here. Let them set for just a second. And the way that I do it, the way that I space it out is I do one on each side and one in the middle, and then I just start filling in from there. So just a little bit of hot glue and dab that on there. And then a little bit more. You could sew these on too if you really wanted to. I don't see the need in it. That's a lot of extra work. But if you really wanted them to be really, really secure, then you could do that. So we'll add that one there. And then we're just going to fill up this area, and we'll do this area, and then we'll move to the bottom. Okay, once we're finished applying these, then we're just going to move down here to the toe and the heel of the stocking and apply. They're going to kind of be random, but not at the same time, if that makes any sense. I'll probably do like 4, 3, 2, maybe 1, and then kind of mimic that over here, 5, 4, and 3, if that makes sense. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Okay, once we are finished applying all of our little palms and let them dry, then we are ready to spritz. Now, the reason I waited till the very end was for 2 reasons. If I wanted to wait a long time and let it dry in between, then I could have spritzed when I was finished doing the stitching. But I didn't want to spritz and have the felt be wet and risk my HTV not sticking. Also, I didn't want to risk the pom-poms not sticking with the hot glue. So now I'm just ready to spritz this off. Get it a little bit wet there, and you can see it automatically dissolves. It is so amazing. I absolutely love it. It blows me away every time. So then we're just going to pat that dry and let it lay there to dry, and our stocking is finished. Yay! There you have it, guys. We finished our felt stocking. How fun was this? A little bit of work with all of that hand sewing. But again, guys, if hand sewing is not for you, feel free to use an adhesive. Even hot glue would really work well with this felt because it is super thick and wonderful. But I hope that you enjoy this, and I hope that it gives you all sorts of wonderful inspiration for your upcoming holidays. How fun are holidays as a die cut crafter? You get to make all sorts of amazing customizable projects. I hope you've enjoyed this. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll see you throughout Summit. Talk to you, whatever. Let me know how much you loved this. Of course, I always say it, I want to see pictures of your finished projects that were inspired by these classes. So make sure that you're putting those over in the Facebook group, and I will tag me too. Make sure you tag me, not just Maker's Gonna Learn, so that I can be sure to see that. Thanks so much, guys. Hello.
Welcome back! Yay! Oh my goodness! What a fun class, Becca!
So fun.
Beautiful.
It may
Rachel,
be one of my favorite projects I've ever made here.
I love it.
It's gorgeous.
It's really a good
And
one.
I'm not a sewer, and I think that I could rock it.
Yeah.
Like, really.
I mean, the hand sewing, I was
Yeah.
talking earlier about how it seems like it looks so good, but I was like, having to ask Becca, I was like, do you enjoy it? And
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, she said it's very therapeutic.
Wait, that
doing
blanket
something like
stitch
that,
looks
yeah.
so hard, but it's not.
Yeah.
But it looks difficult.
Correct.
It's not. It's gorgeous.
Yes. Oh, we're going to make a banner. Love everything Becca does. Amazing job. I wanted to make a few for the grandkids. They look adorable. My mini press is coming in on the 8th. Yay!
Yay! You're gonna love that mini.
Oh my
EasyPress.
goodness. Oh my
Speaking of
goodness.
mini presses, we're giving away one this weekend.
Ooh,
we haven't even
are.
talked about
we
the
haven't
giveaways,
even we haven't
so-
even talked about them. Well, we're in our second class. Let's kick it off. Why don't someone pick a giveaway winner?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't have my computer in front of me, so.
Where's your computer? Tanya wants to know. Rachel.
Oh, it's
right
over
here.
there. She's plugged up. I'm editing videos and stuff,
I
so
love
it's.
it. I can see 7 in my future
don't
for my
even
grandkids.
know.
Oh my goodness. What about I don't know. I'm terrible. I do not like picking giveaway winners. Fun fact about Tanner. I'm gonna let Becca pick someone. So
Shay's
to-
going to be our winner.
Shay, congratulations, Shay! Yay! You have won a Cricut Mini EasyPress. Congratulations! Yay! Be sure to email hi@makersgonnalearn.com. Let them know that you won our first giveaway of the day, which is the Cricut Mini EasyPress.
Yeah.
And we will have you a Mini
Yeah.
EasyPress.
Give us
sent
a
out.
good email for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let us know the best email and shipping address so that we can get that sent
Yes.
out. And Lisa says, I was intimidated by Becca's project to begin with, but after seeing the video, I can do it. Exactly. So good. And I saw someone said that they were so stressed out or just so focused on the class. Remember, you get lifetime access. You can rewatch it, you can pause it, you can backtrack and watch, as much as you need to feel as confident as you need. So, yay! I
That
love
video
it.
was like the definition of don't judge a book by its cover because it looked
Yes.
so hard.
Yes,
It wasn't. It was so great.
So it is so much fun. But guys, I think now is a great time where we can kind of share with you guys some of the secret that we have been, working on sharing over the past few months. So we're gonna go ahead
gonna
and
do
give
it?
you.
Am I
give
gonna
it,
do it?
Rachel.
Give me a
Do
little-
it,
okay,
do it,
give me a
do
little-
it. Ah! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! So this right here is Makers Gonna Meet. And this is going to be right here in good old Knoxville, Tennessee, in October of 2021. And this is going to be so crazy. And I know a lot of you all are saying, Tanner, there's so many different things with COVID and all these things that we need to make sure that we're being safe, that we're needing to make sure that things are going to be perfect. And my friends, I want to let you guys know today, not only do our amazing supporters and Summit members get the best price, you get the best price, the lowest price that anyone is ever able to get, but the most important thing about this right here is what I want to let you guys know is that you're going to be able to get a refund for this up until June 1st of 2021. So yes, situations are going to change. Things are going to change. We are going to be working, and your safety is our number one priority. Putting this together, our entire team from the convention center that we're holding the conference at to our internal team, we are wanting to take care of you guys so much. And I do have to be honest, I believe you all have been asking for something like this for a while, but I never thought I would want to put together a physical conference due to the fact that I'm going to be completely honest with you all. We are not doing this to make a single dollar. This is definitely to connect with you guys and see you all in person.
This is definitely going to be a labor of love.
It is going to be, yes.
We're super excited to do it. It's going to be a lot
yes.
to put it on. But yeah.
Yes. So what we're really excited to offer is that there's going to be, it's a 3-day conference. This is October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 2021. You have 7 days to get in on this summit pricing. So we're really excited to talk through all of this and kind of talk through a lot of it. One thing we want to let you guys know of, as of right now, we are not moving forward with virtual summits for 2021. If there is, some really great feedback and you all want some type of virtual events, there is chat about us potentially doing one-day events that are virtual because the whole weekends are so long and things like that. So we are just so excited for the support. So Rachel, if you want to share the screen, or we're on the shared screen.
You're on it.
I
You're
forgot.
good. You're
Good.
You're there.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got. So I'm going to give you guys the sign up link. Just dropped it right here. It's down below as well, but it is going to be so good. So let's talk about some logistics because you guys know we love the logistics. We love explaining to you guys all the details. But before I do, what is everyone saying?
They're
I don't
so
know.
excited.
Oh my
How
gosh.
do you get 2 tickets?
How do you
So
get
many
2
people.
tickets? Yes, Megan. So we're going to dive into everything. There are quite a bit to work through for this Maker's Gonna Meet. I do want to let you guys know firsthand that, even if you are not for sure you're able to come, this pricing we're about to reveal to you guys are only available to you for 7 days. This is not going to be released for the public probably until November.
And not at this price.
And
at
not at
all.
this price
No.
at all. You're going to save $100 today.
You guys know
on
all the
Makers.
summit
Yes.
attendees get the perks,
Yes,
get the discounts.
Yes. So it is going to be amazing. So what I wanted to say is that you can grab your ticket today, and if for some reason you are not able to attend or anything happens, let us know before June 1st, and you will get a full refund. So this is the first time, I believe, ever Maker's Gonna Learn is offering refunds on any of our products. This is one thing just to let you guys know that it is, amazing.
Yeah.
And we're really excited. So we're just really, really thrilled. Yes, you are able to purchase more than one ticket. At that situation, you would want to go ahead and purchase that second ticket with just a new account, so it doesn't confuse the system. So, yay! It'll be so much fun. Where do I sign up? Janelle says. Let's scroll down. So I've dropped the link. I'll drop it again right here. It's the first link down below in the description. First link in the comment I just dropped. So this is our first ever in-person event.
Trisha says she has goosebumps.
Oh, yeah!
Oh my gosh!
We really are just so thrilled to meet you guys, and we really, if you've enjoyed our virtual summits, I'm sure a lot of you love the comfort of your own home, but I think over this past year, we need something to look forward to.
That's outside of our home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Megan said, is the location close to a hotel?
Yes, we will have preferred vendors of all price points for hotel and accommodations. This will be in downtown Knoxville, Tennessee.
There's a big airport in Knoxville.
Yes. You're gonna be 15 minutes from the airport, a $10 to $15 Uber ride. There will be some amazing hotel spots and accommodations. I stay in downtown Knoxville almost any time I fly out of there.
The location is amazing. Like,
Yeah.
downtown Knoxville is phenomenal. You guys will love it. Like, if you can, plan to come like a day early.
Yes!
The little shops and the food.
Yes, Martin
Yes.
Square
Oh,
area is
guys,
amazing.
It is amazing.
Yes. So Gracie says, so this event would take place for all virtual summits for 2021. Gracie, as of right now, yes, there are talks about some pop-up events. So do not feel like you're not going to be getting, as much. We just don't have, for example, a passport to purchase or anything like that.
There'll be
right
more
now.
off the cuff things.
Yes, there will
that-
be
yeah.
so much fun.
Tanner Beth says, if we're not a member yet, is the discount applicable?
Yes, it is applicable because you are able to. You're an attendee of
The summit, yeah.
So what you're getting for this price? So your price point is regular price $447 for your weekend conference ticket. What that includes, let me go down here before we talk about it. Your ticket includes all of our hands-on classes. You're getting a supply kit for each class. You're getting a swag bag, and we're covering your meal. I believe we have 3 meals over the course of the weekend. So we have the Friday night reception with heavy appetizers. Saturday morning, I believe, is breakfast. Saturday lunch and dinner, and then there will be also, I believe, a lunch on Sunday. So that's 4 meals. So we're covering the meals on here as well, which is very important. So if you have a significant other, you want to make sure they're here at this price for sure, because they're getting covered with their meals, and you get extra swag and so much more. And my friends, I have been in the industry for over a decade, and there has never been a die cutting conference that has been put on to the level that this will be. As you guys know, we are all about the experience. So you are going to be investing in this weekend, but this is still an amazing price point for a 3-day conference. Your price today until 10/12, which is a little over a week. So you get this Friday and then down to the 12th, which is like that following Monday. You are going to be able to get in on this price and grab your ticket for $347. Now, the best part here is traditionally with Makers Gonna Learn products, you get a bonus for paying all at once. I want to let you guys know, if you cannot afford your all at once ticket, no big deal. No big deal. You can do 2 payments of $174 or 3 payments of $116. We are going to try our very, very best to provide every single machine for you guys. So you will not need to do that. But we're really just so excited to meet you guys, and it is going to be amazing. Sharon just bought her ticket. Woohoo! This is going to be so cool.
Shauna's husband gave her the credit card.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
I love it. I
That's
love
amazing.
it.
Michaela, you can definitely bring people who are not members. Absolutely. We encourage that. We love that.
Yes.
We
You're
want to
gonna
meet
see-
everyone.
Yes, you're going to see all of our entire team. We're excited to hopefully give you tons of hugs and be able to meet you guys. We're going to have a lot of teacher assistants that are experts in Cricut. We're going to have obviously some guest speakers, but we have not officially been able to announce who is coming for guest speakers. We intend on inviting some guest vendors, some of our favorite people, and things like that. So we will have all the details planned out for you. Sharon just grabbed her ticket as well. Yay! I'm so excited. We have the tentative event schedule. There will be a check-in area happening on Friday night. You will be having the welcome reception as well. So check-in and welcome reception on the Friday night. You're also getting the open maker space. So there's going to be check-in, welcome reception, and open maker space all happening Friday evening. So as you get plugged in, as you get everything going, you're going to be able to...
Sin's coming.
Yep, Sin is coming.
Yep.
We're going to open up those borders.
Yeah.
We're so
Brenda
excited.
says the coupon cannot be used for this product.
So there is no coupon. You are getting
Okay.
the price. There is no coupon needed for this notice.
Less
when you
hassle
are-
for you guys. That's great.
Yes, I don't know what coupon she would be referring to. There's no coupon needed. So when you click, for example, let me just share with you guys. When you click, I want the $347, you click right here, and it's $347. So this is pre-sale. So we've been able to go ahead and put that all here under pre-sale.
This is a great question. Sherry says, are there any other big reveals coming this weekend we need to consider before making a decision where to spend our bucks?
Oh, that's
that
a
is
good
an
question.
amazing question. And guys, this is our baby this weekend.
Yes.
This is our 100% focus.
Yep.
For
Because this is such a big ticket item for you guys.
Yes, this is what there are no other things. This is our big announcement. There are some other. What?
Aaliyah said, God darn, I'll tell my husband later.
I'll
Ask for forgiveness, not permission.
I
I'm
love
joking.
it. Yes.
Miss
yes,
Mary,
yes.
the event is in East Tennessee. So Knoxville,
Knoxville.
Tennessee. It's at the Knoxville Convention Center.
Yes. So we've talked about your check-in, our welcome reception, and our open maker space. We're really excited to have the open maker space to really just hang out, get to know each other. We're really expecting Friday night to be, a great place where you're able to meet a lot of your new
Get to
crafty
know
friends.
us, get to know the people who you've been
Yes.
chatting with on
Yes.
YouTube.
It's gonna
Just
be so
a
amazing.
big community. It's going to be so awesome.
Of course.
Are there a limited number of spots?
So we do have 100 and I believe 20 seats open for the Makers Gonna Meet. For all of our friends that are here with us right now. So we have 135 people watching right now. There's only 120 seats available for you guys. So it's either 120 seats are going to be snatched or until October 12th. I'm so sorry. I should have mentioned that sooner rather than later. Due to the fact that these are $100 off, that is a huge chunk where we're really just saying thank you guys. For being a part of Makers Gonna Learn and supporting everything we do, that there's 120 available. So great question. On Saturday, you have the breakfast and opening keynote. So we will be, introducing everyone, having breakfast, having fellowship, being able to enjoy the breakfast and opening keynote. The first class will be Saturday morning at 11. So we're doing an hour and a half class in that time slot. You will then break for lunch, and then you will be having another class from 2 to 5. And then you'll have about an hour and a half to get ready for dinner. And then there will be a dinner and party happening on Saturday night. So this is your tentative schedule. Things are obviously open to change or anything like that, but you do want to hurry and grab your ticket for the summit, or the Maker's Gonna Meet. You will be getting some details later on, probably more towards January, to book extra travel, so booking your hotel accommodations and things like that.
There was a question, is there some discounted hotel
Yes,
accommodations?
we are working.
Yeah.
So we're working with our Visit Knoxville to get you guys. We're actually working with a bunch of hotels to see who can get us the best deal. As you guys know, I'm always working very hard to save you all the most money, and that will of course continue with this situation as well. So Sunday we will be offering a VIP breakfast. More details on this to come. So stay tuned for that and how you can be involved. Kicking off on Sunday, you will have your class time. So this will be another amazing class. And then we will be having the lunch and closing keynote. So that will give you plenty of time. It lasts until 2 p.m. So instead of ending at 5 on Sunday, you will be wrapping at 2. And Courtney will, of course, be there, y'all. We are so excited.
So there's some confusion about how to purchase 2 tickets in one transaction?
That is a great question. You cannot purchase 2 tickets in one transaction. You would go through the process 2 times to grab that. And Miss Jan says, will the summit be at a hotel? Jan, it is actually, we could not find a hotel that was available.
To accommodate our needs, basically.
Yes, that would be large enough for our conference. So
Yeah.
we are using the Knoxville, Tennessee Convention Center, and here's why. They have amazing parking, they have amazing support, and you're going to have an amazing experience.
And it's very
With
close
that-
to hotels.
Oh,
With
yes.
that, you are going to have some amazing choices to choose from of hotels.
Like walking distance.
Walking distance, I'm talking 2 blocks, and there's, within a 2-block radius, I know 4 hotel vendors that you're going to be able to stay at. And the best part is, my friends, there's a lot of ranges. What I also love about downtown Knoxville is you have amazing, Knoxville, Tennessee vibes that you're going to be able to see. I'm going to put together a whole list of the places that we've been talking about for years with you guys that we go to to try out.
It's a hub for all the little
Yes.
shops and the places
a
to
good-
eat. It's perfect.
Right, Becca, this is...
Are you talking about Anika?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
So
let's
she
talk
said,
about
will this
it.
be good for an introvert? I want to go, but I already started to get nervous to attend it. Rachel and I
Rachel-
are the biggest introverts you'll ever meet in your life. And if
It's
we
true.
can be there,
I'm terrified.
you can be there.
Absolutely.
Yes.
No, guys, it's going to be a ton of fun because listen, there's no pressure. It's a meet and greet. We get to see you guys. We get to craft. Guys, it's like a live, but you're there.
So here's what I told Courtney on the day that we were touring the convention center this week, because we have been working. I feel like I've been unplugged from work a little bit because I've had to work so hard on making sure a lot of our details were ready for this weekend. I said I'm a little nervous that some of our virtual summit attendees are not going to be as excited for this. But what I want to encourage you guys, and me and Rachel created the saying one day, you are not going to grow if you're always staying and doing what's comfortable.
Yeah, you don't grow when you're comfortable.
You're not
Yeah.
I
going
also
to.
have a fun idea.
Okay.
It just came to me.
I love it.
Let's do, for everyone who is signing up for this, we will do a private Facebook group.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you guys can chat amongst yourselves, form some even closer friendships.
Because here's what's going to happen in this Facebook group, Becca. I love this idea. Say you're traveling alone, your husband is not able to come. You could get a roommate and
Yeah,
split
exactly.
that cost
Yeah,
of that
that's
hotel.
great.
Yeah.
We are going to work very diligently to make make sure you guys feel comfortable.
Beth says we can wear introvert shirts, and I love that.
Yes.
Make them.
Sure.
At craft night on opening makerspace, there are going to be some, certain things that you can do to bling out your badge, represent, what you are all about.
Put some originality into some things.
Yes. Sharon says, how's the Oliver Hotel? Sharon, if you're considering the Oliver Hotel, it is in Market Square. I love the Oliver. But also, my favorite on top of that one would be the Tennessean.
Agreed.
The Tennessean is going to be
beautiful.
We had our...
I think that's where I'm going to try. Like we should try to get some.
There may be some already talks at the Tennessean for the team, but we are gonna have so much fun.
Couple of questions about what they need to bring. Do they need to bring their machine?
That's a great question. We are going to do our best to provide all machines necessary. We will have a short list of 10 to 15 things you can bring that are your own.
But for those of you that are flying or traveling, we do not want to bombard you with anything.
Nothing crazy.
We will have most of it here for you.
Yes, we are so excited, and we will keep you up to date. Again, I do want to refresh everyone. There is only 120 tickets for this right here at the $347 price. My friends, this is a actual... costing us a lot of money event to put on. So there, $100 off for you guys was actually a huge stretch and a huge ask for my event planner. I told her that we were doing this and she said, what are you talking about? No one can do this. And I said, you don't understand. These people have showed up and showed out for us. So we're doing that for you guys.
That's why Tanner said he's not in this to make a cent because he
probably
won't.
This is not.
This is for you guys.
Yeah. So we just dropped the link, and you do have until June 1st of 2021 to grab a refund if necessary, if situation changes. We're also going to stay on top of any COVID related changes, social distancing, and more. What are we all laughing at?
I love Shauna. I just got my ticket and now my guy doesn't understand why I'm crying.
We're so excited to have you guys in person.
Like, now you guys understand why I've been so ridiculously excited trying to hold all of this in. I'm so pumped up for this. It could be the best thing ever.
One thing that I'm really, really, really thrilled about, and this is going to sound terrible, and if you can ask the team, I have been so against putting together an in-person event because there's so much to do, but this entire year of hibernation is what I feel like has really just made me be like, we need something to look forward to.
We got to get out of here.
We have got to have a better outcome. So we are just going to be so thrilled. And guys, this is the first die cutting specific conference that has been there. I've taught at Cricut events, which are amazing. They're amazing. When the Maker launched, I met a lot of you guys there, and people still talk about it. Met Rachel there I think you came to Atlanta. And it was so good. But we are just really excited that this is a die cutting specific conference. Just like everything we do for Makers Gonna Learn is there to serve you guys. We're excited to show up for you guys in a whole new light. And just like we talk about the experiences that we do with the membership, the customer service, we're really excited to be able to see you guys. And I told, every person that we have talked to for this event, I'm like, this is the first time that we are going to see a lot of our customers and a lot of our members and a lot of our friends.
Family.
Yes.
You guys are like our family. I cannot wait to meet you guys. It's going to be so awesome.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
It's going to be unbelievable. So we are just really thrilled. And again, my friends, there's 3 different options. So I want you guys to be part of that first 120 because different people may be here tomorrow. There's 141 of us watching right now. So there's only a select amount that are able to get the $120 off coupons. Once it hits 120, you are going to not be able to save that. So Jan, if you're needing to get that second ticket, which I'm so excited, I don't know who you're bringing, but I'm thrilled.
Everybody bring everybody.
Yes, you are going to, after you purchase one, just click the link again and purchase a second one. It will let you purchase a second. So they keep it all there for you. Yay, guys. I'm it just warms my heart that you all would actually make the time to come.
We were literally flip flopping. Like, are they gonna want to come? I know
Yeah,
you
was it
all
all talk and then
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Because those of you, we totally get with COVID and travel, so it's a year away.
A year.
Beth
Yes.
says, "Oh sheesh, I guess I'm all in. Just registered and bought a membership. Woo! You are all in.
That's
We were
amazing.
like head first, diving in, officially an MGLer.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Now, if I meet someone at the conference that is a crafter and doesn't have a membership, like, you will get a confused look, but I am super excited.
I
Gracie
guess that's
says,
a way to see what you're paying for.
Gracie says, I may have already informed the hubby I'll be spending $400 to $600 a day, but now I have to ask if he wants to come. Gracie, he wants to come. The meals, we have some amazing lineups for just the meals and entertainment.
And we take food very seriously here.
We do.
So we're not going to be giving you guys any kind of bad food.
No. If you need a refund, those will be available until June 1st. So
Which
there's plenty of time.
we've never had a product that
Never.
we've given you guys a refund on, but
Never.
because of everything going on in the world and
Yes.
Tanner's generosity, you
Yes.
have quite a while to buy it now for $100 off and decide if you can come or not.
Yes.
Michaela says, "Is this going to be like Design Make Sell and have more openings later?"
We have not actually launched the Maker's Gonna Meet. Obviously, this is the first time we've spoke about it.
Just to you guys.
So what's going to happen is that the Black Friday price, so you guys get the base lowest price ever, right?
It will never be this price again.
No.
Never going to be this price again. There will be a Black Friday price that'll be a little bit of a discount, and then there's the regular price at the $447. So that's how we layer it, and that's how we tier it. So there's 120, we've worked it in the budget, 120 seats for you guys to say, hey, I want to come to Maker's Gonna Meet. I'm grabbing mine. I'm getting this lowest price so that I can put that extra $100 towards my hotel, towards travel, accommodation, whatever. So it is going to be a lot of fun. You can break it out in 2 payments or 3 payments. So you can spread it across October, November, and December.
And not have to worry about it all next year.
Yeah,
Like just
you're
to
gonna
be
you're
playing
gonna be
and having fun.
You're going to be killing it.
Yeah.
So Julie says, my husband is already planning the trip, going to combine it with the Smoky Mountains for the 39th anniversary.
Oh, that'll
my
be
gosh.
perfect. And guys, it's a gorgeous time of year to be in the Smoky Mountains.
The weather, it's literally
The
a year
windows
from
open.
now.
It's gorgeous. The trees are starting to turn different colors.
1 year from this weekend, we'll be together.
Oh my gosh. People are going to be there's going to be serious
And a year
FOMO.
away seems like a long time, but oh my gosh, it will fly by.
Yeah.
It absolutely will.
And here's how I explain it. I told Blakey last night. Blakey came home to say hi last night, and
We miss him dearly.
I miss him dearly. It was me and him had a lot of moments. We were like, but I said, Blake, you're almost 1/8 of the way through college.
1/8.
And then after I said that, I said, but I'm really concerned you're not coming home after college. And but yeah, so me and him's doing really good. So we're almost at the year mark. He will be with us working. We're so excited for everyone that is going to get to meet and see everyone.
So many people are talking about wanting to bring their husbands and what will they do when they're here. You can totally do it. Knoxville is like, look up Knoxville, Tennessee. There's so much to do.
There's so much for men to do,
and
too.
even local to where we're going to be. Like I said, it's the downtown area. There's this amazing bowling alley down there.
Maple Hall.
They
Isn't there
serve
axe
alcohol
throwing?
if you're into that.
Yes,
So it's like a more of an
yes.
adult like atmosphere type thing. There's axe throwing. There's this whole Market Square area with food and
There's
dining. And
movie
generally-
theaters and ice cream shops and just
You're
there's
gonna have
such
plenty.
cute
Generally,
places.
there's live music in the Market Square area.
If you have a vehicle, there's plenty of like hiking and biking trails, like at the Himes Nature Center, very close by.
There's so much to do.
Some of
So
our
much
friends
to do.
are asking what
Also, there'll be UT football.
that is. We are
Yep.
we are interested
Vols.
on what that schedule has not been posted yet, but there will be sporting that they can do.
There's that main event, that
We
amazing
have,
thing.
We have an hour. So from downtown Knoxville, you're an hour to the Smoky Mountains. And let
Pigeon
me tell
Forge,
you,
yeah.
to Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, you're also going to be really thankful that we're not in Pigeon Forge for that weekend, because we looked into it just because it could be a really fun family atmosphere as well. But you're just going to be really happy that it's not after all the things that we're able to do that's better in the Knoxville area.
Yeah,
So
and sometimes there's traffic. Sometimes they have things like rod runs where
sometimes
there's like
we can't
little
go a
convention.
mile.
So we
for
don't
an
want to do
hour.
that to you guys. But
Yeah.
it's still gorgeous. So there's
Yeah.
Dollywood. If you guys have heard of Dollywood, there's
They're
so many fun
concerned about the
things.
circulation on your finger.
Well, guys, if I leave this thing right here is so heavy. So I'm just gonna hold this.
It's fine.
Is that
So
good?
It's my fault.
Julie says, "Can you put out a list of hotels early?" The Tennessean has booked them.
What?
Julie, if you are curious, as soon as we get with Visit Knoxville, with them to get out all the bidding, we are gonna make sure that we negotiate you guys the best rate, because that'll take a minute, because they don't know how awesome we are until we really sell it. So we're negotiating that for you guys now, and then we'll have that list as soon as possible. I'm going to speculate it will be December or January or late November or later in this month. As soon as we can get it, we will get it to you guys to pick your very own hotels. But we will have, a few different tiers and things like that of how close, and we're keeping it really close. So the convention center is set up for this. The best part is this convention center is huge, and right now we're the only thing on the agenda. So we're going to be a pretty big deal.
All to ourselves
yeah.
as of now.
It's really nice.
Yeah,
guys.
we're really,
and it's right in the middle of everything, so it's perfect. You guys
Let
will
me
love it.
see. This is what
Sin, we will be near the melting pot.
Oh
Yes, we
my
will.
gosh.
Very close to the melting pot.
If you want to find where we're going to be Sunday night
Yeah.
after the conference is
We'll
over,
see y'all there.
The
The
melting
melting
pot.
pot.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is what every sign at the... Can I have the overhead? Yeah,
Let me
sure.
clear all this out. Hang on.
Oh, thank you. This is what this said the entire time we walked around the convention center already. This
On
was
all
just
like
on
the
the
monitors and
tours.
everything.
These
Yeah.
people are legit too. Like,
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'll show. This was us and with our event planner, Devin. She was right there. We were all
this
wearing
is
her
in the
little masks.
convention center.
Yeah, this is in the convention center. We can pay to have our logo right here in this little area. So there's that. And then look at Courtney and Devin. So we're really, guys, I know we love, I always talk about how I love virtual, but we're really excited. I think with this year, it has really pushed us to say, you know what, we need to just come together and craft and have a lot of fun. So it is going to be a lot of fun. So yes, Terry, use that credit. Woohoo! There's so many members I hope to meet. It's like we're friends already. Anita, took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
You already know each other.
When
You all
we
have
meet, it'll just be like, "How have you been?"
Do you know how hard it is to make friends? Like, if you are trying to make friends, it's so much easier once you have a common interest.
That's true.
It's
so
true.
you're like step 3 of friendship before you all
Step
even
3.
meet.
Pick a topic. I do this a lot in my head. Like,
Ooh.
I'll like formulate an idea in my head of what I'm going to talk to someone about. So if you come up to me and like tell me your name and like some random fact about you, I'll probably already be thinking about what I'm saying, and it may not match. But that's how an introvert talks to other people.
It's true.
This introvert, at least, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm like, okay, she's telling me your name. I really should be paying attention, but I'm already thinking
About
about
how I'm gonna
this
tell her my
weeding tool
name.
that I want to tell them about.
I'm the same way.
I'm so awkward.
Sorry in advance.
I pretty much say whatever I can
That's true.
try to
He
think
has no
of.
issues.
Tanner is like most comfortable just kind of in front of people, just improvising. He's great at it.
This is a little side story. I hope we have time for it. It's short. We went to Baskin Robbins and they didn't have my ice cream flavor, but they sold it in the tubs. So I was like, I'll buy a tub. Then the guy said you could buy 2 tubs and get 1 half off.
Oh.
And then we spent $14 on 2 tubs.
Now he owns the store.
No,
2 tubs of ice cream for $14. Okay. Well, did you know if we each got 2 scoops, it would have been $25. They were for 4 people. Each.
No, I didn't know
It would have
that.
been $25. So I went outside and they gave us the cups, the spoons, and sprinkles. We went outside and ate it. But then one of my friends said, Tanner, try to sell this couple on getting the gallons. And I did. It was so funny. But yes, so we are...
because he don't care.
We are really
not
excited.
true.
So it is going to be... Yeah, I need new friends. I totally understand. There's never enough friends, and it is going to be a lot of fun. And guys, consider the road tripping. Consider, if you are coming alone. I've had to travel alone a lot in my life. And having a roommate, having other people to not feel so alone during travel and things like that is totally
Our camping friends, there are great campgrounds around too.
Courtney has Penny. Courtney has Penny.
She's gorgeous.
Oh my gosh. I'm shaking.
She's gorgeous.
Oh, she's not going to answer.
She's not going to answer us. Oh my god.
Show him the picture if she doesn't answer.
Okay, well,
Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Oh God.
She doesn't look real.
I know. Guys, Becca
I'm gonna cry over this puppy.
Becca thought I was
She's
going to
so
leave
cute.
Summit to go pick up my
Yeah.
doggy. Okay, Courtney didn't want to talk to us.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Maybe later. There are Airbnbs. Yes, tons of Airbnbs.
That's
in
another
Knoxville,
thing
too.
I'm really excited about is that there are a ton of Airbnbs that it is very affordable. Rachel, if you want to share the screen one more time so we can explain pricing for tickets and payment plans. We have a friend that is saying, anyway, how do you do the payment plan? So you can get the main ticket for $347 that will come out right away, or you can break it out into 2 payments or 3 payments. Okay, my friends. So if you want 2 payments, you click right here, and it'll break it down and explain that you have 2 payments of $173.50. I do also want to let you guys know that if you would like, you could do the 6 months 0% interest at PayPal for the $347. So whatever you need, you'll be able to go through and do that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, thank you guys. We're so excited. Could you consider selling guest tickets for the meals? That's what I do at other conferences that my husband comes to me with. I do my thing and he does his thing out touring. Pamela, we can look into it. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to say that's probably a no, and here's why. Each ticket is going to be very gold due to the fact that we only have a certain amount of seats. So, if whether you're eating a seat with us at a meal or taking a seat with us for a classroom, we have to plan for that. So each ticket is very important, and I will let you guys know that this will sell out. Obviously not today because we have a select few, but once we release this and start the promotions to all of our members and all of our public Facebook community and YouTube audience, it's gonna be big. So I hope you grab your ticket. Mary grabbed hers. Can me and Sin get smuggled over the border? Sisette, grab your ticket now, my friend, and if anything changes, we'll give you a refund so you can save that $100.
Hopefully in a year.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. I know everything's closed until June, so that's why we're giving until June for all the details. So we have the check-in, the welcome reception, open makerspace on Friday night. We have the breakfast opening keynote. We have the class time. We have a lunch, another class time, your dinner and party
And
on
you
Saturday
guys,
night.
You know that we love you. If Rachel and I are going to get till 10 p.m. partying with you all.
Guys, what you don't
True.
What Rachel and Becca don't know is that they're actually probably going to be up until 11 or midnight because
Oh, yeah.
because if the party says it ends at 10, that means I'm going to be there talking until 11.
What's the next morning event? What time is it?
It's pretty. We have the VIP breakfast starting a little early,
Oh.
so I'm pulling an all-nighter practically.
I'll have bags under my eyes on Sunday morning, but it's worth it.
Me
I don't
too.
care. It's
Yeah,
gonna be so
whoever
fun.
gets that, I call first class. Whoever
Yeah.
gets that 10 a.m. class.
Is it totally fine that the hubby does not want to take part in the classes, but the meals? Of course, you will have to have your ticket, your badge, all throughout the conference.
Yeah.
So as long as he has a ticket, he can come and go as he pleases.
But let me tell you guys, for all the hubbies out there, there's such good food in Knoxville.
There
Yeah,
is.
my
Let
hubby
me
will be
tell
around
ya.
too. And you know what? Wayne could be he could organize a husband event.
Oh, we could put Wayne in charge of the bros.
Yes.
Bros.
Yes.
The bros brunch.
I like this.
Wayne actually lived in Knoxville, so
Ooh.
Did
Yeah.
he?
He did.
And guys, that would be great.
I'm sure Wayne would love to have a reason to day drink, right? That could be a fun bros event.
right?
Yeah.
We will be breaking for lunch. My lunch is actually here. My husband is in the driveway waiting
my
for us
gosh.
to not be live.
Well, let's go to the main camera one last
yeah.
time, and then here's what we're going to do. So we're going to give you guys an amazing 15-minute break. What you can do during this 15-minute break, somebody needs to drive to Sonic, okay? Someone's going to Sonic real
Yes.
quick. You can take us with you in the car.
Oh,
You want
one of them. I was like, who's going to Sonic?
Not us. We're all
one
on
of our members.
keto.
Is there an age limit? There is not an age limit. Anyone under 18 does need to be chaperoned with an adult due to legal insurance purposes. I've been there and I've, had to be on that side. You can, of course, bring your 15-year-old. We would love to
That'd be
craft
so
with your family.
fun.
It is definitely a family affair here, and we are so excited. So yay! Oh
So
my
yeah,
goodness.
so you're gonna get a 15-minute break.
Yes,
And then we'll
grab
go
your
ahead and
ticket.
whip into that next class, which is
Immediately.
Tanner's
Yeah, you
banner.
you want to
Christmas banner.
spend this 15 minutes talking to the husband, planning, thinking. We'll be in the chat box, so we're ready
Of
to
course.
chat. I'll be eating our sushi in
Yes,
one hand.
yes.
But we're really excited. So I'm just so thrilled. Thank you guys so much for all of the support already. I could cry, but I'm not going to. So it is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to drop the link again if you guys need it. Elizabeth just grabbed her ticket. You want to be cool like Elizabeth, am I right? So yeah, you guys enjoy your break. We'll see you back here at 1 p.m. Eastern. Hello everyone. We are so excited you guys have been enjoying the Fall Summit here. I am so excited and hope you guys are having so much fun. There have been so many amazing classes taking place and we are just so thrilled to have you guys here for this class. This one is going to be a lot of fun. We are actually going to build an adorable Be Merry holiday banner. I cannot wait to share with you guys everything that you are going to be able to do with this Be Merry holiday banner. It is going to be so much fun and I just cannot wait to share it with you guys, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So you can see we have quite a bit of material on the table today and I'm just so excited to dive into it with you all. Also, one thing to note is that we have the Cricut Explorer on the table for today's craft project. So what you're going to be able to do is make this project along with us, whether you have a Cricut Explorer, a Cricut Maker, any machine will be able to create this project. You possibly could cut it with the Cricut Joy, but you wouldn't be able to use all of the faux leather and things like that. But again, still such an amazing project. So I cannot wait for you guys to see it come together. We have a little bit of Cricut Design Space hacks and tricks to share with you guys in today's craft lesson. We're going to really dive into kind of working contour to our best interest, as well as welding and kind of manipulating cut files. That's something so important to be able to do as you become a more advanced Cricketer. And someone that is an advanced Cricketer, you know, these are things that are going to be great to refresh on, touch on again, so that you guys are getting the best out of your machine, your software, and your material. So let's go ahead, take a look at what material we are going to work with today, and then we'll jump over to Cricut Design Space, share a lot of tips and tricks, build our entire banner over there, and then we'll be able to cut it out and build it. This class is a really great one, but the best part is it's pretty simple. There's nothing super crazy. The best part, and one thing I love about this class, is I would consider this a pretty easy win. The reason why: you're not waiting for paint to dry, you're not having to, do a lot of the steps like a traditional summit class here. So consider this like a breath of fresh air for you guys that are wanting to make something really, really fun. Design space is going to be probably the heaviest part of today's lesson. And then the rest, we're just going to share traditional amazing tips and hacks for crafting in general. So let's go over the supplies today. We've already mentioned we have our Cricut Explorer Air 2 here. This is the yellow one. It is exclusive to Michaels, to my knowledge. They were the ones to send it to us many years ago, and it has been working great. With your Cricut Explorer Air 2, a thing that you want to know for today's project, we are using a traditional fine point blade, yes, but we also have the Cricut deep point blade. So we're cutting that with our veneer today. If you've never worked with veneer, it's something that Makers Gonna Learn has just discovered recently, and now we're kind of obsessed with it because it's so functional, it's so able to be worked with across the board, and it's really good. So absolutely love the deep point blade. Really, really awesome. We're gonna keep it right over here, ready to move on with the different projects. As you guys can see right here, we do have 2 different Cricut mats. We're using a green standard grip mat as well as a purple strong grip mat. Okay, we have our ATG advanced tape glider. As you guys know, I could probably write a book about how many times this has saved me in my crafting journey, why I love the adhesive on here, and just overall why it's such an amazing ATG adhesive runner that you need in your craft space. Even though, yes, it does take up quite a bit of room, it's going to save you money in the long term for anyone that is crafting, long term. And I think everyone here at Summit is someone that is a long-term crafter. Am I right? Give us some comments and let us know how many years you've been crafting, how many years you plan to be crafting, either one. I know a lot of people may have just got a Cricut and they're ready to craft. So if you're new, an ATG gun is an amazing, simple birthday gift idea, holiday gift idea, under $30, and you can get quite a bit of extra refills too. So that's really nice. Next up is probably one of my favorite Cricut branded material. This is craft board. So they offer these sampler packs. This one right here has 3 different colors. So you get black, tan, or you get a dark brown, tan, and white. This is my favorite, one of my favorite materials. Again, you cut it with your fine point blade. It's thick material. It's thicker than cardstock. It's thinner than cardboard. It's just a really solid project material for 3D projects, banners like we're doing today that you want to have some stability and still be able to work with. So really an amazing material. Next up is the wood veneer. And the wood veneer is kind of like that companion to the craft board. You know what I'm saying? So you have the craft board to give, the strength. And then you have the wood veneer that's going to give you the look. So the look of the wood and everything like that, it's just going to look so good. I love this stuff. You're going to get some really great finishes. We're able to stain this. We're able to paint it. You're able to do a lot with it. And it's really, really awesome. So really great material. Super excited for all of you guys to play with that if you haven't already. Again, if you're overwhelmed with all the different supplies, we have them linked for you in the supply list. So always a great place to go and be like, oh wait, what did Tanner say? It's craft board, or oh wait, what's the veneer? And we'll have that linked. So super awesome. Next up, we have some canvas rope. This right here is an all-around great material to have because this is going to be great for your crafting all throughout your journey of crafting. This is macrame cord. I call it canvas cord, but it's technically macrame cord, and it's just great. You can paint this, you can dye this really easily, and it's super fun. So you'll be able to work with that. We have our Lynn Lily hot glue gun. I know we've all been repping it. I just want to let you all know I've not paid $1 from Lynn or SureBonder, and the link to this hot glue gun, to my knowledge, unless it's an Amazon link, is not even an affiliate link. So if it's on Amazon, that is an affiliate link, but if it's just on SureBonder, we have no affiliate partnership with them. We just truly are passionate about this hot glue gun, I promise. I know we talk about it a lot, but it's a true love, not one that would benefit us in any way. So next up, we have our little trees. These are the faux little trees that I've been crafting with for well over a decade. I love these. I used to get these and decorate my bedroom with it from Hobby Lobby back when I was a tiny, tiny little crafter, and I did all kinds of things with it. So they haven't changed too much, and I always grab them at the Hobby Lobby. You can see this large pack right here was $12.99, and you know we got it 40% off. So the last but not least, the two materials you see here on the table. This is the faux leather from 651 vinyl that you've seen featured in a few of our craft classes this summit. We really do love this. Great material. Cuts amazing. The shades are perfect, and we love doing the pops of leather this holiday season. Very trendy, and I think you guys are gonna really enjoy it. And then this right here is galvanized cardstock. It's pretty thin cardstock, but it's still cardstock. This is from the Paper Studio. Really awesome. You guys know we've been using this for years. We've done farmhouse projects with this. We have done a lot of different crafts with this right here, and every time it just gives such a nice finish, and I think you guys are going to really enjoy that. So if you guys are excited, I hope you have your material ready. I hope you're ready to pick up some skills in Cricut Design Space. We're going to head on over to Cricut Design Space, and we're going to get started sharing with you guys how to build this amazing banner. All right, my friends, we are in Cricut Design Space, and we have just went ahead and typed out Be Merry, and we're using the Loco font. So this is a font by Makers Gonna Learn. You can download it straight from our website. Super awesome. We love this font, and the reason I picked this one for today's project is because you want something big, you want something bold for today's project, okay? So you want to be sure to make sure that is going to be big and bold so that it's nice and thick for when you're building your banner. Now today we are making sure each letter is about 2.8 inches tall. So for ours, it has ended up being 18.3 inches by right at 2.8 inches. So right at 3 inches tall, that's going to allow us to have a pretty decent size banner. All right, so now that you have your Loco font or just another similar font that is, you know, wide and thick, that you have roughly 3 inches tall for each letter, you kind of want to start looking at our truck. Now you can see the truck at the bottom. This is the original cut file. Now again, guys, at Makers Gonna Learn, we're always talking about manipulating different cut files and things like that. Okay, so as you guys can see, we've simplified it with our trucks that we're using up top, and I kind of want to walk you guys through how we got to that process, and then we're going to jump in with some other Cricut Design Space elements that I think you're going to be really interested in. So let's go ahead and zoom on in to our truck right here that has not been worked with at all. Let me find it. Here we go. Here's our truck. What we want to do first is for sure, as much as we love the green, that's not really, you know, for this holiday. So we're just going to hide that, okay? So we just have our truck right here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to click Contour, and we're going to select Hide All Contour, okay? So now that we've hid that right here, we're going to close that out, and at this step we are now going to duplicate it. So we're going to duplicate this layer, and then on this one to our right we are going to click Contour once again, and we're actually going to unhide 2 layers. We actually are going to unhide 3. So I like to zoom in so that we know exactly what we're doing. You want to make sure you select the right ones. Okay, and I'm going to select this one and this one as well. And then if you just select the truck. So now that you've selected the truck, you're going to be left with 4 different pieces that are going to help you. So you have these 4 pieces right here. And just so that we do not get them confused, let's go ahead and make them brown so they're not black. And then as you can see with our truck, we have this odd little line right here. So what we need to do is come over to shapes, and we're going to take a circle, and then we're going to turn it into, we're going to manipulate it to an oval a little bit. And then as you come to position it right here, you guys can see, just like so. Make it a little bit smaller. Perfect. Just like that, we're going to now weld these together. So select those 2 layers and press weld. And now your truck is great. And we're going to take this brown layer, and you're like, oh no, where did the brown layer go? Let's click arrange and click send to front. Now that that has been sent to the front, you can go position this, and here you go. We're going to cut our truck with the one material, which is going to be the leather, or actually go cut it with the craft board, and then the leather, and then the smaller pieces that are brown that you see here, those are going to be cut with your veneer, okay? So let's go ahead, zoom back out so that you guys can see our full banner once again. Now that we have that, we do not need our truck, our little guy right here. So we're going to delete that out. And at this time, we've decided we've been able to duplicate it, and now we have 2 trucks. So if you guys were curious on how to do that, you would just click duplicate just like this, and then you would go ahead and duplicate the other layer. And I like to kind of go ahead and group these together just for design space purposes. Oops, let me put these back. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to duplicate these. Once they're duplicated, you can, just drag them over here. Okay. And now you would have your second truck. So I know a lot of you just want to make sure that we know exactly where to position it, exactly where to have it, and things like this. And here in a little bit, I'll share with you why I love group, just for the canvas and how it doesn't carry over to the mat. So I know a lot of you guys have had questions in the past before that I want to help clarify. So now, again, we do not need this truck. We can just go ahead and delete. But what we want to do is we want to have each truck driving in 2 separate directions, right? Right now, they're all driving down one road. But for today's project, we want them to be, facing outwards. So we're going to actually flip it right in Cricut Design Space. And a lot of people have no idea that you could actually do this from Design Space. So let's click on our black layer, and we're just going to go up to flip in the top right bar, or the top middle. We are going to simply flip horizontal. So now that is flipped. And now what we're going to do is we are going to select these, and we are going to flip them as well. So you just want to make sure all 4 are selected. And then we are going to click flip horizontal. And now they are flipped, and you can position them right like you would have them, just like so. Is that not amazing? We love being able to do this and have everything ready to go. Now, one thing I do want to let you guys know is that for all of the layers that are black, so everything besides our veneer layer, which are these brown layers right here, we are going to need to duplicate, because we need a base layer that is going to be in our awesome craft board. And then we need a second layer, whether it be in the leather or the cardstock. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to group these together as well. And I'm going to move this right here up. And what I'm going to do now is move this layer right here up as well. So we have all of that ready to go for one mat. The Be Merry in all of the trucks need to be cut on craft board once, okay? We're now going to duplicate this truck once, okay? And now we're going to duplicate this truck once, okay? Now stick with me. Before we touch our Be Merry, We are now going to change this truck mat right here to cut our leather. So we're going to select both of these. We are actually going to change this color. Let's change it to a gray. Or no, we'll save that for the galvanized cardstock. Let's go ahead and change this to, just let us know it's leather. Let's go ahead and we'll just use a blue. So the blue mat is going to be our faux leather mat. And now for our Be Merry, we are going to duplicate this one time. And what this mat needs to be is it needs to be our galvanized cardstock. So let's go ahead and change that to a dark gray. So the different mats that we have here today, the top is our accents. Those accents are going to be cut with the veneer. That is going to be cut with our deep cut blade. The next layer, the black layer, that is our base layer, okay? This is going to cut with our craft board sampler pack that we talked about, okay? Next, we are going to cut our blue mat. The blue mat today is going to be cut with our faux leather from 143 vinyl. And last but not least, we are going to cut our amazing galvanized cardstock, which is the Be Merry in the gray color, and then we'll be able to cut that out. So today we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 different mats. We have different material as well, so 4 different materials, ranging between the fine point blade to the deep point blade. So you're going to be able to make this with any Explorer and Up machine, and it's going to be good to go. Again, each letter is about 3 inches tall. Notice we've sized the truck perfectly for today's project here in Design Space. Very easy for you guys to follow through, and it's going to be great. So let's go ahead and press Make It. But before we do that, I want to touch on one topic that we don't talk about too often, and that is group. So group here, you see all this right here is grouped together. You would think it's going to cut just like this on the mat. Okay, now if we click Make It, so once you see and press Make It, you're going to see all your different mats. Today you're going to have 6 different mats, I believe, 5 or 6, just 5. And you're going to see your galvanized layer, you're going to have your craft board layer, you're going to have your veneer layer, and then you're going to have your faux leather layer. So all we need to do, start at mat 1. We need to apply our cardstock down. We need to cut this out and just start going through one mat at a time. And each, mat or 2, you want to make sure that you have the right blade in and you have the right material setting. So let's go ahead and press continue. We're connecting to our Explorer Air 2. We are going to go ahead and click on heavy cardstock. And now it's going to let us know we want to make sure that fine point blade's in there. We want to load it in, and then we'll be able to cut out. So let's go ahead and prepare our mats today. All right, so we're going to just load this in right here. And once we're ready to go, we can just press that flashing Cricut button. All right, so we're able to cut our first mat. So we're just gonna pull it back. And where this is a little bit thinner cardstock, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you guys some tips on pulling this off the mat. So first you wanna get any excess layers away. And then what we wanna do is flip it around back, flip it down, and you just wanna pull each letter off one at a time. Just like so. Notice you want to go a little bit slower with this. So you have the letters laying here. So we're just pulling these off. And notice we're just rotating the mat. You could easily do this as well. This is a little bit more dangerous because you could snap your mat. So you just want to be careful and mindful of that. And you just don't want to pull it straight up because then it'll leave your letter all warped. So you want to go nice and slow with it. Okay. Ta-da! So you have all your letters. You can just keep these over to the side. You can flip them all over. We'll be needing these momentarily. So we can just lay these right here. This is a little scrap piece. So we'll just sit these over to the side and continue cutting. Our next mat, we are actually going to cut 2 mats of the craft board. So let's go ahead and prepare the mat with the craft board. I'm actually gonna use the strong grip mat. There's a few different mats you could use, but our standard grip mat is a little bit warped, so I just want to be mindful of that. So we're going to use whichever colors you have the most of. We're going to use today, go see if we have enough. Yeah, we have some of these craft ones, so we're just gonna use 2 of these right here. We'll have these ready to go. Okay. And we're just gonna put 1 on the mat, just like this. Guys, let me know if you've ever worked with this stuff before. I've used it on some videos. I know I'm a big fan. I hope you guys are as well. What we need to do at this point is we need to go over and click on our second mat, and we're going to change the material setting to make sure it's craft board. And now that we've got it on our mat, we're going to be able to load it in. The best part about craft board is we can still cut it with our fine point blade. And now we can just press that flashing Cricut button and let these next 2 mats cut. All right, so we have our second mat right here. I'm going to do the same process, just flip it over. You can see these are a lot easier to some are already coming off the mat. Really simple, really easy, just like this. Okay, so we're able to get that going. And now that we have that to the side, you can cut off the excess and keep that for another project. And then you just want to pull these off. Okay. So now at this point in the project, we're going to still keep these to the side. We're going to build the entire banner towards the end after we continue cutting our different mats. We're now moving on to the veneer mat. So with that being said, we need to go ahead and grab the veneer. We need to put it down just like so. And then what we need to do is we're change the material setting and we're going to change out our blade. So let's go ahead and look at Cricut Design Space for changing that material setting. All right, so we're going to go to custom. We're going to click browse. We're going to type in veneer. And then all it is natural wood veneer from Cricut. We can select that and press done. And again, it's gonna let us know, let's load in that deep point blade before we load in our machine material. So yay, we can give it a little bit more pressure and we'll be good to go. So let's change out that blade. Go ahead, open clamp B, open this up, pop in the deep cut blade, and now we have our material on this right here. We'll load it in. And now we can press the flashing Cricut button. All right, so the veneer is cut, so we're gonna unload that and look at how well it cut out, guys. Look at this, it's just go pop out of here. It's so thin, like these pieces are adorable. Love the quality here. Look at this. Guys, we are almost done. How amazing. We're gonna have to change that fine point blade back for our faux leather. All right, so we can just pull this veneer up. We're gonna pop in our faux leather. We've already changed out the material settings so that we don't have to worry about, doing that. So we've changed it to paper thin faux leather, and you just wanna put that back your fine point blade and you'll be able to cut it out. And now we'll be able to cut out our 2 trucks and we'll be ready to build our awesome project. Once you're ready to go, you can go ahead and press that flashing Cricut button. Okay, so we can unload the mat. This is our final mat. we move the keyboard out of the way. We're just go peel up our faux leather. Look at how great this cuts, my friends. I love how this faux leather cuts. So we can just peel this up just like so. We have our 2 different pieces. And now at this step in the process, we get to start building our trucks. So we're going to use the Cricut the Scotch ATG gun. And we're just going to apply the ATG here. And it does work really well with the faux leather. So feel free to use it. If you want, you could use your Lily hot glue gun, whatever you prefer. Just make sure you get over to the edges if you're using the ATG. So now that we have that here, we're just going to position and apply. And again, we've glued one down. So now we're just going to repeat that for this one. We want to get close to the edges. And look at how fast it goes. Like there's no draw time. It's really durable, really quick. If there's ever any, little pieces that you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot any adhesive, able to put it back down, and it goes on really quickly. Okay. And then you can just make sure it's down, just like that. You have your truck pieces. And then for our veneer, what we're going to do is we're actually going to, probably position these down ourselves with hot glue. So you can just take each one, and sometimes it's helpful to look at a picture of the cut fall so you know exactly where they go. And a little hack is as you're positioning down these little veneer pieces, I definitely love using these tweezers. There's just something about using these reverse tweezers, such a great little hack and material to have. And then you're able to bring in your precision hot glue gun, give a little just dab of hot glue, and then you're able to easily position this down, apply it, release, and then apply that. So if there's any strings, you can just pull it away. And then you just want to continue, with this. So a little hot glue from the hot glue gun, just like so. Spin it and position it and release. Just like so. And then you can do the same thing for all the other pieces. And then apply that down. And this is just going to give such a great finish for your banner. I love this look. And if you spin your hot glue gun like this, it'll make all the strings kind of disappear. Then you can apply some pressure. And look at this, my friends. You have one truck ready to go. So we're just going to rinse and repeat this process. Spin and position. I love reverse tweezers. If you do not have these in your craft arsenal and you're looking for a little treat to, kind of purchase from Summit, a really great option would be this or the HEG gun. Like both are really, really great options. So yay, our 2 trucks are ready to go. How adorable. We're going to set those over to the side. And now we get to kind of line up our Be Merry. Okay, so we're just going to start applying the HEG here onto the craft board, just like so. And then you want to line up your letter. And sometimes it's going to be easier for you to kind of hold it and position it down in 2 corners and line it up that way. It's a little tip. Sometimes you try to always, lay it down on the craft table, but sometimes it's easier to kind of have it in your hand to be able to get these together. So just like this, right like here. And you can also flip your cardstock over. So there's plenty of different ways to do this. There isn't a right way, there isn't a wrong way. And then you just want to make sure there's plenty of adhesive on here. And then we can kind of
take this E, again in that same way, position it in the corner, and then it will be good to go, just like so. So we have the E, and then we have the M, so we can just go ahead and apply HEG on here. My favorite tip is just to make sure that you go nice and slow, lining up one corner. You can always peel it up if needed. But if you usually can get one corner, everything else will kind of fall into place. Like this. Just like that. Now we're having our letters going right here. And now we're going to do that with our E again. And I think just because the cardstock's a little bit thinner than I like to work with, I'm preferring putting the HEG onto our craft board, then positioning our letter. Just like that. Super easy to apply these, and you get such a great quality thickness for your banner. Okay. And then you're going to position this right down here at the bottom. And work your way up, just like that. So we have our Be Merry, just like that. And then last but not least, I wanted to bring these little guys back in. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut off the bottom of the tree. So the little piece that keeps it kind of stable down here, we're actually just going to cut this off. Just like so. And then now that we've cut that off, what we're going to do is we're going to take the snowy part of the tree, and we're going to hot glue it in position just like right about here. So we can go ahead and flip this around back, and we're going to give a pretty decent glob of hot glue right here. You see that? So just like so. Spin it, and then we are going to kind of position that just right about here. And you want to apply some decent pressure. And I'm going to give a little bit extra hot glue just for some additional support. You can fluff out your tree as well. But this is going to add such a great texture, and I already glued on this one. So you have your two adorable little trees right here, and then we're going to have Be Merry right in the center. So we're going to let this dry for a second, and then what we're going to do is start setting up our Be Merry and working on positioning with our macrame cord. All right, my friends, what we're doing right now is we have quite a bit of macrame cord out right here. And then what we're doing is we're taking each letter, and what we're doing is kind of the one finger rule. So we're just separating that right there. We'll do about a little bit less than 3 fingers to separate for the different word. And then each letter is going to be about a finger apart. It's a great way of being able to align it. And then just like we have been almost all of our classes that I've been teaching, is as we position this down, we're just kind of going to lift it up and then be able to apply it. What I'm going to do for this process is make sure there's plenty of cord on each side. All right, my friends, so after you have it set up, what we're going to do is we're just going to come in and we're going to apply some hot glue right here to the back, just like so, and we're going to spin it out. And then what we're going to do is, again, with the one finger, we'll come in and just apply it down. So you want to be mindful, obviously protect your surface, but this is probably the best way we've been able to find to be able to glue all of our different letters down and it actually be where we need it. So again, just take it one letter at a time, and just spin it out, and then position it. And I love being able to do the one finger technique as we're applying, just to make sure they're going to stay right where we want them. We've got about 3 letters separated from our different word. And then we're going to be able to quickly position this down. Definitely want to apply some pressure here Don't want to use too much hot glue, but you want to make sure to use enough as well. Another great idea is that you could easily hole punch through here. Heck, you could even add the holes in Cricut Design Space so that you're able to, you know, thread through and you're not even having to worry about using hot glue near as much as we have been in this project. But honestly, I'm totally fine with it, and here's why. I have such a hard time trying to line up letters on a banner if they're not secured down. So I would really think twice about, you know, if you're going to use any other solution. Obviously threading the letters through will secure it a little bit, but for some reason every time I do it, there's so many more things that could go wrong. So I enjoy hot gluing banners that have letters like this for that reason, but definitely if you have any reasons that you're worried about it and want to kind of create those holes or use a hole punch, you know, feel free to do that. Okay, so see how fast that is? We're gonna let that set for a second. All right, so once you've been able to let that set for a second, you can go ahead and lift it up. You can start looking at it, make sure you're happy with how everything looks. Love that so, so much. So for the truck, we're gonna go a little bit more than 3 fingers from the end, and we're focusing on one side at a time. So a little bit more than 3 fingers. Just like so. And then what we're going to do actually is our goal is to keep it as high up as possible. So we're actually going to take it and we're going to flip it back just like so. And then as you can see, we're going to struggle a little bit with the tree. So I'm going to actually tuck it down and kind of do something like this so that we can make sure it stays as high up as possible. Because the higher up that we keep this, the best part about this project is that the more stability it's going to have to stay where we want it. And sometimes with banners like this, you see that they are prone to kind of fall over, and we definitely do not want this with today's project. So we're just going to apply this down. I'm going to add more hot glue where I see fit, just like so. And it's looking great. We're definitely going to let this dry plenty before moving on to the other side. And you want to apply some pressure. Sometimes I pull out a bone folder so that I don't burn my fingers. That's a little fun hack. Okay, and once you're ready to go, you can just kind of flip this back over and you can see your truck's right here. And the best part, once you hang it, it is not trying to, you know, fall one way or another. So as you kind of let it sit, it's going to sit perfectly on your banner. And now you're one side done. So you just want to come over and we're going to repeat the same process. So a little bit more than 3 fingers. We're going to hold it right like so. Grab your ribbon or your macrame rope, find where those need to be positioned, and then you want to take it just like so and flip it over. And now we're going to repeat that same exact process. So we're going to hold it kind of in place, and then we're going to add the hot glue just like this, and then we can go ahead and take our finger, position it down, start tucking it right where we want it, and then I'm going to grab that bone folder to make sure we keep it in place for each step. And then we can add in extra glue here in a minute. And now that it's starting to set, we can just go ahead and add in that extra hot glue where we may have missed some. We're just gonna let this cool. Then as you can see, you have your beautiful Be Merry banner. How adorable are your trucks, my friends? I absolutely adore how this banner has been able to come together. You're able to use your macrame cord. You're able to use some amazing different materials from Cricut. And this is gonna look great on any mantle. So many different places you could put this, and you're gonna have so much fun with it this holiday season. What did you guys think of today's project? I absolutely love this banner. I made so many banners in my Cricutting journey, but I have to say, I think this one could be one of my favorites. I absolutely love how it comes together. I don't know if it's the added truck detail. I don't know if it's the faux leather. I don't know if it's all of the galvanized paper. So many amazing elements of today's project. So we want to make sure that you guys are excited to try this project out yourself. If you are, leave us a comment right now. If you have any trouble and you're looking to get some assistance, be sure to let us know as well. I'm about to jump back in live and give you guys any tips and tricks that you guys need to help truly understand but also master this exact project. Look at the little trees, everyone. I'm honestly probably just gonna have to build some of these and then put them in my home, on my bookshelves and things like that for the holiday season. This banner, again, very easy to make. You could use a lot of material that you already have on hand, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this class. Be sure to leave us a comment. Let us know what your favorite part was, and we'll see you in another Summit class, my friends. See you guys later. Bye. Hello.
Welcome back. Oh my goodness. We had such a fun class.
I feel like I'm really far away from you.
I know, it's sad. We are so excited. Becca actually planned this project and it was so much fun. I loved sharing it with you guys how to make this. It was it's one of those easy wins, y'all. I'm all about a good, solid, easy win working with the different material. Veneer was a big question for a lot of people.
Yes.
Really valuable, really great to be able to use. So, I'm
And again,
really
I wasn't. Did you cut it on an air too or a maker?
I believe I used an air too. I believe I used my little yellow.
I just wanted to
friend.
point out that you can cut it very wonderfully on air too.
Yeah, I was killing the Air 2 because it was amazing. We love the Air 2 lineup, and it's so good. And I really, we all really work hard to make sure that you guys feel very, very, very comfortable with no matter what different machine you're using. We want to make sure that you guys feel really comfortable there and have a lot of success and wins. So we're really thrilled for you guys to be able to do all of that. And guys, I'm so excited for everyone that's been grabbing their Maker's Gonna Meet tickets. I'm so excited. Like I said, I know that there's a lot of you that are, a little upset and things that we're not right now being able to announce a next virtual event. We are going to take some time, recoup, and try to figure out what it looks like for us to be able to serve as many people as possible from the standpoint of what you guys need. So we're going to
in whatever capacity that looks.
Yeah, what does that look like? How can we get more people involved? How could we maybe bring a lower price to some virtual events? And so more people can be able to do this. Just like virtual Makers Gonna Learn Summits, is a very awesome VIP type of experience. We want to be able to, broaden it for even more people. And that could be, instead of doing 2 days, 1 day. And
we just always want to change things up. Like when you become stagnant, like you're not growing at all. And
right.
so, we want to offer you new and wonderful and different options.
But let's talk about for the people that are on the fence. We've got some friends here on the fence, I know. Now, I want to say
we've had a lot of people who jumped over the fence.
A lot of people over on the fence. We're getting really close
excited.
to capacity really quickly for the discount. $100 savings, like I said, the lowest it's going to be. And you do want to get that ticket. Now, what I want to let you guys know is that you can get your ticket and space it over the course of up to 2 or 3 payments. So if you want to save that $100, which is a huge chunk of that ticket price, you do want to hurry. Now, I don't think I have to go into very much detail about why this is such a great deal because it is a 3-day conference. It's very affordable. A majority of your meals over the weekend is covered, which is great. But we really want to let you guys know over, I believe 50 to 60 of the tickets have been claimed since last time I checked during my lunch break. So that was an amazing chunk. So if you guys are considering it and thinking about it, what's going to happen is people's going to read their email tonight. Out of the, I believe 350 to 400 people signed up for this fall summit. So that email tonight.
So there's only like 140 of you guys watching
140
now.
here that's live. 50 to 60 people have already claimed their deal. Okay, that's almost half snatched. Like 50 something have snatched that and said, I'm getting the deal. Okay, what's going to happen at 6 o'clock tonight when tonight's email goes out is that people that didn't even know about it, didn't even attend live, is getting an email because they bought a ticket, right? They're going to say, I want to be there.
Yeah.
They're going to save that $1. So if you all are here and you're considering it, whatever those deciding factors are, we're here in the chat. The whole team is right here for you to answer any of those questions. You can email hi@makersgonnalearn.com for any customer service related questions, so we can make sure that you get your ticket. Kristen just grabbed their ticket. Yay! So seriously, my friends, I want to make sure that you guys save the most. And there's something about giving you guys the best deal, because that $100 has just been able to go towards, recouping some of your fall summit ticket.
Yes.
And things like that. So we always give you guys the best deal, and it's just a great place to, be able to, pour into you guys.
I just want to break down the value of that price point, though. When Tanner told me that he was doing that price, I was like, we're going to lose money at that price point? If you break down
the
how many
meals
days
are
it
so
is,
expensive.
the meals, your
the
supply
event space,
kit,
the supply kit.
yeah, grab bags, like all of
Yeah.
these things that you guys are going to be having.
I'm like, I know.
And so many people are chiming in. I go to a lot of conferences, and
Yeah.
this is a fantastic value. And I have not gone to a lot
Yes.
of conferences, so
Right.
I don't know what they normally are priced. But just in my head, evaluating it, I'm like, wow, this is an amazing
For
deal.
us, there's a lot of different, events out there to look at, but we wanted to formulate our own that is totally different and so much fun. But if any of you all are saying, I can't commit, this far out, I saw a comment from Catherine, right now, hopefully there'll be other chances. You will be able to, but you will not be able to lock in at this rate. So if you wanted to lock in at this rate, and then, what happens is come June, we're leaving that open for 6, 7, 8, 9 months for your situation to change, and our refunds process within 5 to 10 business days. So if you ever needed that refund, it's there available for you, which we really are happy about to offer and give you guys that flexibility. Because up until June 1st of 2021, you could ask for that refund and there's no questions asked. So if you're saying, Tanner, I don't know if I can get approval for time off, I've got to ask 30 days in advance, 90 days in advance, and I need to get that approved first, you're going to lose out on your savings if you wait too long. So feel free to grab it now, even do a payment plan, and we could cancel and refund that payment plan as you guys need, and things like that. We just want to make sure that you guys have it. One of our friends says the planner conference I mentioned is $600, including no meals.
And is that a weekend, Aaliyah?
It's a weekend.
Okay.
It's a weekend summit. Yeah, there's a lot of expenses.
Since that I have friends who run conferences, it is so expensive. Like, it is
Yeah,
expensive. When they
food
had their
budget.
initial meeting with our planner and came back and we're breaking down everything, it was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
it's just so much.
It is a lot, but guys, what this is going to be able to do is allow us to have a face-to-face interaction, have a weekend that we can craft and create. And if you've loved the virtual events, you're going to actually love taking that step out of your home, and being able to see us in person. And as situation changes, this and that, we will be on the forefront to make sure that you guys are as safe as possible, because at the end of the day, you guys are way more important than, I would say make $1, but we're not even making $1. And I'm not
but
even
we
kidding.
preach the entire time.
Yeah.
We love Makers Gonna Learn and love what it offers as far as education and the cut files and all of that stuff. But the one thing that we really, really, really love is the community.
Yeah.
And so this actually meeting our community
It just makes sense.
that we've
It
built
really-
and love.
it
Oh
really
my
just
gosh.
makes sense. So
it's just gonna be amazing. Yeah.
we love it. We love it. Love it. I cannot wait until next October. I know, right?
Trisha said not to rush time, but can October please get here?
Kimberly, I see you're having some issues. Be sure to reach out to hi@makersgonnalearn.com, and we'll be able to, connect you so we can get you situated. So, yay! A lot of conferences do charge extra for meals, and they're not cheap at all. No, they're not. So we are working really hard to make sure that we can get you guys a good deal. So
Pamela says yes. Please start that private Facebook soon.
Yay!
We'll do that. For
I love
sure.
it. So if you guys have any questions, let us know. We are about to...
Look at Melissa's comment. I did not even think about that.
Yes, if you craft for a business, I believe it is a tax deduction. Yes, this is additional training. We will be having some business seminar training here. That is going to be so good. If you're not in Design Make Sell, we're giving the value. If you are in Design Make Sell, this is going to be even more value. There's going to be I can go ahead and let you know, there's a special, business related class to this summit, that's coming next year. So get excited for that. It's really going to help you guys.
Diane, yes, we are going to be crafting real time at the event.
Yeah. What else are we going to do? It's gonna be a lot
So
of
there's
fun.
no room for error for us teaching. It's going to be like a real life. We can't have it well, I guess we could have some elements of it pre-done. But.
Cheryl says just signed up. Can't wait to meet you all. We cannot wait to meet you all in
Super
Knoxville,
excited.
Tennessee, downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. It's going to be great. We'll have your room information to get your hotel booked and so much more in the upcoming months. And the best part is, guys, you have 12 months. So this is definitely something you're able to break down step by step. And
and as far as cost goes, obviously we have some payment plans for that, but then Aaliyah made a point. She said, I can use my tax return, wait till after the first of the year to pay for lodging and airfare. So you can definitely break that down as well.
For sure. Go ahead and add up that, what I like to do with trips like this, you're like, okay, ticket to attend, airfare, hotel, food budget, anything like that. Take that process, divide it over 12 months. I think you're going to be really amazed at how little it will be. So that'll be a lot of fun. But we're super excited. We're about to go and dive right into our amazing class with Miss Rachel. She is teaching us some amazing gift ideas. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be such a good class. I hope you guys are ready to sit back, relax, and enjoy. We're all going to be here in the chat to help you guys with any decisions that you have for Makers Gonna Meet. We want to make sure you guys get the best deal possible. So we're really thrilled, and I hope you guys enjoy Rachel's class. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys.
What's going on, guys? It is Rachel here, back with an amazing summit project for you guys. Actually, there's several projects in today's summit. So I hope that you all are enjoying the summit. First off, this is an amazing fall summit of 2020 that we hope you guys are just taking notes and gaining knowledge and crafting along with us and having a fantastic time. You've had so many amazing teachers thus far already, and only more amazing teachers to come and more amazing classes to get you guys geared up and ready for Christmas. I think that it's not a secret that the fall summits might be Makers Gonna Learn team's favorite, just because they help you get inspired. They help you get into the Christmas spirit on how to decorate your home and have amazing gift ideas and just make the time of the year a little bit more holly and jolly. And we all know with what's going on in the world today, we could all use some, joy and some holly and jolly in our lives. So we really hope that you all are enjoying this summit. We definitely have. Like I mentioned, you guys have learned how to create amazing things for your home, amazing things for your kids, amazing things out of wood. We want to make you guys really well-equipped, well-rounded crafters through these summits, and we hope that we have done that for you guys. In today's class, this one is going to be a little bit different than the rest of the classes in the summit, because most of them are Christmas themed, Christmas related, like decor and things like that. This video is going to be all about gift ideas that you guys can make. So we are going to be using epoxy for all of these. So I just want to preface, make sure that you guys know, please take all of the precautions that you want to take. You want to look up, how to properly prepare for using epoxy. Get your mask, get the gloves, get the eye protection, get everything. If you guys get full hazmat if you want to. Be as safe as you want to be. We want you guys to know that your safety is, of course, our number one priority at Makers Gonna Learn, and we pride ourselves in making sure that you all are knowledgeable about the proper steps to take and how to do things safely and confidently. So if you want to, guys, please take all of the safety precautions that you can when using this product today. Do not worry about me. I promise I'm being as safe as I need to be for what I'm doing, which is teaching. So you will not see me with a mask or things like that just because I'm teaching you guys today. I'm very, very safe when I use epoxy, so do not worry about me, I promise. But you guys worry about you. Make sure that you are staying safe. So as you guys can see, there's a lot going on the table. We're actually going to be sharing with you 4 or 5 different really fun project ideas that you guys can make as Christmas gifts for those that you love. Now, way too often do we spend way too much money on Christmas gifts for people that might not even be personalized or customized to them. In today's class, that's all that we're doing is customizing and personalizing these really, really cute and simple ornaments. Or projects rather. We are making some ornaments, but that's only like one of 4 or 5 things that we're going to make. And I'm actually going to show you guys how to make some variations of the same thing as well. So we do have several ornaments to make. We have some keychains, luggage tags. We have some really, really cute mason jar lid magnets that you guys can use with Cricut print and cut and some printable vinyl. It's really fun, guys. These are going to be really fun projects, really easy ones for you guys to make. And who doesn't love a custom project? There's nothing better. Everyone loves a custom project. So we hope that you enjoy these today. Now, what we're going to be doing is going through one by one with these supplies, because this is very overwhelming and we do not want to overwhelm you. So we're going to go through our supplies as we go through our project. So I'm not going to try and bombard you guys with everything we're using. We're just going to take it one at a time to make it a little bit easier for you and for me. But do not fear, guys, if you have any questions or concerns or specific questions like what exact colors of glitter are these before we get into that specific step for the project. Everything that you guys need to know, everything on this table is linked below. Now, if you guys did get a really fun supply kit, then you will have gotten a really adorable little cupcake silicone cupcake liner, and this is what you will be able to make your keychains or ornaments out of if you so choose. So we are going to be showing you a little bit on how to personalize and customize this, how to create your whole if you want to use a keychain accessory or ribbon or string on it. So we do have some hacks for that, because some of the silicone molds that we have, most of them actually already have these little posts, these little pegs that will of course cure around the circle so that we can easily add our ribbon or string or something like that. So without further ado, I'm going to clear off this table a little bit and we're going to start project by project. But first I'm going to go on to the overhead camera and show you all the finished projects that we have today and the ones that we'll be making with you. So this is going to be super fun. I cannot wait to jump into it. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so guys, how cute are these projects? I can't even deal. They're so stinking cute. So we'll start with our keychains today. We have this really cute keychain. It says good vibes and it is glittery. So if you can see that pretty black glitter, and look at the side, look at that cross view there. So you can see the black glitter and then the clear resin that seals it all together. So you can see how cute this is. We just added a little keychain hook here and a little bitty tassel. This tassel is from 143 vinyl if you guys want it, but this is totally an addition. Like, you don't have to add it. I just think it looks super cute with it. So we're gonna be making this for you guys today. Such a cute little keychain. So we do have multiples except for our luggage tag here. This is the only one we're gonna be making for you today. However, I wanted to give you guys 2 options on the keychains and 2 options on the ornaments today. And then of course we're making these adorable little magnet photo holders there, the magnet picture frames. But this second option here, this is a really fun keychain as well. Really, really simple. This was made, as you can see that cross there. It is glitter on the bottom and clear on the top, exactly like our Good Vibes when just a different shape and different colors of glitter. So practically, guys, if you learn how to make this one, then you will know how to make this one. I made it the exact same way, all the same layers, all the same steps, just different colors. So we're going to be working with glitter in our resin. We're going to have some resin pigment, which is what turns resin white. So like this right here, this ornament. Then we're going to have painted resin, which is what we're doing here. And then we're also going to work with clear resin, which is what we're going to be doing on our magnets, just trying to get that as clear as possible. And then here you can see this one's painted, super cute, but we will get into that in a moment. And next up, we'll talk about this beautiful luggage tag here. So first of all, I love this kind of lacy cord that I found at Hobby Lobby. I'm going to try and link it for you guys. It was a little bit hard to find, and the Hobby Lobby site, guys, is not very user-friendly. So if not, I just found this over by the yarn, by the fabric, where you can get all of the kind of ribbon in the little spools here. And here's what it looks like. Really, really cute. Absolutely love it. So we have that cord on here, and then this resin has been sparkled and we used that pigment on it. So it's white base with gold and pink glitter, and I think it's really, really cute. We added a monogram here. This is Miss Courtney's monogram. Her and Tanner just got married. So Courtney Rose Bell. So sweet. And then we took this one up a notch, guys. Since this is a luggage tag, the point of luggage tags is in case your luggage gets lost, you want to find it. So how do we do that? So if you flip it over, you can see I also made with printable vinyl this little basically it's like a label. So it has name, phone, and address so that you guys can add your name, your phone number, and your address to it. And I'm not going to be sealing this because if you want this to last forever, I suggest giving this with a couple of extra of these labels so that if something happens or if you move or if your phone number changes, you can just take it and peel this right up and then add a new one with all of your new information on it. The point of making these is to help you guys try and eliminate bubbles and get a good clear resin. Because on all of these projects, most of them anyways, you wouldn't really notice if your epoxy had bubbles. You wouldn't really notice, but we want with these to have a good clear resin layer because you will definitely notice if these are not clear or if they're bubbly, they will not be nearly as clear and crisp for you guys. So I do have some examples that I purposely overfilled and purposely neglected to show you guys the difference on kind of babysitting these and making sure you're using them properly and not putting too much resin or, you know, all that good stuff. So we're going to go over all of that. So we're going to go ahead, start with the keychains and work our way on around. So I'll see you guys in just a bit. Okay, so we are gonna go on to the supplies for these keychains. So first and foremost, you're gonna need your resin, your epoxy mix here. So we're using Amazing Clear Cast. We have the large bottles, but whatever you have is totally fine. I did do a comparison video on YouTube a while back of our favorite epoxy brand. So yeah, use whatever type of epoxy you like, whatever you're comfortable with using. There is this special epoxy, I forget what it's called. I don't think it's epoxy, but it's supposed to be safer and healthier for you guys if you're truly worried about it. So please feel free to use that. So yeah, whatever you're comfortable using, we have our resin. And first and foremost after that is your safety. So we have our gloves here today. We have craft sticks or popsicle sticks to start our resin with, little bitty cups. I do love these cups. We got these off of Amazon. They look like little bitty solo cups, so we love those. That's what we're going to be measuring and mixing our epoxy with today. We also have this black glitter. Now this is linked in the description, or not in the description, excuse me. It's linked in your supply list, guys. I'm so used to filming YouTube videos and saying in the description, but it is in the supply list for you guys. This is from 143 Vinyl. This is the color Volcano, and it's just a really, really fun kind of glittery black. So we love that. That's what we're going to use today. We have some keychain accessories. So we have pliers and keychains and then those little kind of chain type deals. We have a ton of stuff, so use whatever you feel like using. We use a bunch of different kinds in the video today, so use whatever you have, whatever you like, or you can just use string. I mean, it's whatever your preference is. Then, of course, we have a lighter. This is one of the keys to making sure that your resin is bubble free as much as possible. Now there is no such thing as a resin that is completely 100% clear, but we can really help that and speed that along with a lighter. So we do love these to pop our bubbles. I've also heard that rubbing alcohol will work if you spray it on there, 91%, the more the better. But again, that is so hard to find this day and age thanks to COVID-19. So if you can't find alcohol to spritz on there, a lighter's fine. That's what we've always used, and it's been tried and true for us. And the molds that we're using today, again, you can easily use your adorable little cupcake mold that you guys got in your supply kits for this. That would be amazing. I actually prefer that size better than this size. This one is just a little bit too big for a keychain in my personal opinion. However, just to demonstrate how to create this one today, I did want to use the bigger one, but please use your little cupcake liners. That would be so cute. So this we just got off of Amazon, and then we have another little silicone mold here. Pay no attention to these guys that are filling the mold, just because we're not using those today. And once the resin has cured, I don't like to take them out of their holders, their little molds, until I'm ready to use them, and I'll explain why as well. So yeah, we just got these molds. So this is the one that I used for the dog keychain. This one is linked for you guys, and then this is the one I use for that cute little black one that says good vibes. So this is the molds that we're using today. Other than that, guys, all the normal stuff. You're gonna need your Cricut, you're gonna need a mat, the vinyl color of your choice. So for the Lenny, for my little keychain of my puppy, we just use black. And then for this one, we liked this color a lot from 651 Vinyl. Super cute. This is Oracal 651. Adorable. We loved this color. I think it popped really well off of that black glitter. So that's what we're going to be making today. Yeah, have your, like I said, your Cricut, have all your weeding tools. For this, we'll also be using some rubbing alcohol and a paper towel just to really clean our surface to add our vinyl there. We have some masking paper transfer tape, so all the good stuff. You guys know how it is. So yeah, now that we've been through all the supplies, we're going to go ahead into Design Space, and I'm going to show you how we created these and all of that fun stuff. All right, there is a lot going on in this saved project. If you look over at the layers panel, we have so much going on of these amazing projects to show you guys. So I did have to find this one, but I wanted to show you how easy this was to make this keychain. So since we can't really get the scalloped look on here, and you need to know that that's not really important. What's important is that you just have the general size that this is gonna be. So when we measure our silicone mold, it is about 2.5 inches. So we measured that at 2.5. All we did in Design Space was add us a circle. Got a circle, added it in here. We wanted to make it 2.5, just like so. And if you want to get super technical with it, you can leave it just that color. And now we're going to move on to getting our Good Vibes font. So this is the font called Groovy Moves, and this is from Maker's Gonna Learn. Super cute font. We love it. So we're going to go up to text, and we're going to go to System Fonts, and I'm going to type in Groovy, and right there it is. So now we're just going to type out good, and then I'm going to click Enter. And, well, actually, let me go back. I want to do this all in caps. So, good. There we go. Now I'm going to click Enter. Vibes. So, now we have our Good Vibes in here looking so cute. So the first thing I want to do, if you want to get super picky about it, is you can change that letter space. You can make those a little bit closer together, which I think looks pretty good. And then what you can do is fix your line space. So you can go down with your line space and get those in closer together. Now you can do this several ways, guys. You can make each of these words a text box. That way you can just kind of move them freely together, or you can do it this way. Just like everything in Design Space, guys, there's so many different ways to do things. So whichever way you want to do it is totally fine. So this looks good to us. Now we just need to get it lined up together. So what we're going to do is, while that's still selected, we're going to go up to Alignment and click Center. And there you go, guys. I mean, literally, it is that easy to create this. So simple. So if you want to, you can go ahead and take it to the next level and go up here in the Layers panel and select a color that kind of resembles the color we're going for. And then you can actually go in here and kind of reselect that kind of peachy color. So I can go up here and select, like right there, maybe a little bit darker. And there you go. So that's a really nice peachy color, kind of like how we're using today. And now, since this is sized to 2.5, that we know our silicone mold is sized to, all we have to do is bring our Groovy Moves in here and size it to fit the circle. We don't have to do a bunch of measuring and have, and worry about if it's going to be sized correctly. We can size it right in here and know for a fact that it's going to be sized correctly. So there you have it. That easy to do. This one was a breeze, and I hate to break it to you guys, but the other keychain that we'll just kind of walk you through, I don't think we're going to create it today, but we'll walk you through the process. That one is just as easy as well. So once you do this, guys, remember, all you have to do is delete that back circle, because that was just kind of for visualization. And now once you have this sized, you can go ahead and press Make It. Select your material settings, which would be vinyl. and then go ahead and cut that out of that really pretty peach color. Really guys, if you wanted to cut 2 or 3, that's fine as well, just in case you have problems weeding one. With something this small, which is like 2 inches by 1 inch, I mean, you can use the vinyl if you want to. Of course, use scraps if you'd have scraps. We love to use our scraps. But go ahead and cut that out, guys. Again, we have a lot to go over in today's class, so we won't show that cutting process. We do have that pre-cut for you guys to save some time. But go ahead, cut that. Make sure that you have it on the correct setting, all that good stuff. We don't need this one because we're just going to cut out our beautiful good vibes here. Okay, so once that is done, guys, I'm going to go over to another saved project and show you how easy it is to make our little keychain for my puppy Lenny. Okay, so here we are over on this other little saved project here, and I'm going to be able to share with you how we created this super easy keychain for my puppy Lenny. The only reason I'm showing you this is because this shape is so odd. I wanted to give you some tips and tricks on how to size in Design Space for a shape like this. So we're actually going to flip over to the other camera, and I'm going to give you a little example of how I would size something like this, because as you can see here in Design Space, I do just have a rectangle, whereas with my silicone mold, it is ovular. So I will show you how I went about sizing that. Here is my oval silicone mold here, the one that I used for this project. And as you can see, this is actually sized really well. There's room on the edge, and there is room in between our little accessory hole there that was made. So how I did that was I took our measuring tape and I measured the width, which it looks to be closer to 1.5, but just because I wanted to be mindful, I actually put 1 1/4 in Design Space for us. And then to measure the height of it, what you're gonna do is you're gonna place your measuring tape over to the corner. It doesn't have to be perfect, like you don't have to pick it up and put it on the edge, just slide it in the corner there. You can see that little gap, that's fine. And then we're gonna go over here and measure from where you have your tape measure over to this hole here. So we don't want to make sure, or we do want to take into account that this hole does not need to be measured with the amount of real estate space we have to put vinyl on here. So as you can see, you can feel it too. Our little hole is right about there. So I just want to say 2 inches. So we have 1 1/4 inches by 2 inches to work with. And we don't, as you can see right there, we don't want to get our epoxy, we don't want to get our vinyl too large to where it would overlap with that little hole there. We want to make sure to be mindful of that. So while this is not going to be the same shape as what is in Design Space, and we could get kind of crazy and weld some circles onto a rectangle and all this and all that, it's really not about having it exact in Design Space dimension-wise, or excuse me, like shape-wise, as much as it is with your dimensions. You want to make sure that you're getting the correct measurements. So we're going to be doing 2 by 1 1/4. So we will go back to Design Space, and I will show you guys how we design this. All right, so first I do want to go over to Maker's Gonna Learn and show you guys that there are a ton of different ways that you can go about getting this little dog paw that I have. So if you just type out, if you go in the search bar and type paw, which you can totally do, then if you come down here, we have several paws for you to be able to use if you want to. A lot of cut files with paws in them. So here, best friends are the ones with paws. My siblings have paws, this love, this singular paw, and then this love also has a paw in it. So does that print and cut. I mean, we've got a lot here. So feel free to use any of these. I actually use this one, but you don't have to do that. You can just use the paw, which is easier, but to be honest, I saw this one first before that one. So please just use the very simple paw. This is actually also the one that I linked for you guys. Because it's just easier. But if we're in Design Space, I will share with you how we got this little paw out of here. So this is the cut file itself, and you guys can probably guess what I did. All I had to do was contour. So I went down to the contour tool, and this is pretty big, so I'm gonna minus that out. I don't want my E, V, or L, but I do want my little dog paw. So there's my paw right there, super cute, ready to go. And then the font that I use for this is Emit. That is the font that I used, Emit. So you can see it right here, text Emit. So if I go over here and I grab me a text box, go to my system and start typing it out, Emit. And I really liked this one. It was a really good, simple font here. Loved the way it looked. So yeah, that's all that we did. We actually didn't make these closer together or anything like that. There is our Lenny, and we're gonna bring our dog paw in here, just like so. Perfect. And if you want to get super technical, you can take both of those and align it. I'll align center vertically, and then boom, there you go. I want to make my dog paw closer, so since I already centered these, I'm going to use my arrow keys, so you can totally do that. And it's a little too close, so I'm going to scooch it out, scoot, scoot, scoot. Perfect. So now take both of those, attach them together. Simple as that. Super simple. That's all that we did, guys. And now the part comes in where you want to size it. So if you, you'll probably be distorting your Lenny a bit. So if you actually want to detach that and add the paw in later, you can, or you can just size it with the paw. Sometimes the paw will distort a little bit more than the word though, and we definitely don't want that. So we're going to take our Lenny and bring it over here. And again, this, guys, is 1 1/4 by 2. These are the dimensions that we decided would be good to have for this kind of odd shape on our silicone mold here. Now I'm just gonna bring that up a little bit, widen it out, because we have to make sure that we're making room for our dog paw. So there we have it. Bring in our paw here. Pretty cute. I can actually make my paw a little bit bigger. Love it. And over in the layers panel, you have your paw, and if you wanted to make sure that these were lined up correctly, hold down that shift button, and then you can select multiple layers there. And now we'll just click arrange and align center vertically again, and see, it'll just kind of make that nice and centered. And then while both of those are still selected, now we can attach. Perfect. So it's not about filling the space, guys. As long as your text looks good in the space, then that's perfect. So don't worry about stretching it way out and distorting it to make it fit perfectly. For example, if I wanted to do that, I could bring it up here, bring it down here. But guys, that just doesn't look very good. We don't want to do that. The dog paw is distorted. Lenny is a little bit hard to read. Sometimes it's not about filling the space. So just feel free to take it just like we did here and make sure it fits well, and just go with that. Like, that's nice. You can read it. It's fine if there's some room on the top or bottom. All it'll do, guys, is show off your beautiful glitter epoxy work that you did. So this is how we created that. Just like our last one, guys, you don't need that black square, so all you're cutting is your black vinyl. Go ahead and cut that out if you want to. Again, we're not going to be cutting or placing this out for you today, but I did want to show you in Design Space how we came up with this little design and some tips and tricks on how to do it for yourself. So go ahead and cut that out. Cut a couple out if you'd like to. So yeah, that's good. So again, that text, that font that we use is Emit. So that's a really neat, kind of simple font. So we love that. And we're gonna quickly go ahead and burnish this down. This is already cut. This is our Groovy Moves font for our keychain. And I just burnished that. Gonna find me a weeding tool here, weed this up. Just like so. Go really slow, guys, for really small text like this. Going slow will save you. So as you can see here, we have some pieces not wanting to stay down for us. So we can go in here and one at a time, help those want to stay down for us. You can hold it, peel it up, perfect. And as you can see, I peeled up our S, totally fine. Grab some tweezers. And we're going to go in here and pick it up just like that. And we're just going to place it right back. Now, if you can look at it a certain direction, you can even see where the blade cut this. So you can kind of move it around and place it right where it needs to go. Right back down. Let that go, place it down, perfect. So we have that down, and now we're going to use our little pen tool. This thing is amazing for getting in these teeny tiny spaces here. Just like that. We've got these little bitty ones in our B. So tiny, so tiny. Now that's it. Super easy. We're going to go in here with a little bit of masking paper transfer tape, which we will cut. It has been ripped last time. So, because you guys know I'm OCD, I'm going to take some scissors and cut this straight, and then take it and cut me a little piece for my decal. Just like that. Now bring your decal in, lay this down, and look how good I cut that. My goodness. And now you're going to burnish back down. Perfect, perfect. Remove it from the mat, just like so. And guys, do the same process for your name, like I did my little Lenny and the dog paw. Same process. You guys know you guys are pretty seasoned here, so go ahead and do the same thing for that one if you're going to create that one. And guys, now we will move on to the epoxy process, which I'm so excited to get to show you. All right, guys, we're going to take off all of the jewelry that we've got on. Take off your rings, take off your hair ties there, take everything off, and then we're going to go ahead and get gloved up and get ready to epoxy. Okay, first we're going to go ahead and talk about sealing this. So we're going to get into the mixing and pouring process, of course, but we're going to talk about sealing this, creating this seam here, this amazing little layered look with the glitter and then with the clear epoxy on how to just make it look perfect and effortless. So how we achieved this, guys, I'm just going to tell you, we achieved this by taking our epoxy out of its mold, and I'll tell you why. If you can see in the light here, what the glitter does is it kind of will pull up top here and make it a little bit, let me see if you can hear this. It will pull up at the top and make it a little bit rough. You guys can probably see that. It's just a little bit rough. But if you take it out, this backside is beautiful and clean, which we love. So there's a couple things you can do though, because really in the grand scheme of things, this kind of roughness is not going to ruin your project. So there's two ways that you can go about this, and I want to share them both with you because they are personal preference. The one that I love to do may not be the best way, but it's the way that I've found works the best for me for what I want to do. So traditionally what you would do at this step when you have this base dried and it's completely cured, you would rub this, wipe this down with rubbing alcohol, apply your vinyl straight to this side, and then go ahead, mix and pour your clear resin on top just like this, just like it is, without removing it. But the reason why I personally don't want to do that with the glitter types of resins that we're working with is just because I want the prettier side to be the side with the vinyl on it. So what I risk by doing that is when I take this out of its mold and I essentially flip it over and add the vinyl to it, well, how do I get it back in this mold perfectly to then put my top coat on there? The blunt answer is you can't. So you will have some seepage. You'll have some of that resin that you mix that will seep into the little tiny grooves where it's not perfectly in the same spot after you take it and flip it over. But again, that's something that we can deal with. We take a sanding block and usually sand it. I'll show you an example here behind this. So here is again the finished one. If I flip it over, you can see it looks pretty normal. Well, down here, right here on the edge, it's really, really hard to see. But down here on the edge, let me try and get super close. you can see right here there's just a little bit that doesn't look like the rest. So this is the top layer. This is the top layer of resin. I wanted to show you that to you guys because that's what will happen if you do it the way that I am going to be demonstrating for you. And I don't want you to be alarmed about it because it's totally normal. But I choose to do my keychains that way because I feel like they look better. And I do want these to look better. So the remedy is a sanding block. You can take it on the back there, sand that down. If the edges are just a little bit too sharp for you, sand those down. Whatever you would like to do works just fine. So with that being said, what we're going to do with this one is remove it from its mold. So what you do is you literally peel it out. So once you're peeling it out, you can tell it had a good tight seal there. So we're peeling it out of its mold, and then we're going to be very gentle with our circle here. We don't want to damage it in any way. So we're going to pop that out first, and then just peel that out. Now guys, let me try and show you. There's the front. See how it's a little rough? Flip it over. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at that. Just perfectly flat and straight and just silky and perfect. So this is the side we want to add our vinyl to. And then what we're going to do, guys, we're going to literally blow your mind. We're going to take it, lay it back in here. We have to push that little hole back through. Push that little hole back through, and it will take a couple of tries, so don't feel discouraged. You can push your little silicone piece back up there. Just like that. There we go. And place this thing back in its mold, just how it was before. So again, don't let that intimidate you. Once it's back in its mold, just like this, again, it's not going to be in here perfect, and that's okay. Once it's in here, you can take it once your vinyl's on there and pour in your resin in order to get that really nice layered effect. But guys, the reason why I'm going through all that with you before even pouring and mixing is because we only have one of these molds. So what happens when we only have one of these molds is we can't really show you how to do the entire process without having to have prepped way more than we have already prepped, which was a lot. So we're going to go ahead and fill this one. We're going to mix our resin with our amazing glitter and create it to look just like this. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to put these aside. And I'm going to widen out our camera, guys, so you can see what all's going on. We have all of our epoxy stuff over here. I'm going to take some gloves first and glove up. Now is the time when you want to take all of your necessary safety precautions. Please do. Now I'm going to put my other glove on. And guys, how fun is resin? I really love resin. I think personally it gets a bad rap. But guys, if you're safe and you have fun and you enjoy doing what you're doing, as long as you feel like you're doing it safely to the best of your ability, I don't see the bad thing. I think it's great. So we also have just a couple pieces of cardstock here to protect our work surface. We have our silicone mold, and what we're going to do now is take 2 little solo cups. So we have our 2 cups, and now we're going to open up and get our epoxy resin. There's part A and part B. Now it does come with measuring cups, guys, but again, we're going to use these little cups to measure, which feel free to do it, feel free not to. It's completely personal preference, whatever you want to do. We're going to get a popsicle stick, and we have our glitter on standby here. We have this ready for us. And you might think, hey, the sealer is still on there, Rachel. Well, let me tell you why it's like that. When you open this up, I keep this thing on here because it holds in the glitter way better. It's like a little sealer there. So if you keep that there as you store your glitter, it makes it a lot easier for that glitter not to go all over the place, because we know, guys, glitter will even just seep out everywhere. You'll just find glitter. So we're eliminating that issue by having that little protective thing there. So that's why we keep that there. Fun fact. So we have our glitter on standby, and now, guys, we're just going to pour an even amount of A and B. So it doesn't matter what you start off with. One is a lot thinner than the other. We're just going to pour and stop whenever you feel like it, basically. But also, you don't want to waste a ton of resin. So try and start off with a little amount, because you have to know both of these are going to go in one, or one of these is going to go in the other cup. So you're going to have twice the volume of one. So think about that when you are, you know, choosing your amount. And the reason why I just don't like to measure properly is because I feel like it's a little bit stressful. It's a little bit more limiting to me. Whereas if you're here with some cups and you just like get down low and you look and make sure they're even right next to each other, like that's all that you need. You don't need to be stressed out about measuring cups and things like that. So this is just an easier way to do it in my perspective. So I'm going to get down low and make sure these are all nice and even. If not, I'm just going to keep adding one or the other until they're perfectly even. And guys, they look great to me. So I'm going to pop the lid back on here and set that aside. And now my thin side, which is this side here, I'm going to pour into the other cup. I always pour the thinner side just because it's easiest to, you know, transfer over. And guys, get that popsicle stick, scrape down the sides, make sure you're really getting in there. You don't want to waste any of this, and the ratio, since they're super even, you don't want to knock those off balance either. So you want to make sure that all of these are even. So now you're good to go. You can throw that one cup away, and now hold it, and you're just going to stir. So you're going to stir for around 3 minutes, but once you get it a little bit combined, you can stop and add in your glitter. So we're not going glitter crazy, as they say. We're just going to get a little bit of glitter in here. Like that much. That's good. Not a ton. We're not going crazy. And guys, you can always add more. But to be quite honest, if you add too much glitter, the epoxy, the resin is not going to set up properly if it's just glitter overload. So we're just going to continue to stir this, scrape those sides. As you can see, I'm stopping and kind of holding the stick and rotating the cup on the edge. Just make sure you're scraping the bottom and really getting this nice and stirred together. And go ahead and pour it whenever you're done mixing. I just like scrape that popsicle stick, but I keep it because I am going to help stop the resin, because you will not use all of this. You're going to want to fill this halfway or a little less than halfway. I mean, all you're doing is creating a base for your vinyl. It doesn't have to be super thick or anything, and it's really hard to gauge half and half. So a little bit under half or halfway, whatever you can do. So I'm going to bring the camera in so we can really see this. There's our mold. And don't worry about this glitter here, guys, on the edge. This is from a super old project, and it's not inside my mold, so it's just on the outside. So don't freak out about that. We have our resin all nice and mixed. It looks beautiful. And now we're just going to pour this in, just like so, and then stop. And I'm just going to wait and watch it kind of move around and see it, you know, kind of fill in these grooves here, just like this right there. It just filled in, perfect. And guys, this is like perfectly halfway, looks great. What we want to do with our resin is once it's poured, give it a couple of seconds, like go ahead and start cleaning up. So you can take this, and what I like to do, guys, if you have any other silicone molds, like the ones that we got on Amazon, like the multi-packs, then you can actually take those and fill them with the extra resin, just because I hate wasting the resin and the glitter. So go ahead and fill your other molds with that. That's exactly what we did with this one over here. Like this is just a random mold here. See this one, we had extra and we just filled it. So like, see how cute that is? Look at that. Made that super easily just with extra. So if I wanted to do that, I can set that one aside. Take it out, and I want to fill this guy up again, the same really neat shape. So I just take the rest of it, pour it in there. Perfect. I mean, I don't want to waste anything. So, you know, what else am I supposed to do? If I want to fill something else up, like this little circle, I can fill this circle up. Just like that. It'll all even itself out as well. But like I hate wasting this resin, so I don't want to. So I can come in here and make something else and get inspired later on what I want to do with it or what I think it would be nice for or something. So That's just a great way to not waste the resin that you work hard and mix and use that glitter with and things. So yeah, go ahead and let these set for a while, and then I'm going to bring the camera back in to show you what we love to do with this lighter. So we're going to come out a little bit. Got camera happy, guys. So this resin, if you can see, there's little dark spots and light spots. So we have this lighter here, and I do highly recommend wind resistant lighters because it's kind of like a blowtorch. Like watch this, guys. Can you hear that? Like, look at that blue flame. You can barely even see it. It's like a blowtorch. So what we're going to do is I'm going to angle this down, and I'm going to go in here and kind of torch all of these little bubbles. So like around the edges, you can see a little bit of like a ring of white here. Those are all bubbles. So I'm going to use this torch lighter and watch. Oh man, see those disappear? Watch. Oh my goodness, guys. It's so satisfying. I love it. It's so satisfying. So that is what you're going to do to help the bubble situation. Now this is going to be the back because like I said, once you take it out of the mold just like this, you're going to end up flipping it over and placing it down in the mold backwards to add your layer. So do remember that, but love that. So on these other ones, bring them in. You can see it. See that little edge? Watch that. Oh yes. So satisfying. Go around the ring. Perfect. Love it. I love using resin in these awesome molds. So yeah, there you have it. You have that one setting up, and then now we're gonna quote unquote pretend like this has already set up, ready to go, and that we removed it from its silicone mold, which is exactly what we just did on camera with this guy. So we're gonna go ahead and set these aside to do their thing to cure, set them out of way of children or your pets or anything like that, and just make sure that they're gonna be able to be dried properly. So go ahead and set those to the side. Guys, I really think he's a cool shape. Look at that. I love using extra resin to make sure that I don't waste anything, create other cool things. So add something to that. Add some pretty vinyl to that as well. Go ahead and set these out of the way, guys, and we will be right back. All right, so we have our finished, cured half of our keychain right here. And what we're going to do first is take a paper towel with some rubbing alcohol and wipe this guy down. Wipe it down. You can take the other side and then wipe it clean. All we're doing is removing all that dust, dirt, and all that good stuff from our fingers, and just from the epoxy, you want a good smooth surface. So now we're going to go in here, and we have already weeded and added transfer tape to our design here. So we're just going to peel that back just like so. Perfect. And now, guys, what I like to do here is actually take a pair of tweezers and bring this in towards me. Make sure it's straight up and down towards you. And you can get this and kind of line it up just like that. So we're just gonna line it up and then go ahead and place it down when you like where it's at. There's really no need to burnish. This is gonna stay. There's really no need to burnish. This is gonna stay really well. And then just peel up right there, and look how nice that looks. Beautiful. So guys, at this point, this is when you can say, okay, do I want to seal this? Because you don't have to. In our completed one, we did. So we sealed our completed one with our epoxy, and we added our little tassel to it. So you can choose whichever you want to do. Again, you can see the sides here. See the cross. So here is the one without the sealed layer of epoxy, and this one with. Again, if you do want to seal that, just like I mentioned before, you're going to place that back into your silicone mold, right back in there, and go ahead and pour your epoxy. The hardest part is going to be placing your little silicone post back through that hole and getting that to poke through for your next layer. But if you guys are using your adorable cupcake liners that you got, these are so easy. So once you take them out, all you have to do is drill them. So you can drill through this. So go ahead and completely finish these before, and then you can drill right through them and you don't have to worry about your little post, which is a definite plus to using these little guys. Plus they're so stinking cute. Such a cute little disc. I just kind of poured these last night so you can see what they look like, but love it, love it, love it, love it. So those are the two different ways you can do that, with the mold or with your little cupcake liner there. So yeah, pick which one you want to do. We have our keychain accessories. Here is a little tassel from 651 vinyl and a little chain here. So what we can do is take our little chain and push it right through there. And these 651 vinyl tassels, their little eyelet is super tiny. So what we do is we have bought some of those little eyelets, or some of those little jump rings, excuse me, I'm calling them the wrong thing. So we have this cute little pack of jump rings. We're just gonna grab one of the larger ones here, place that right down there, put it back in that pack there. So we have jump rings to be able to help us with that. So we have our little jewelry pliers. So I have some jewelry pliers right here, and I'm just gonna pick this up and open it. And you guys know to open jewelry sideways. So we have this here, and we're gonna open it like that, sideways. We don't wanna open it pulling it apart. So here's this. We're gonna place our little 651 vinyl tassel on there. And now we're gonna place it around the little keychain there. So we can place it and push it together, just like so. Perfect. And now that you have that on there, you can go ahead and secure your little keychain here. Perfect. So once you've secured that, you can move that around to the back if you don't want to see it. And then of course pull your tassel up. And then there you go, once it's done. I mean, look how cute. So you have, with an epoxy sealer coat and then without. Again, both are cute. Both are total personal preference if you want to. I did explain how to do that for you guys, but both of these are so cute. I love making these. And again, our little Lenny one was just as simple, just as easy. Feel free not to seal it, or you can seal it, whatever you want to do. And then we just added one of those little chain hooks for this one. Nothing fancy, just simple, and we love it. So I love the way these turned out. I do love using glitter with epoxy. I just love it. And for this one, of course, we mixed the pink and the gold. And again, we will be showing you how to do this as well when we do the luggage tag, because we're going to mix that also with that coloring for the resin, which is going to be super exciting. So there is how we made our little keychains, guys. I hope that you did enjoy it. And now, speaking of luggage tags, we're going to go ahead and move on to creating that. Okay, on to making our really adorable luggage tag here. So what we're gonna need is a Cricut, vinyl. So we have Cricut printable vinyl here. That's what we're gonna need, along with a printer. So make sure you do have that printer ready with that printable vinyl. We have a mat. We have black Cricut vinyl. We have, of course, all of our resin stuff. So we have the resin, the popsicle sticks, the gloves, the lighter, the little cups, all of that normal stuff. We also have glitter. So these are the two colors of glitter we'll be using today. I will butcher this name, so I'm not even going to say it. And then sunshine over here. So it's like kind of pink and a gold. Really cute colors. Love those. And then we also have this resin pigment, which we're going to be using today. So this one we're going to be mixing glitter and pigment, and then we are going to be showing you roundabout, kind of walking you through, kind of like the Lenny keychain. We're going to walk you through, not actually demonstrate, but walk you through how to just use the white pigment, which is going to be super exciting for you guys. So that is what we're going to need for today. We also have the mold we're going to be using is this mold here. Again, got it off of Amazon, but there's other ones that you can certainly use. You can use whatever shape you want to. Don't feel obligated to use the shapes that I use. Get creative with it. Other than this, things like scissors, weeding tools, all that good stuff. Here's that pretty string that we are using again from Hobby Lobby. I'll bring it up to you guys again. Again, I will try and link this, but the Hobby Lobby website is not very user friendly. So we have that. That's all that we're going to use today. We are going to kind of pop this bad boy out of his mold because one, we're going to be using the mold, and two, I just want to show you that process. So again, we're just going to pull all the way around the mold, all the way around, pull the edges, and now you're going to start with your little post here because we don't want to hurt him. So we're going to slowly pull him out and then remove the rest. So again, here's the back. I love showing you these. See how it's kind of rough? Look at the front. Completely silky, smooth, gorgeous. So that's what we're going to be using today. You can see the color difference here. We just had a little bit more glitter in this one than the pigment, which I like. I think it's so cute. So you can mix these up however you want to. All of them will look different, which I kind of love. So yeah, that's what we're going to be using today. Now we're going to go ahead and show you guys how we got this in Design Space. So this is going to be kind of the same thing as our other kind of odd shape that we had for my leaning keychain. This up here, we're not even going to pay attention to, especially because it has that post there for us. So all we were going to do is measure that here from like right there. You want to measure your real estate. You want to measure how much space you have to work with. So this is like 2.5 by 2.25 pretty much. That's what that is. So we're going to go ahead and Design Space, and I'll show you how we created the cute little label and how we got Courtney's pretty little monogram. Okie dokie guys, we do have a lot going on in the layers panel, but don't let that spook you. So here in Design Space, just like we've done for all of these, we have just brought in a square and sized it for us. So this one we have sized to 2 inches wide by 2.5 inches high. And then our square over here, we have at 2.4 by 2. Now the reason for that is because we don't want it to go to the edge. So this is our label for our back. So we wanted to make it 2.4 for that one. So that's exactly what we did there, just to show you some sizing. But for this one, we imported the sizes, and now we want to make this cute little monogram. So this is twirly. This is the twirly monogram that we have at Maker's Gonna Learn. So how we got this is, you guys know, if you've ever downloaded a monogram font from us, that the monogram fonts actually have 3. It has the center, the right, and the left, and you do have to download all of those. So if you go and click text, and you go to system, and you type in twirly, you can see you have twirly center, twirly left, and twirly right. So the way that a monogram works is you will actually have your center is going to be larger, and that is your last name. That is your very last initial of your last name. So Bell, Courtney Rose Bell, Bell will be the center monogram for her. And then if we go to left, left is going to be your very first initial of your first name. So Courtney, that is going to be on the left. Now on the right, that is going to be your middle initial, the first initial of your middle name. So Courtney Rose. So Rose will be over there, R for Rose, over there on the right. So that is exactly how you place a monogram, how you position a monogram in the order. So now you'll get a center. So we got twirly center, and now we're just going to type out B. And guys, we're not going to touch the screen. We're not going to move that. We're not going to make it larger or anything. We're just going to go and click another text box immediately. And we already went to the center, and now we're going to do left, which is her first name. So we're going to type out C. And then again, we're not going to touch it. We're going to go up to another text box and click twirly right and click R. That's it. So now that we've clicked all those, you can take this all together, and we're going to move it over and make it larger. We want to be able to really see this. So now we have Rose right here and Courtney right here. Looks so cute. And as you can see, guys, this monogram already knows that the last name needs to be in the center, needs to be larger, loud and proud. So it already has it sized this way for us. So we don't want to change any individual sizing of these. All we're going to do is select all of these, and you can tell they're all selected in your layers panel. Go to align, and we're going to align center vertically. And that's it. That's all we're going to do. The only thing we need to worry about is if we like the position between our monogram, which I do. I think it looks good. It's not going to be perfect. So if like the C is too close to the B or the R is too close to the B, you know, that is what the only thing that we have to be worried about. And I like it just the way it is. So we're going to take it and attach it. Feel free to attach, weld, either is totally fine. So that is all we do there. And just like this, when we sized, all you have to do is bring it up to the dimension blank that you have here in Design Space and size it accordingly. Now we don't want to, again, take up the entire space. We just want to complement the space, which is why we're just kind of adding it in the center here, making sure we like it the way it is. And that looks really neat right there. So that is how you do the monogram on the keychain. We're going to be using black Cricut vinyl for that, or not Cricut vinyl. We're actually going to be using StarCraft, their brand of vinyl. But that's what we're going to be using today, is just regular adhesive vinyl for that. So I'm going to erase that because we don't need it. And here's the one we sized beforehand, so we do not need our back blank either. So you can go ahead and hide that layer. And now we're going to move on to our label here. So here's our finished label, but how did we get there? Well, we got here by taking our square. So we have our square here. And again, we sized that to 2.4 by 2. And right now it says print and cut, but we're actually just going to be cutting this. So we're going to make this white, or we will be printing and cutting this, excuse me, but you would start off by getting a shape that would be set to cut right now. So that's what we're going to work with. And the font that we use is Jessie Cake. Such a cute little font, so adorable. So this is what we have here. We have name, phone, and address. So I'll do one of these guys. We went up here to the text, and we went up and got us another text. We want to use Jessie. There it is. So we're going to type out name and then those two little dots there. Perfect. And again, we don't want to mess with the sizing until we have all of them done. So you would do name and then, I can't type today, phone, two little dots, right, just like that. And then go grab it again, address, and then place that up there as well. And then all together you could take these and size them. So you'd make them a little bit smaller, just like that. And then you can bring them in like that. Address is going to go kind of down here at the bottom a little bit. And see, I always do that. And then a fun little trick if you want to do this is have your square here. Now think of it this way. Your name is not going to take up a lot of room, so you can actually not leave any room above the name line. That's fine. You want to have plenty of room for your phone here, and then your address, you want to have enough room on this as well. So you want a little bit of room down there. And now guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take all these, select all of this, and we're going to go to align. And we're going to align to the left. So we're going to click align left. And that's just going to kind of lock those into place. And now we can take our square and scooch it over just a little bit and have it exactly how we want it. So our name, phone, and address are all even to the left. They look great. And now our whole little label looks good. So now all we have to do is take this entire thing, select it, make sure you like the size and all that good stuff. And then go down to the bottom of the layers panel next to attach and click flatten. And there you go. It's as easy as that. Here's some names we don't need anymore. We created one here. Perfect. It's so cute. So that is all that you have to do to make that label as well. And like I mentioned, I think it would be super neat to cut several of these labels for your friend or whoever you're giving that to. So if you wanted to cut 3 labels and then cut out your monogram here, go ahead and click make it. And then you can see here, it's going to cut 3 of those for you. And then over here, it's going to cut your monogram. The biggest thing to remember, guys, is to change your material settings when you do this. So once you click continue, Here you will have selected Cricut printable vinyl after you send that to your printer and all that good stuff. I already printed and cut these for you all, but you'll be selecting printable vinyl. Go ahead and cut that. And then when you move on to Mat 2, make sure that you switch your settings from printable vinyl to regular vinyl. So that's what you want to do. Make sure you change your settings. But other than that, guys, she's done. All we have to do is put it together, and I'm going to show you right now how we mixed and poured this epoxy using the pigment and these amazing colors of glitter. All right, guys, pretty repetitive. I'm going to take gloves and glove up and take all of my necessary precautions. And then I'm going to pour and mix my resin. But the fun thing, guys, is using this pigment. Now, I do want to go ahead and say this pigment is very, very tricky, and I'll tell you guys why. If you use too much of it, then your resin will be bendy. Even when fully cured, it will not be good and firm and hard. It will just be a little bit flimsy, which we don't really want. So you have to use this stuff in moderation. A little goes a long way. And again, just like everything with resin, you can always add more, but you cannot take anything away. So we're going to be very mindful of that. We have our 2 little cups here, and we're just going to pour our resin. So now we're going to be adding our white pigment. Maybe I'll put this underneath it just for a second. I'm holding it. I'm not going to let anything get all sticky on my mat, just so you guys can see the pigment here. So I'm just going to squeeze a little bit of that pigment in there, just a little bit, guys, not a lot, and then watch this cool pigment. Look at that. So it turns it white, which is super, super neat. And that's a good white. As long as I can pick it up with my popsicle stick and it's not translucent, then that's all that you need. You really don't need to add a lot of this pigment in there. So now I'll move my mat around because I know you guys are like, oh my gosh, Rachel. Now I'll add my glitter. So I'm going to add my pink, and I like that pink a lot. And then I'm going to add my gold. Love that gold too. And again, you can always add more of this later if you start to stir this up and whatnot. But I think it looks really neat with the pigment and the glitter. So let me come in with the camera so you guys can kind of see this happen. See it stirring around so you can see the colors here. And it's not focusing quite well, so back out a little bit. So you can see those colors there, and I'm just stirring them up. You can see how neat that is. And you can see, I just love watching the glitter. It's so neat. So again, babysit this, guys, with our lighter. So give it about a minute or so and be able to pop these little bubbles. And you guys know it is so satisfying. Don't even lie to me. So I love doing this part. Also, guys, your other ones that you created are little keychains. Go over there and give them some love as well. Go ahead and babysit those. I usually like to go and check on them every half an hour to an hour, just for the first couple hours, guys, not the whole cure time, because we don't even have time for that. But for me, it's just little things like that that I can do to try and make my projects look a little bit more professional, is take the time to kind of get rid of those bubbles. So that's what I'm going to do. And plus, again, it's therapeutic for me. I absolutely love getting rid of those bubbles. It is so satisfying. So get rid of those bubbles. Go and babysit your other ones that you've made, especially if you're doing clear. If you're doing clear, getting rid of these bubbles and proper mixing is going to be like the key, guys. So this is curing, and then we're going to go ahead just like the other one and pretend like it has already been hardened and that we removed it, which is what we did with him. So he's done. Look how gorgeous. So, so pretty. So we're going to basically do the same thing on him that we did for our keychain, is apply our vinyl here. And then on the back, we're going to do that really amazing label that we have cut out for us. And look how cute this little label is too. Look how cute it's going to be. I love it. So perfect gift idea here. I absolutely love it. So let's go ahead, move him somewhere where the kids and the dogs and everything is not going to get him, and where he can dry properly. And then we're going to go ahead and be right back. Alrighty, so here we are burnishing this vinyl down. We've already cut it like I mentioned for you guys. Now we're just gonna weed it. So get a corner, weed this up, be very gentle. And same thing with your printable vinyl, guys. Go ahead and have that cut, remove the excess, and then here's what that will look like. So easy, you guys know that process, probably backwards and forwards. And again, guys, we have our luggage tag. We're gonna clean that, get it all prepped for our vinyl, dry that off with the other side. So fun and easy, guys. Absolutely love the way it turned out. Now we can use this really pretty string if you want to. We're gonna take it and we're actually gonna cut it at one of the straight points there. So we're gonna take it and there's masking tape on my scissors. Cut it right there. And now you're gonna take both of these ends and put the ends together just like that. And we're gonna actually put those ends here through this hole. So we're gonna place it from front to back, just like that. You can see all those ends. We're gonna pull them out, pull them through. See, I'm having some trouble on this one. That's totally fine. Pull it back out. We want this to look pretty darn perfect, guys. We're gonna take it, push it through from the back, pull them, perfect. Now, we're gonna keep pulling, and then once you have a little loop here in the front where we've pulled that out, you're actually going to place both of these little tails up through there, just like that, and then tighten it back up. And then you'll have that cute little loop there and be able to attach this to your luggage and have an adorable little luggage tag. So here are our luggage tags, guys. They're adorable. I love that we use glitter and that pigment because you guys can transfer or trade out that glitter for different colors or just make it white like we did with one of our Christmas ornaments or whatever you want to do. So this is perfect. So now, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to those Christmas ornaments and be able to show you how we created those. Guys, these are going to be so cute. So we have, we're using the same silicone mold for both of these, and one is clear and one is white. So we will start out with a white base and a clear base, which I'm just so excited to show you. And here is that silicone mold that we're going to be using. Although again, it would be so handy for you all to use your little cupcake liners for this. So cute. So we have this. If you were watching the beginning of the video, we had made our keychains and had some extra resin. So this is the ones that we use our extra resin for. And this is the finished one here that is a white base for us today. So cute. We love this. This is going to be using the pigment, which that's what we're going to be doing today, is doing the one with pigment, because we will be working with straight clear on our mason jar lid magnets as well. So that will help you get some tips and tricks on how to make clear resin, good and clear and bubble free and all that fun stuff. So today we're going to be doing this one, but showing you how to create this one, if that makes sense. So we have a couple to show you. But what we're going to be mixing and pouring is the white. We're going to be decorating this clear one for you guys. So I hope that makes sense. There's just so much kind of odd prep that goes into resin, and only having one mold, like, you want to use your time wisely because they do take so long to cure. So bear with us on that, please. But we are going to be using all the same resin and stuff, so I'm not going to go back through that. You got your resin, your gloves, your popsicle sticks, your lighter, your cups, all that stuff. We have black vinyl, white vinyl, masking paper, transfer tape, scissors, weeding tools, and we're also going to be using paint today. So we have this primary red paint that we're going to be using, if it'll focus, a primary red paint. We have a paintbrush and a little paint plate here. We also have these really cute strings from Hobby Lobby that we're going to be using today. Yeah, just decorative trim here, and here's the colors. Love those. So yeah, that's all that we're going to be doing today, guys. Super fun. So we're going to go ahead and go into Design Space and show you guys how we created these little designs here. And I'm also going to show you another design that you can do with this particular ornament, which is super fun. All right, so like the other parts of the project, there's a lot going on in the layers panel, but we're gonna go through these fairly quickly to be able to give you guys some insight and some help on how to create these. Now, first things first, I wanted to share with you a really fun alternative, which is to make this into a baseball with your white pigment. It's so fun, so unique. So with all of these, you're going to start off by measuring your circle, which the circle is almost 2.5. It's like, I would say 2.25 or something, a little over 2.25. And we do have some of these that are hidden for us. So this is a really great example of one that is about the size that we are going for here. So with our baseball threads, it would just be so neat to be able to turn this into a baseball for you guys. So all you have to do, we have a baseball cut file here that we got off of Maker's Gonna Learn. And as you can see in the layers panel, it's just this layer and this one. So we're just gonna select that outer layer and erase it. And now all you have to do is size this to your circle and then cut it out of vinyl. It's literally that easy. So you can take this, size it just like so, super duper easy. And once you cut it, then you'll have yourself a really cute baseball keychain. So go ahead and do that as well if you would like to. That's a really fun way, an alternative way to do that as well if you wanted to cut that out and make that for yourself or for someone who loves baseball. You can even add in a favorite number if you have a favorite number in the league, or if you have, maybe your son plays t-ball or little league or something like that. That'd be cute. And then for the Mrs. Langston, I'm going to share with you how we did that. So there is a cut file on Maker's Gonna Learn that has, let me move that over, that has a lot of Mr. and Mrs. and established and all of that. And I really love the look of this middle one here. So you can use fonts to do this, but when you have a cut file already in mind, it does make it so much easier. So if you can see over in the layers panel, this is in different groupings. So if we click one group, we know that's not the group we want. We can see that on the canvas, so we're going to erase. Click a group, that's the one we want, so we're not going to erase. And now this is the only group you have left. Now you can go in there and contour this out, or you could weld the entire thing, like with all of the layers and everything, and just slice it out. Both are really easy. The contour is just more time consuming, so this is what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to take all of that and slice it. And that way we have our misses right there, and we don't need any of that. So we're just gonna slice it, and here's our misses. And the font that we're using for this is called Conclusion. So right now we're just gonna make this white, kind of get it a little bit more visually pleasing here. And there's our misses. And what we're gonna be doing is adding a last name, which is my last name, Langston. And we're gonna curve text just a little bit to be able to add it on the corner of this ornament. So we're gonna go ahead and go to text, grab our font. I'm gonna type out Conclusion, right there it is, and type out Langston, Langston. And now that that is typed there, what we're gonna do is size it down just a little bit. And we're gonna bring this all in a little bit so that we can see it a little better for us. Up a little bit, sorry guys. Okay, now I will go ahead and give a little PSA. I tried to do this with the font a little bit smaller, and the letters had a really hard time cutting out. So we're just gonna keep it as big as we can and go to curve. And now we're gonna curve our text here just a little bit. And now we're gonna position this where we want it. Take it, rotate it a little bit, make it smaller, bring it in, And you can see how cute this is looking. Just keep at it until you like how it is. I kind of like it off to the side as well. I think it's really cute that way. You can size up your misses, and you can see how easy this is. I mean, that's all that we're doing, guys. We're just kind of positioning this where we want it. Make that misses bigger if you want to, whatever you want to do. Do keep in mind that you will have your little post hole up there for you to add your string. So of course keep that in mind, don't cover it, but this is basically all that we're doing. So once you like it, you can go ahead and hide the circle, take the entire thing and attach it. And that is all that we do for that one. So simple, so easy. And now for the next one, which is this cute one here, we're gonna be using the font called Sapphire. Really cute font. I love the way that it looks. So we're gonna go to text, up to fonts, and type out Sapphire. And look at this, I love this. This font for Makers Gonna Learn also has a swoosh if you're interested in that. And I'm just gonna type out Becca, and I really like the look of this all lowercase. So personal preference, whatever you guys want to do, but I'm going to make this also ginormous so that I can kern this really well. So I'm going to go up and use my letter space and bring my letter spacing in just like so. And that actually did a really nice job. So I don't think I need to pick at that anymore. I'm going to go ahead and click weld. And oops, see what I did there? So that A, it seems like my C, the little tail of my C, was too close into that A. So what I'm gonna do now is ungroup, pull that A out just a little bit, just maybe that much, and try that again. Take it all and weld. Perfect, so that worked that time. So now we're gonna bring this down, bring this in smaller. And I got this adorable greenery from this cut file here. So this is Miracles Are Happening Right Now. So I love this greenery. What I'm gonna do is kind of like the same thing. I'm gonna go and grab me a shape. I'm gonna get a square. And I'm gonna slice out the greenery that I want because contouring would just take a really long time. So I'm gonna take that and slice it. Don't need that, don't need that, do want that. Gonna erase all of that. And now all I have to contour, click contour. All you have contour is that little M piece, and then you are good to go. You have your really cute greenery. So now all I'm gonna do is size this up to how I like it. And what would be helpful too for you guys is if you had one of your circles. So I'm gonna scroll down, I think there's a circle around here somewhere. There we go. I'm going to bring my circle in. I'm actually going to go ahead and change this to red just because that's kind of the color that it will be, and this will all be white. So I'm going to change this to white just like that, and then bring our ornament in. Now make this smaller to fit really well in here just like so. And now I can take our little greenery, and it's just easier to position with, in my opinion, with the circle there. So that looks really good. And now guys, all I'm gonna do is duplicate this. And I'm even gonna bring it up here and go to flip. And I'm gonna flip vertically and then just kind of move it around just like that. I'm also gonna flip it horizontally. Like that. I want the other tail on the other side. So now I can move this around, bring this in just like that, and you guys can see where I'm going with this. Go ahead and keep curving it around until you like where it's at, and making sure that it's going to fit well onto your ornament. And once you like it, you can bring that red ornament out, take all of that, attach it together, whatever you want to do. Just make sure that you're finished when you have at least the Becca welded. You can weld it all together. It's totally whatever you want to do. But yeah, that's as easy as that, guys. So simple. So we have our Becca here that's all welded up together. We have our Mrs. Langston that's attached. We have our baseball threads if you wanted to do your baseball. And this was for visualization, so we actually don't need that to be cut. And all of this is going to be cut with vinyl. So when we click make it, we can just have these little mats. Look how tiny these are going to cut. These I do recommend cutting twice, or cutting a duplicate, I mean, so that you can have another one just in case weeding doesn't go well. So you can go ahead up here to project copies and click 2 and apply, and then you'll have 2 of everything to cut out. And still, guys, you're only using just a little bit of vinyl. It'll be totally worth it. So once you have these already cut, make sure that you cut them on the correct setting, the vinyl setting. And now we're gonna go ahead and mix up our epoxy and go ahead and pour that. Once you have it really mixed well, scraping the bottom, scraping the sides, go ahead and just pour it, just like we've been doing. You guys are old pros by now. And stop it, and you can watch that kind of fill in like that. Perfect. And you can see the bubbles that are already popping. If I come in, you can see that there's some bubbles popping, that it looks super good here. And then, of course, give it a little while. You can go in there with your lighter, pop more of those bubbles. I just popped a ton and it's not even been like a minute. And yeah, so again, just like the rest of them, babysit it for a little while. Make sure you're popping those bubbles. Even though this will be the back, I do take pride in trying to make it as clean and bubble free and bump free as possible. So I like to go in there and pop all those bubbles. And then just like before, set it somewhere safe to be able to cure overnight. I think the cure time on this is like 24 hours or something like that. So make sure you do take that into account when you want to make these for somebody. Like, we don't need to be doing this on Christmas Eve night, you know what I'm saying? So make sure you do have some prep involved with these guys, as all resin projects do take quite a bit of prep. Okay guys, I'm gonna be real. I'm dreading weeding this. I've already weeded it once and it weeded pretty good for me, but I'm nervous weeding it this time. I did burnish, just in case you guys are like, Rachel, I didn't see you burnish. I did, I burnished. Just letting you guys know. Wipe this with rubbing alcohol, clean that off, and we can get our paint ready if we want to. So here's our little paint plate, and you're not going to use very much at all, guys. Like, literally, that's all you need. Like, we don't want to waste paint, so we're just using a teeny tiny little bitty drop there. Put that over to the side. So cute. And now, guys, is the easiest part ever. We're just gonna paint on the back. And guys, I did decide to paint this a little bit, I guess you could say messy, just because I love the look of that. I think it's super, super neat. So that's exactly what we're gonna be doing again here. So we're just gonna be taking this and kind of going around. Here's our little paint way over here. We're gonna be going around the back and just making little brush strokes. Look how cute. So this is first coat, coat number 1. This is maybe 2 or 3 coats, as you can see, but that's really all there is to it, guys. Once it's done, you can just add your little cord and then be good to go. All we did is pop this through and tighten a knot, and I just kind of like the look of the knot at the top too. I just think it's kind of really, really cute. So here's what it looks like. You can see it's painted. Even when the light catches it, I really like that it looks uneven and the paint is uneven. You can just kind of see the character in it. If you flip it over, you can see the paint. There's just little layers to the paint there. But I really love this ornament. I think it is so cute. So again, allow this to dry. Be patient, guys. Don't use a heat gun. These layers are just so thin anyways. It'll dry in no time. So just give that a few minutes, give it a couple coats, and this is what you will end up with. Just a beautiful little personalized ornament for your whole family. You can do your pets, all of the, of course, kids and family members, and just this would be so sweet. And you can even do like Mrs. or whatever you want to do. You don't just have to do names. So I love this little project. I think this is one of my favorites that we've done today. And of course, guys, this Mrs. Langston will be going on there just the same as the other one. Super easy, just a layer of vinyl and that's it. Like I mentioned before, I personally don't think that these need to be sealed. Feel free to do that if you want to. Maybe for this one, if you want to do the back with that Minwax polyurethane or polyacrylic, you can do that. For this one on the top, you can do that polyacrylic as well. But I really don't think this is going anywhere. But if you want to be better safe than sorry, I do not blame you. Go ahead and seal those before you add the string, of course, and then you'll be good to go. But these are two super cute ornaments. And don't forget our little baseball ornament that we made for all of the little baseball moms out there. So yeah, love these ornaments. Guys, all we have left is our gorgeous little magnet photo holders, which I'm super excited about, using some mason jar lids and things like that. So get pumped up for that. That is what we're going to be creating here in just a second. And guys, I forgot to show you how easy it is to cut a hole in your little keychain molds or your ornament molds that you got out of your supply kit if you were so lucky to get one. So go ahead and peel this guy right out of this mold. Super easy, kind of looks like a Reese's cup. How funny is that? So we're going to be using this, and again, I just poured these yesterday to be able to demonstrate for you what to do with them, so you can see they're a little bit cloudy and bubbly. That's because I didn't really babysit these. I just poured them and went on with it because I had a lot to do. So this is what you're going to be using. We have a piece of scrap wood here, and you're going to place that on the scrap wood. Now we have a drill and a drill bit. Use any size drill bit you want. We have a pack here of a ton of different size drill bits. So pick one that you like or one that is easy for you. And all we're gonna do is hold this down. You can even clamp it. If you have some clamps, you can use clamps, but this is not a big deal. So you're just gonna hold it there, place it where you want it, if you can see it right there, and then we're just gonna drill down. See how it's just kind of eating away at it? We're going slow, so we're not gonna mess anything up or crack it, which probably will not happen anyways. And then once you're through, I'm gonna turn the drill to go reverse and then pull this guy out. And then you can see that you do have a little hole here. Clean that up a little bit. And then I'm gonna take the drill and poke it in that same hole and then just kind of work it back and forth. Just like that, just to kind of open that hole up a little bit more. And there you have a gorgeous little hole in your cute little cupcake liner, perfect for an ornament or a keychain or anything like that. Okay, as for our mason jar photo magnets, we're going to need all of the normal resin stuff. We have some mason jar lids here. These are not attached. However, the ones I linked for you were attached together with the top and the actual lid there. So, or the top and the ring. So those are definitely easier. These we do have to hot glue down. So we do have our hot glue gun hot and ready for us. We have some little magnets. You guys can get these at the craft store on Amazon. Whatever you want to do, just some little magnets there. We also have spray paint if you want to spray paint your mason jar lids. We have some here that are painted. You can see we have gray, silver, or gray, and this kind of blue, but we noticed the paint does chip quite a bit, so what we would recommend is going ahead and sealing those. However, we did not do that, so feel free to do it. You don't have to. These two that we have here are just the regular silver, just the normal color, and I really like them. So just personal preference on that. You do not have to spray paint them. Then we also have Cricut printable vinyl because we're going to be using some photos. So definitely also choose the photos that you want to use in today's project. Go ahead and get them onto your computer. I will teach you how to upload a photo from your computer or your device onto Cricut Design Space, because it does take a while. Cricut does not love to work with photos. It's really slow doing that. But that's what we're going to use today. And yeah, all the normal stuff. We just have all the resin stuff, Cricut printable vinyl, all that good stuff. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing today. Let's go on over into Design Space and I'll show you how we imported this photo, and then we'll get on with using our resin. All right, we are on to our last project, guys. I cannot believe it. First things first, you want to size the inside of your mason jar lid, and we have about 2.5 inches to work with. So if your mason jar lid is just like ours, we recommend using 2 1/4 whenever you have these sized. We did 2 inches and that just wasn't large enough. So 2 1/4 seemed to be just fine, allowed for a little bit of the mason jar lid to shine from below, and it wasn't hard to place at all. So that's what we recommend. What you're going to do when you import a photo, I'm going to scooch this over and you can see I have some pictures here on my desktop. How you import this is you're going to go to upload image, and then I'm going to take a picture of Lenny and drag it in, and I'm going to click complex and continue. And as you can see, it's going to blow it up way big. If you go up to the top right and you click this zoom out, you can see it zoomed out. And now I'm just going to click continue. And we're definitely going to save this as a print and cut image. So then you're going to click save. Yay, it uploaded. So we can click it and then click insert image. And as you can see, when it starts pulling up, it's up here at 20 inches. So we're going to click that and click 4 and just make that smaller. It'll be quicker to import and all of that good stuff. And give it a minute here because it is pretty finicky. It'll size down for you eventually. So here is the photo, just how it is. And like I mentioned, we want 2 1/4 inch circles of our photo. So here we have a 2 1/4 inch circle. And what we're going to do with our photo is size it down just a little bit more, because I want Lenny's little head to be in this. So I have our circle placed in our photo, but I want to be able to see my circle. So I'm going to click send to front up here at arrange, and be able to cover little Lenny just like so. And once I have the part I want sliced covered well, I can click both of those layers and click slice. Now I can move that over to use again and move this over. I do not need that. And here is our little photo of Lenny all cut and ready to go for us, sliced, excuse me, and ready to go. And you don't need this circle, so you can go ahead and hide it. And now you can go and click cut on all of these and click make it, and it will go ahead and cut through all those. So if you click make it, 6 will fit on a sheet just fine. So here you can see them all. We're going to go through this process, hit continue. We're going to select our material settings, which is printable vinyl. Make sure you load that printable vinyl into your printer and go ahead and print these. And then you'll have adorable little photos to be able to use on these projects today. So now that you have that already cut and everything weeded and all that good stuff, we'll move along into the process of our resin with our mason jar lids and all that good stuff. All right, guys, first things first, let's go ahead and hot glue in our mason jar lids to the rings. So we have our hot glue gun hot and ready, and now we're just gonna go around the edge here. And I have to tell you, you wanna make sure you cover all of the edges with hot glue. You can even add some more afterwards if you want to, totally up to you. But you wanna make sure you're getting good coverage. And then you can place right inside, and I place mine backwards. So then the back will look like this, borrowing some hot glue, and then the front will look like this, which is what I like best. So to repeat that, it's supposed to go this way and onto your jar, but I'm going to be turning this around and placing it like that because this is going to technically be the front of our project. So what we're going to do is we're going to mix up some resin and go ahead and pour it in a little under halfway, and that way we will be able to have a good flat surface for us to be able to place our pictures on. Okay, I have it all stirred up and I'm ready to pour. So I'm just going to pour a little bit of this in here, just like that. And then the rest of it over here, just like that. Perfect. And what you're going to do now is move it around. So if you can see this, I'm actually going to kind of push it, roll it around to the edges to get it up on those edges for me. And it's just going to create a really nice little seal around there. Do that with both of these. And then again, you're going to wait, let it sit for a little while, guys. And then take this amazing lighter and you're going to want to get all these bubbles out of this. Now, you will want to babysit this. Babysit this like it is your pride and joy. You want your pictures to go on here really nice and smooth and flat and even. So make sure you babysit this as it's curing. And we do have some that we have to this step, of course, so we will go ahead and show you what they look like when this is cured. Okay, so these are the ones that are cured. They look great. They're nice and hard. They're nice and flat. There's not very many bubbles in here at all. They look great. So we're going to place our photos in here now. So here are the pictures we're using, Miss Lucy and me and James. So I'm just going to peel this up. And I'm going to take some reverse tweezers on one side and some other tweezers on the other side. Now this is going to help you guys tremendously because what you're going to do is you're going to place this down and make sure you're looking up above it to be able to place this down correctly. And once you have all of your photos placed in your mason jar lids, you're going to remix your epoxy just the same way we did this base. So really being mindful of how you're mixing, making sure it's all mixed together well. You don't want to see any ribbons or streaks in the resin. You want to make sure it is well mixed together, but not just kind of whipped and you mixing a bunch of air into it. So be very mindful of that. We're going to go ahead off camera and mix that up because I think you guys might be a little sick of me mixing resin today. And then we'll be back to go ahead and lay that resin. And I'm going to give you guys some more helpful tips and tricks about the top layer here over our photos. All right, we have our resin all mixed up, and the key to this is going to be a very light layer. So we do not want to do a thick layer, we want to do a really nice thin layer. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pour it on the top, and we're just going to pour it around, just like that. Just a little bit. Pull it up, put it back over here, and just do a little bit like that. Now, you can take it and move it all around. You want to make sure that it is an even coat. You do not want it uneven, so we're just going to move it all around to make sure that we get all the sides and it gets sealed up really well, just like the other layer did. That's a good even coat there as well. So now I'm going to go ahead and toss that and take my gloves off. And what we're going to do, guys, is babysit these a lot. So I'm going to go in tighter to this one so you guys can see the bubbles that are forming a little bit and how we're going to get rid of those. So most of those will come straight to the surface in a few minutes. So let me go ahead and show you an example of some of these that have too thick of a layer. So I did this purposely so that you guys could see how thick the layers are here and how they just really don't work well. We want it to look better and clear. So here's one of my bird Owl here, and he's just not very clear. He's kind of dark, and you can just see all those tiny little dots or little bubbles. And that's because if you can see here, look how close that resin is to the top, okay? It's very, very close to the top here, and we don't want that. We want a nice thin layer, kind of like the one of little Lenny here. He's a good thin layer. So as you can see, some bubbles are forming. We're going to turn our little torch on and watch those guys disappear. So that already looks much better. Get around the edges, see how nice and clear. So that is exactly how we want it to go, from kind of cloudy and bubbly to nice and clear. We switch over here to Miss Lucy, same thing. Go around there, and guys, in person when you do this, you just see the magic happen. I mean, it looks so good. So there we can see Miss Lucy looks nice and crisp and clear as well. And that's what we want. We want to make sure that we're coming in every half an hour to an hour and torching these and making sure that they are good and clear. Now, feel free to ask any questions you have. Of course, again, I'm answering questions all throughout this video. So these look great. Babysit them. And then, guys, all that you have to do on the very back is add a magnet. So go ahead, take one of your magnets here and add a little bit of hot glue or E6000, whatever you guys want to do. And we're just going to place it right on the center here, just like so. Well, you guys, which one was your favorite? I know this was a bit of a lengthy class, but I definitely wanted to show you all those different ways you could incorporate resin and make some really fun Christmas gift ideas. I love them all and can't wait to use them all personally because, of course, I made a lot of them for myself and I want you guys to be that passionate about making them for other people. If you wouldn't use it yourself, odds are nobody else will either. So make things that you love, that you put passion and heart into, that you put a lot of time and energy into, and it will definitely show. Nothing is better than a personalized gift for Christmas, especially some that are so practical like the ones that I showed you. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Let me know if you have any questions at all, as I will be typing back to you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the 2020 Fall Summit. Bye, guys.
Boy, oh boy, I bet y'all learned everything about epoxy and then some. Am I right?
Yeah.
I love seeing everyone's comments talking about how much I really appreciated this class. We love when Rachel's able to dive into things like epoxy because, like, it's hard. Like, you know, trying to be able to master epoxy is a big one. And it's kind of like, it's addicting, first of all. Second of all, I love the look of epoxy because it's always so amazing. And it's always really, really fun. So, lovely ornaments. Yes. Oh my goodness. Becca, we've been so busy, which is good, and having so much fun that we forgot about some giveaways.
Yeah, we did.
We forgot about some giveaways.
We've just been so excited about our fun event that we've totally forgotten, but
Yep.
now we've remembered.
So, our first giveaway right now is...
It's for Melissa, who is celebrating her birthday with us here this weekend. Yay! Melissa, you get a $50 Amazon gift card. So email our customer service, hi@makersgonnalearn.com, with a wonderful email address for your Amazon account.
Yes.
And we'll send that over to you. Happy birthday.
Happy
Thank you
birthday.
for sharing your weekend with us.
Thank you. And then let's go ahead and give another mystery craft box giveaway for Colleen, that commented, I use a heat gun for bubbles. So thank you so much for participating in the summit. I'm so excited that you're here. Miss Colleen, thank you so much. We are going to be sending you a mystery craft box supply kit. So if you'll just email us your best shipping address, let them know you've won a mystery supply kit. Any giveaway winners, email hi@makersgonnalearn.com. They'll connect you with the right person for the team to get your gift card sent and your mystery supply kit
So
sent.
fun. Congratulations, guys. While...
I don't know why it's so funny.
No idea. I'm so sorry. And I have like this cough I cannot shake, so anytime I get tickled, it just makes it worse. Anyway, I was going to say, during the video, I was looking over in the private Facebook group and have seen that some of you guys are already crafting. I'm super excited.
The banner, the stockings.
I saw two
everything.
stockings. I saw a banner. Yeah, so how fun. You guys are doing amazing. I love it.
Wait. Sherry Given also, I believe, has a birthday because I remember at one of our first birthdays, I'm literally looking it up on Facebook to try to see when your birthday is.
Yeah, Sherry, when is your birthday?
Sherry,
I know a couple of people were celebrating their birthdays with us this weekend.
Sherry, when? Okay, I'm on her Facebook right now. She got a pet in June of 2013. Her and Tim got married in 2011. Sherry, is it your I'm on your Facebook.
Is it your birthday,
Is it your birthday, Sherry? We need to know. We want to know. I know that you celebrated, I believe, our first Fall Summit birthday with us at least. But I don't remember. Your birthday is not showing up on the Facebook. So please let me know. I'm so excited to celebrate if it is.
Hey, Anna. Let her come over here. Guys, do you remember Spring Summit?
Did people get to...
Yes. Spring Summit. My sister got her little puppy. Remember?
And
we
it's
brought
such
her
a little puppy.
Little bitty Granger.
Such a baby.
She's here. Oh, wow. She's here with us right now. And Anna's going to bring her over here, let you see. It's been such a puppy day. I want you to see.
Yep.
Look at this giant
Don't
puppy.
bark at me again.
Look, she's like a cow.
She's like a cow.
Look at her. Oh my goodness.
Here, we'll take
Is she not beautiful? She's grown so good. Take
I love
a selfie.
it. Yeah, take a selfie.
Anyway, I knew you guys would like to see her.
Yes.
She's grown up so pretty.
And speaking of Anna, our next and final class for day 1 of the 2020 Fall Virtual Summit. Anna, what are you all crafting up?
Little baby Jesus manger.
Don't hit your head.
I don't even remember.
It's been a while.
Calling it the Holy Family. And,
I love it.
What was the technical term? Because evidently I was saying it wrong.
Well, we always called it a
Crochet.
crutch, but it's a creche.
We just call it wooden nativity.
Wooden
I
love it.
nativity.
I love that.
I love it. So that's
I
going to be
love
so much
that.
fun. We cannot wait. Happy birthday. Did we get an update on...
Sherry is 1020, so she's
1020.
celebrating.
Oh,
here.
yay!
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sherry also says I've been married since 1989. Okay, on Facebook, I think you just added it in 2011.
Oh.
I was just reading on here. I love it.
Cass said a cow. You should have seen how Anna was holding her tongue. Imagine like a farmer's holding a baby cow.
That hurts.
Like a baby cow.
Please don't hit your head.
I'm gonna be good.
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna be fine. I've got
Can
a
y'all
good
make it okay for me to buy a puppy too? Because my husband just tells me to go away. So
Just do it and bring it home and say, surprise!
Look what I got you.
oh, she said my husband just tells me, okay, go away. Wait,
Oh.
like, okay, you can go buy the puppy?
That's how I would
That's how I
interpret that.
interpret it too. Courtney's been wanting a dog for like a year, so maybe, he'll come around.
Hey, Becca and Anna, some people say you look alive.
Some people, oh my gosh.
Do you have makeup on? Oh, see, I don't. Normally,
Wait.
that's the key.
Well, I mean, wait, are we triplets? Like. Trisha says her puppy is 80 pounds.
She's 34. So I'm hoping for my back's sake that she actually doesn't get any bigger.
Yeah, let's hope not.
My
Let's hope
current
not.
puppy is right around 70.
Now, does this one sleep
And I
with
do
you?
have a 130-pound St. Bernard also. That's the cow.
We just found
That's
out.
the
We just
cow.
found out she had this animal.
I inherited that when I married my husband. So I didn't choose that though.
Leah said, I said, I'm going to Tennessee in a year for my craft group. And he said, okay, go away.
Oh my
Shay loves your shirt.
Love the shirt.
You
Yes.
had me at Pumpkin Spice. Shay, you will get to meet Anna. Anna's going to be with us
Yes.
next October.
Yes.
Shay is
I've already cleared my schedule, guys. Not doing hair that weekend.
Fallon and Beckett brought us lunch.
Oh, they're very excited to
Yes,
meet all
and
the
I
friends.
said, because you hadn't asked if you were going to meet the kids and Wayne, and I said, do you want to meet Miss Shay? And Fallon thought she was going to get to
Like today.
right now. So she was a little sad.
Yeah.
But yes, so they're very excited.
It's going to be so much fun. And if you haven't grabbed your tickets, Anna can't believe that almost 70 of you have already said yes to Summit.
I literally
in
called
person.
them on the way home from work today, and I was like, "How's it going?" And I think at that point it was 50 or
50,
something. I was
yeah,
like,
we're at
"What?"
70. Yeah,
That's
we're at,
amazing.
so it's so good, and we love it. So I hope you guys are grabbing your tickets if you haven't already. It's gonna be so good. And also the this next class is our last one of the day. So the day has flew by, but we have had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So we're super thrilled. We cannot wait to meet all of you guys too, Kimberly. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm excited for the giveaways. Anything else they need to know before your all's class?
You're ending on a high note on this one. I'm telling you.
Oh,
It's a
I
good
like
one.
it. Well, okay, you guys enjoy. We'll see you after. Bye, guys.
Hey guys, we are so excited to be here with you for Fall Summit 2020. Woohoo! And I am super excited to be here with Anna. This is my sister, for those of you who do not know, and she is crafty like I am. So I really wanted her to be here today to teach you guys. The project that we're going to be doing is a fun project. Anna, what was this inspired by?
So our family on Thanksgiving always gets together the Saturday after, and we do a whole day full of stuff, and there's usually a craft time. And so we try to do something that the kids can do.
Wait. Anna cannot just sit and chat and play games and do nothing for these family events. She's always like, what are we going to do? What's our agenda?
Has to be a plan.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, go back.
So we have age ranging from Fallon was 3 last
Yeah.
year up until like my mom's in her 60s, you know. So we did this little craft because it can be customized to whatever the kids want to do. And we said next holiday is Christmas, and we can just do these little mementos. And this is how it came about.
Yeah, so we made the Mary, Joseph, and baby Jesus figurines, and all of the kids got to paint them and pick out their material. My mother is a quilter, so she has like a massive stash of fabrics, and the kids were able to choose their own. And then we just totally customized. And then we had like a game, because in the Myers family, we're all very competitive. So we had to take photos of them, put them on social media, and ask for everyone's favorites. So, but just to give you a little idea of how twisted our family is. Anyway, so that's
we even threw the 3-year-old into it.
we did. She didn't get any votes. Anyway, so that's where this part came from. And then Anna was super excited about teaching that to you guys. And then we were like, how can we take this up a notch? And decided that we should do a crutch or the manger, like the barn from the manger scene, and just make this like a whole entire project for you guys. And what's your inspiration for the design of the crutch?
So the crutch, actually, when we were looking at it, I have a willow tree nativity set, and we looked at that and said, you know what, that's simple and rustic, and it will go along with kind of the theme of the Mary and Joseph look. And so Becca just looked at it and we said, this is how we're going to recreate this. So it actually looks a lot like that crutch with a little variation.
But how much, do you remember how much is the willow tree crutch? Do you remember?
Oh, I want to say it's like around 100-ish.
Yeah. And guys, we made this for under $20. What? Yes.
The whole thing.
The whole, what? Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
For under $20. So that's super fantastic. We're super excited to do this project with you. And
the fun thing would be and I would encourage you, if you have like a Christmas or Thanksgiving thing where you have family members, you don't necessarily have to do the crutch portion, but the Holy Family is so easy to pre-cut and prep that I would encourage you to do it as a family.
Yeah.
Because they can literally paint and pick whatever they want, and it's not a super long project, so it's not like you have to have tons and tons of time to complete that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Anyway, little intro about that. We're super excited to do this project, and now we're going to talk about the supplies. There are several supplies, guys. I'm going to go ahead and apologize for that. But as always, we do have our very detailed supply list for you. So if you don't catch something, you can refer to the list. We are going to try to just go through each individual thing without taking up too much of the video time. But yeah, let's jump over into supplies. Okay, friends, now for supplies. Like I said, there are so many, but we can do this. First and foremost, we have a lot of wood for this project. So we got these dowel rods from our local craft store, from Hobby Lobby. They are 1-inch dowel rods. And so that was really nice. I think they're almost 3 feet. So we needed 3 of these for this particular project. If you can find them at like Home Depot or Lowe's in 8-foot sections, that's probably more economical. And then we have the 1x2s and the 8-foot. You're gonna need around 55 inches total of them. So 1 8-foot board will be plenty. And then we also have these are wood pile, and they are 1.5-inch balls. These are going to be for the heads of our little people. We have these, which this isn't necessary, but these are 1-inch cubes. You could also, if you have extra from your dowel rod, just cut off some 1x1-inch cubes. But I found these and that were already cut off. And to save risking cutting my fingers off, I just bought these. And then we also have these little buttons. They're 0.3 inches.
Baby Jesus.
Yeah, this is baby Jesus's head, so that's really good. And then we have a 2x2 for their bodies. Now, you can also take a 2x4 if you have that, and then just cut it down the middle and make your cuts if you want to. And we'll go over the dimensions of all of these pieces in just a little bit with you guys. So wood-wise, we have the 1-inch dowel rod, the 1x2s, and the 2x2 or the 2x4, whichever. Getting rid of the wood here, you might need some sandpaper or a sanding block, just depending on how rough your wood is. We brought everything that we could think of that we might need. We have a lot of paint brushes here. I think what we'll be doing is using the pouncer because we're going to do a stencil. So we'll probably want a pouncer and then this rough brush to do the dry brush paint technique that Anna's going to be doing. And then maybe just one of these like nicer nylon type paint brushes. So I just brought a bunch because why not? In addition to that, we have whatever paints and stains you want. So we are going to be using an espresso stain. We're going to be using the Jacobin stain. And then we also have this Decor Art Americana in warm white that we're going to be using. Again, guys, use whatever stains and paints that you want. That is totally up to your style. And then we have a drill with a drill bit. And this pick. Guys, this had a pumpkin on the end of it, and we just sort of tore it off and are going to be using it as a dowel rod to put the head and body of the holy people together. It's a 1/8 inch pick, so you can use a dowel rod if you want to do that. And in order to insert this, we're going to need our drill and drill bit. And then we also have a nail gun. I'm not going to pull that out because you'll see it in a little bit. We have an assortment of fabrics for the swaddling clothes and the head wraps. We have some jute. We have a scrap piece of vinyl for our stencil, a glue gun, some gloves, just little things like that. Yeah, scissors, little things that you already have in your craft studio. But these are the main supplies that you're going to be needing for this. Hopefully that covers it all. If not, I'm sure we'll let you know in the middle of the video. But let's get to crafting, friends. Okay, so we have these pieces already cut out for you guys, and I'm going to give you dimensions out of all of it, but to just give you guys a little bit of idea of what we're doing. This is going to be the front of the crutch. So we have our peak here with the top, and then we have these cross beams, and you can see all of these are different pieces, so we're going to be cutting these out separately. These are the little blocks that I went ahead and purchased. I did not cut those. That's why I said you may or may not even want them. If you want them, they're more of a decorative thing than anything. I personally think they look adorable, and I'm excited to include them. This is the back of the crutch. So these little guys are the cross beams that will connect the front and the back. It's very simple, you can see. And then this part over here is the actual back of the back. Does that make sense? Like this part is going to be sitting on top of this. And this, you won't even see it will be in the back. It's going to be a crossbar.
A support beam.
Yeah, a support for the back. So that gives you an idea. I did this mock-up. Hopefully you can see it. Take a screenshot of this if you want to. This gives you an idea of all of the dimensions. I will go over them again, but you can reference it. And then here's the back and some information there as well. So take a screenshot of that too. But what we've got, the height of our actual beams here is 8 inches. Our cross beam is 6 1/8 inch. These again are 1x1s. This bar right here is 9 3/8 inches. These pieces from this to this is 6 inches. So from point to point is 6 inches. Both of them are. And then
and what angle is that cut on?
These angles, okay, so I did want to talk about this. If these angles, like if you wanted yours more peaked or less peaked, absolutely do that. This cut right here was at 52 degrees. So both of these were at 52 degrees. And guys, I'm going to be honest, like I pride myself on being decent at math. I had to ask my brother. It took me forever. I could not figure it out. But then he reminded me that if you are cutting a perfect triangle, all of the angles inside add up to 180 degrees. So I had 52 degrees here and 52 degrees here. So that made 104 degrees, which left, left 76 degrees up here. And then since we're making 2 cuts, you cut that in half and it makes 38. So
He paid attention and trig.
I mean, I did that part. He just said, you know, it has to be 180 degrees. And I was like, oh man, you're right. Yes, that makes everything easier. So if you want to do yours differently, then do them differently. If you wanted to do 45 and 45, then, do the math there and figure out what your cuts are going to be. But everything totals up to 180 so that you can have a perfectly fitting triangle. So we've got that, and then this right here is basically the same dimensions as the front. So you've got your 8-inch here, and you have your 9 3/8, and I think I cut these at 2 inches. I actually forgot to measure that. Let's see. They are 2.5 inches. So this is the 1x1 cut at 2.5, and then over here we have our 1x2s, and they're cut at 9 inches. And then we have our cross beam, and this just needs to fit all the way across so that it touches all of them. I think the final measurement on it was 7 1/4. So we have that. Hopefully that gives you guys an idea, an easy idea for starting all of that. And you can definitely reference that paper again. And we are traditionally, when we would put this together, Anna, would you stain or put it together first?
I would stain and paint first because I'm obsessive and like to get all of the sides. But the way that we're going to do it is put it all together and then we'll stain at the end. And that's fine too. It's just preference on how much you're wanting to sand, if you're wanting them to look individual or all together. And also when we put this together, I'm glad that my woodworking father is not watching because he would be super, super disappointed in us for not using clamps. I am going to go ahead and suggest you do that. Becca's hands are going to be my clamps. So let's hope no one loses fingers or ends up with stitches.
Yeah, I'm hoping that.
That's just going to keep your wood closer together so that you don't have movement and that kind of stuff. That's really the only reason for your clamp. But like I said, we're going to stain it afterwards. You can do straight stain. I'm going to do a stain and a whitewash over top of it. You could do a barnwood technique, and I'll kind of go over that if you wanted to do that. But do you want to go ahead and get started with that?
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to just go ahead and start assembling. Anna wants to do this back first. So let's move this over here a little bit. And then we're just going to start by applying the cross beam down at the bottom. Again, you guys are not going to see that. That's going to be on the back of the crutch. So if you wanted to do a thinner one, you could do a thinner piece too. I just chose this because I already had it cut.
Okay, and the nails that we are using are, what is this?
It's a assortment pack. So it has 3/4 inch, 1 1/4, and then 2 inches. And we're going to be using, I think the 2 inch. Is that right?
I'm really not 100% sure, but you literally can just line yours up and put it next to it and see whether or not it's too long for it. I mean, when you're shooting this in, this one's going to be close actually, so we're going to have to change that out. Some of the other pieces were a little bit shorter, so you just don't want it to go all the way through. If it does go through, it's not that big of a deal. You can nip the end of that off and then sand it down so that it doesn't poke. I can't even open this box.
No big deal. We're going to get these changed, and then we will start shooting this in and assembling. Okay, so we got the nails changed out for that, and what I suggested is that we grab our extra dowel rod here, and we can use it as a support so that all of these are lining up good. And then Anna is just going to line this up, and it doesn't have to be right at the bottom, and then going to nail in. And what you're not going to want to just nail on this end and this end. You're going to need to nail all the way across. If you just do these, then these pieces aren't going to be secure. They're going to fall off as soon as you pick it up. So put one nail in all the way across. Okay, so she has all of this nailed in across, and you can see they're kind of wobbly at the top, but that's totally fine. Now that we're going to flip over, and then we'll have another cross beam at the top from the back that will give us more, not security, more support. Thank you. More support across at the top. Okay, so now we are putting together the back of the crutch, and this piece doesn't go in the back, but I'm just using it for reference so that we know how far to space these. So this piece goes on the front, and we want these to be spaced in the same width apart as the front. So that's why I'm using this piece, and Anna's gonna mark right here so that we know where to nail these into this, like where the placement of these need to be. So she's just putting a little mark there.
And you could obviously
You can also measure.
which is what I would typically do, but it's going to be fine. So what I'm actually going to do first is we've got that measured. I am going to go ahead and shoot these connector pieces in from the back. That you can also do at whatever.
We'll probably do them at an inch down.
Like an inch-ish down or something like that. Just make sure that they're even. This is totally yours, and that's why you can customize it, obviously, to whatever you kind of want. Just mark them so that they're even. And it doesn't matter if they really are even, because they're still going to be secure. If they're a little bit off, it's going to be fine.
But aesthetically, you'd want to try to get them as even as possible. Yeah,
that is true. Okay, so what we're going to do is, you don't necessarily need that. I'm turning it up on this side. After you get it marked, just kind of hold it in place. Once again, a clamp would be nice. And then just go straight in. Make sure that you're even so you're not getting your fingers.
And you don't want to shoot out the side of it either. And guys, you can see here the heads of our nails are a little bit out, so we can hammer that in. We need to adjust the pressure on our nail gun. And if you have one like ours to do that, you just do that right here. So you can see, I don't know if you can see it or not, but this right here, the nail is kind of out on top of the wood, and this is further in. So if you want your nail to go in further, then you just rotate this to the right so that it will go further in. So those are good and secure in there, and we're just gonna hammer that down in there. Okay, so we did concede and got some clamps for the sake of our safety. I know you guys will be so proud of us. So we just clamped the top crossbar to these pieces that we've just nailed together, and then we're going to nail straight from the top, shoot nails in here so that the crossbar is connected to those standing beams.
And I would highly suggest going ahead and clamping both sides together so that you have even pressure and you're not trying to like just do one and then this one's flopping around over here. I am going to pull this closer to me so it may be out of frame a little bit so that I can reach it. And then we're just going to drive right down in. I am doing about 2 or 3 per. There we go. Thanks, Becca.
It's hard to see. This table's so tall, and if you don't get that angle just right, then it doesn't want to shoot all the way in. Teamwork.
Perfect.
Look at that, guys. We have the back. Well, almost.
Almost. Okay. Feeling good? Feeling good. Okay, so now we're going...
Do you want to put that back on, or do you want to start with the front?
I think I'm going to go ahead and attach this. So basically, and I'll show you here, you're just going to make this even into there. You're not going to really see if it's not super, super even. You just want it to be as close to even as possible. These are going to butt up at the end because it is going to sit up.
Flush. It'll sit flush.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so she has attached that piece that we just put together to the back there. We've clamped them together, and then she's going to shoot from the front. Just because she feels like she can get a better handle on it. And you're not going to see this piece as much, especially when you stain it. But she's going to shoot from the front and make sure that she gets each one of these pieces with a nail so that it is secure.
Okay, so we have switched our nails out from 3/4 of an inch to 1 1/4 inches on this so that it would go all the way through. And we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so what we have discovered is that this needs to be nailed down into that also. So what I'm gonna do is go from back here and go straight down in.
And you could do up here or down here, whichever
Yeah,
one
wherever.
is easier for you to reach. But make sure to not put your hand there, just because if you shoot out sideways or something like that, then you don't obviously want to shoot into your hand.
And I'm also going to just do a couple straight down close to the edge just to give the extra support along the edge of that. And then we're going to repeat the same process on this other side.
Put our little clamp on there. These clamps are amazing, guys. They're little, like traditionally like bigger clamps, but for little projects like these, I feel like these work really well.
And then just go back afterwards. You can put the little Mary block or whatever under and just make sure that you've hit all the way down in to make sure that they're connected. So there's, and I'll show you up here, there's a couple little gaps in there. And if you don't want that, just go back and hit it in a little bit harder. So we've got that put together. We had one shoot out here, but that's okay. You can take
some pliers
or wire cutters and just nip that off. That happens. Okay, so that portion is assembled. We're just going to set that over to the side.
and then we're going to do the front.
Okay, so we're now assembling the front. What we're going to do is go ahead and do it kind of like we did the front. We've got this crossbar that it has to be butted up against. And so we're just going to kind of go ahead and mark that again, just like we did that first one, and clamp it. Exact same process.
And then, yeah, and then assemble it like we do the back. Okay, so now we have the back and the front put together, and then we're just going to stand them up like this, and we'll clamp here to here and here to here, and then we'll shoot in from the front so that it goes right into those posts. Okay, we have our completed manger here, and now we just need to stain it and do our dry brush paint technique on it. And Anna is going to show us how to do that.
Okay, so we have decided to stain this with the Jacobine, and I'm using a brush just to get down in the nooks and crannies. And you can see there's tons of excess on there. But we're going to go back afterwards and just wipe that excess off and let it dry while we finish the rest of the project.
So two things, guys, you can see flip it over so they can see. We decided to add in these extra supports down at the bottom. So this is the exact same dimension as the one up top. We just wanted it to be a little bit sturdier. When we got to painting it, we realized it was a little bit less sturdy than we wanted. So we added those. And then in the middle of it, we're like, man, we really like how dark this Jacobean is. And our original intention was to go back with a cream or light or a dirty white and dry brush on top of it. But we think we're not going to do that now. Just for one, we're going to put a sentiment at the top of it with a stencil we're going to paint it on, and I really want that to stand out. So we have elected not to dry brush over it. If you want to do that, feel free to do it.
And I will give you just a couple pointers if you decided that you did want to do that. It is great to get a brush that is kind of worn. These are just like those cheap little Hobby Lobby or something. And what you would do is dip a small amount in the paint and dab it just to get it to where it's very, very, very light. And then you're lightly going to brush it on.
With the grain, right?
With the grain. And then the great thing about acrylic paint or anything is you can go back with your sander block and just lightly sand it so that it looks more natural into the grain. And once again, if you're doing a barnwood technique, you would add like grays and blacks to that. And the beauty behind it all is if there's too much, you can always sand it off. If you need more, you can add more, and you just layer. And so that's totally good. But we really just kind of like the simplicity of this. And what I'm doing now is just going back with a stain rag, and you can see getting that excess off where it has puddled a little bit. You can also use a heat gun if you want to do that
to speed the process
up. On your ends and stuff where it's more porous, you're obviously not going to have to wipe near as much off, but on this stuff that is sanded at a higher grid, you'll have to get a little bit more. Where the sentiment is going to go, which is on this crossbar.
Yeah,
you can
I
either
don't
do
know.
it
You can
here
do
or
either
here.
one.
You may want to make sure that it's a little bit drier than the rest of it.
Yeah, traditionally you would want to stain this and let it set overnight or just for a few hours or something so that it's good and dry. Especially, we're painting on this. If you could use HTV, you could definitely iron HTV on it. And if you do that, then the stain needs to be super, super, super dry. So make sure that you're giving plenty of dry time. For the sake of this video, we're probably going to do some design space stuff and then jump into painting the sentiment on it. So we'll let you know how that goes. And also, guys, you know, Anna mentioned, I can't even remember now, that our original intention was to dry brush on this. And if you guys attended Spring Summit or had a ticket to that or whatever, Rachel actually did the exact technique that we originally intended to do with the dry brushing on the wooden lanterns that she did. So you can reference that. If you need a refresher, you can look at it. If you've never watched it, you should have. Then you can definitely just look back at that and get an idea for exactly what we were talking about with that. But look how good this looks.
I didn't do the back. You can do the back if you want to, but I didn't do it. If you're gonna put it like in the center of a table and
you'll want to do the back.
You would want to do the back. But then you would also want to put something cute in the back also, or a sign or something, you know. Okay, so now I guess we will go ahead and staining or painting your people.
So we're going to clean up a little bit and then we will get into doing that. Okay, so we are moving on to Mary and Joseph here, and you can see we have their little bodies here and their little heads right here. And what we're going to do is start out by drilling a hole in the little ball for their head and in their body. So what you want to do is grab a clamp because these balls want to roll away. And obviously you don't want to get your fingers in the middle of that. Anna's dropping everything here. That's okay. So we're going to clamp so that we can hold on to the clamp and then just drill right into the center of this. Do not go all the way through by any means, maybe just like halfway through so that the pick has
enough, space to enter into it and then just be secure in there. So we're going to drill a hole in both of the heads again, and in both of the bodies with a, what size drill bit, Anna?
It's a 1/8.
1/8, yes.
Really, it's just comparable to whatever your dowel rod is.
So we'll go ahead and drill those, and then we can paint our little bodies. Okay, now that we have the holes drilled, we're going to go ahead and do their bodies. I'm going to paint Mary's body with that warm white acrylic paint, and Anna's going to stain Joseph's body with the espresso stain. So we'll just do a quick coat of those, and with this winter white, or the warm white, paint, I'm just going to do a really light coat. I don't want it to look, I want it to sort of look worn and distressed and not perfect. So I don't want to put 2 coats on it to make it look perfect, but do whatever you want. And when we're finished with that, then we will insert the dowel rods and put these families together, or put the family together rather. Okay, and then you're actually going to get to see a little whitewash. We decided that we used a different stain for Joseph, but his, it looks about the same as the Jacobine on the stable. So we definitely wanted to not have him blend in. So that's why she just took my paintbrush that I painted Mary with, and is dry brushing over Joseph so that he's a little bit lighter and stands out a little bit more.
And when you go with your wood, like you can see the different wood grains, I'm really loving the texture of that. So that's probably going to end up being the front of his body. I think it makes it look patterned.
It looks pretty cool.
I have literally just taken, I mean, you can see with this brush, it is super, super, super dry.
Yeah, we didn't put any extra paint
Nothing.
from after me painting Mary.
And so you literally just very lightly go over it, and you can see that's a pretty cool technique. And honestly, you ended up making these out of a 2x4, correct? So it's got that rough, like the saw cut line in it.
Yeah, because I didn't sand them down.
And so if you're wanting more of that rugged look, I would suggest just leaving that. And then go to the top where his little neck's going to be too.
So yeah, once you have their bodies painted, stained, however you want to do them, then we're going to insert the pick or dowel rod or whatever you've chosen. And the reason that we're doing that, let me take my glove off because I want to touch the head. You could definitely glue the head to the body if you wanted to. We just don't want to have the glue seep out. Let me move this over so you can see. So if I put glue on here, then the glue might seep out, and we just don't want that. So actually, if you don't have a dowel rod or prefer a different method, you could definitely use like a double-ended screw. Anna, what's the technical term for that? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't.
Anyway, the ones that would screw into the head
They're
and the
threaded
body.
on both
Yeah, it's
sides.
threaded on both sides. So you can use that if you didn't want to use the dowel. But that's what we're doing. What we'll do is put a little bit of glue in the holes, each hole, and then insert our dowel rod, and then just connect these two together. Okay, so you can see that we went ahead and put the pick in the head, and I originally said that I was going to put hot glue in there, but this is actually so tight that it doesn't even need hot glue. So if you pick your drill bit size perfectly, then it's just going to stay really well. So then all you need to do at that point is just insert it into the body, and we're good to go there. So we'll do the same thing with Mary now, just like that. They are good there. And then, Anna, what should we do next?
Okay, so with their clothes and their head, you literally just pick whatever fabric that you want to go with that. And you're going to cut, it's one of those things that it really does not have to be a super, like,
What would you
Yeah,
say?
it's not like a specific size or something like that. And it's not like a pattern. It's just sort of folded cloth, because this material is going to be like their headdress, not wrap, but their headdress. So we're just going to cut a piece of material, and Anna will show you how to fold them.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now is make their little headdresses. And what we've done for Mary, this is a
6x8.
a 6x8 piece, and you can see it is not super even. And then this one is like a 7x9. And what we're gonna do, traditionally we would iron this,
but it doesn't matter today.
It doesn't. So all you're gonna do is take it and fold it just a little bit to give it like that clean edge, and figure out what side you want the front of Mary to be. And you're just going to fold it down like this, make it even on both sides, and see that kind of just like goes around her little head. And then the back of it, you push in so that it makes like an airplane.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just go down like this. And what I do is take a little drop of hot glue to the sides.
Do you glue her head too, or just the sides?
I just glue the sides, because once you get the next step on with the jute, it doesn't, you can't ever have too much glue, guys. There's no such thing as overkill, I don't think, with glue.
You know my motto, less is not more.
Okay, so we've done that, and then you can actually go back and glue these little folds too if you want to do that.
Well, and you're going to attach them together. You'll see in just a little bit. Well, here's a finished one. You guys can see. This is a finished one. So it's connected with jute, and you can see on the sides, their little headdresses, head wraps, whatever, will be secured by the jute too.
Okay, so there she is. We're going to do the exact same thing with Joseph.
Guys, funny story. We've used this Jacobine stain so much that Anna has referred to Joseph as Jacob.
That's so true. Thank you for ratting me out.
Well, that's what this is for. These ladies love us.
I just kept saying about Mary and Jacob, and Rachel was like, Anna. And I'm like, oh man, I've been raised in church my whole life, and
As long as we call Jesus the right name.
yeah, we're good.
I love how Joseph's body turned out. It looks so good.
I feel like Bob Ross over here, just happy little mistakes, because Becca and I have found in our crafting career that lots of things that end up turning out amazing, it's all because it's been an accident, or we've had to problem shoot and come up with something else.
Happy accidents.
Little happy accidents.
So yeah, she's doing Joseph the exact same way that she did Mary, just adding glue, securing the little headdress. I'm sorry, I don't actually know the technical term for that. Yeah, she's just doing it together, and then she will do baby Jesus. She's gonna swaddle him. Ooh, his head's rolling away.
Baby Jesus is rolling away. Okay, so with baby Jesus's little thing, it's about a 2x2 square. And what I did is you kind of just fold it in half, point to point, and I left it a little bit longer at the top. And then you're gonna fold one side in, and I always put a little drop of glue just to keep it in place.
True story, guys. When at our family event, Anna was the only one that could swaddle baby Jesus. So she did like 20 baby Jesus swaddles.
And fun story is, I'm the only one that doesn't have a child.
That's true. But I can swaddle a baby, man. A real baby.
A burrito baby. So then I have just taken that other side and wrapped it over, and you're going to go along the back, place a dot of glue there, and get that in place. Then after, you just take baby Jesus' sweet little head, and you're going to glue right at the top and place, sorry, Jesus. Place his little head right there. Okay, so baby Jesus is finished, and what we're going to do is Joseph is actually going to hold baby Jesus because Mary is tired.
Yeah, he's going to be an involved parent today. Traditionally, we would put baby Jesus with Mary, but we didn't love the fact that it did not
Pop, his little swaddle blanket kind of blended in with Mary's body. So we're letting Joseph be the stay-at-home dad.
He's having his golden hour right now.
Yes.
Skin to skin.
Also, I can't remember who did it. Well, somebody in our family did that, and we thought it was just wonderful.
I think my sister-in-law Mackenzie did it.
Yes. Yeah. So either way, or you could have them have like joint hold and kind of do it in the middle, but you're going to glue baby Jesus to one of them or both of them, however you want to do it. Line them up, and then we're going to grab some jute, and we're going to wrap it around.
So what we did, you can use whatever width of jute. Obviously, like the first model we did was thicker, and you're just going to cut some roughly, however long. I mean,
You just want it to go around a couple times.
yes. So start in the front, wrap around to the back, come back around, squeeze that pretty tight, come around.
And you don't even need a bow. We just tied a knot. We liked how just sort of earthy and natural it looked. Nothing frou-frou. They did just give birth.
Yeah. Okay, so after I do that, I go back and I had fluffed them up a little bit on mine. You can see that has changed the sides just a little bit, and you may just need to go back and
Trim.
a little bit.
Do you like our scissors? I hide our fabric scissors. I should have brought them out for you. I didn't.
Thanks so much. Okay, so after we've gotten that done, we're gonna go back, and they have little head wraps too. So you will just cut some of that, measure their little heads. And what I did was start tying it in a knot, put it on the head, and then
sized it once it was on there.
yes, and then I sized it. So tie your little knot. You're just gonna do this with both of them. And then after, just snip, and what I did was pull it down.
You want it to kind of be on their forehead.
And just put a little dot of glue in the very back, just to secure that.
Look how cute. Oh, and look how quickly these came together.
And if you want to, my glue gun at Goma, I don't have one of these fancy Lynn Lily ones, but with this being a precision, you could put a teeny tiny little dot on the sides if you want to make sure that it stays down, because you're not going to see it. And then just the exact same thing with Mary. Okay, so we have Mary and Joseph finished. I think that no, I didn't. So you could even go in and glue the two blocks together if you wanted to do that. I mean, they're not toys. They're supposed to sit there as decoration, so it's not like
they're going to be played with. Super
if your children, if you're doing this as a family project, did want to play with them, by all means, glue away and let them play. You can see like Mary's front right there is sticking up a little bit, so I'm going to go back and glue a little bit there. It's totally going to be different on everybody's. My original ones I didn't have to do that with, but it's not a specific science, so just do what you got to do.
Okay, now that we have finished assembling our crutch and our little Holy Family, we are going to do the Cricut aspect. So we're going to make just a stencil here. And what I have done is gone in and put a basic shape from Design Space, and I sized it at 1 inch tall by 6 inches wide, and that is the dimension. The dimension is actually 6 1/8, but it's close enough, of the cross beam on the crutch. And so we want it to say a thrill of hope, and that's what we're going to do. So now what I want to do is just go in and put a little bit larger of a rectangle in here. Let's send this to the back, because we're going to be making a stencil. So we want it to be a little bit bigger than that. I personally want it to be a little bit bigger so that I can actually wrap it and not worry about getting paint where it doesn't need to go, just because we're working with such a small area. So I'm going to make this just a little bit smaller here, just like this, and then I can get rid of this brown layer because I don't need it, so I'm going to delete it. And then all I need to do is grab these 2 layers here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. First, what I need to do, let's hide this for a second so that we can select all of these at one time. So I'll select all of those and I'm going to weld it so that it's 1 layer. Then I am going to unhide this and I'll select both of these. And then I can slice out. So I'll just delete that because I don't need it. Now a Thrill of Hope is sliced out. And we can cut this with our Air 2 or Maker or Joy or whatever. You can use any of those machines to do that. And then we have a wonderful stencil to paint on our crutch here. So we've got that. We're just going to be using regular vinyl, so we don't need to mirror. We are going to press continue, connect to our machine, and select premium vinyl as our material setting. Okay, so I have loaded my vinyl here on my mat, and I actually forgot to tell you guys what font I'm using. We are using Max Patch font for this project today. It is all in uppercase. The lowercase are sort of scripty and go together, and I just really love the uppercase in that font. So that's what we're using. So anyway, we're going to load our mat, and then we will cut the stencil out. Okay, so we have this cut and we are going to weed it really quick, but first make sure that you are burnishing. Always burnish when you're using premium vinyl. So we'll burnish, and then actually what I'm going to do, we have quite a bit of excess right here, and I don't want to waste that. I can definitely use this for another project. So I'm going to just cut like this. Then I can remove this guy and use it for another project for sure. And then I will weed off this around here because I don't need that. And then I'm going to get each letter out of here as well. Make sure that like on the P and the O and letters like that, that you're leaving the centers of the letters. See, like that P right there, I want that because if I don't leave that there, then when I go to stencil, it will not look right. Okay, once I have all of that weeded, then I'm going to grab my masking transfer tape here and transfer it over. You will definitely need this because you want to transfer those centers. So make sure that you're using this. I also like, I love this transfer tape. If you haven't used it, definitely grab some. It makes stenciling and, well, just anything with vinyl super easy. So now I am ready to flip this over, remove the mat from the vinyl, not vice versa. And then I'm going to burnish from the back like we always do. And then I will remove this back piece here. There we go. And then we can lay, once this is removed, we can lay our stencil down on our crossbeam on the manger. Okay, now we have this and we are going to just place this here in the center and then we'll remove the masking tape. Okay, now that we have our stencil placed on here, then we are going to grab some paint. This is the same paint that we used for Mary's body. And then we have this little pouncer here, and Anna is going to show you how to apply the paint.
So basically what you're going to do is minimal. Just get a little bit on there because you don't want it to be goopy.
And you don't want so much that it like seeps underneath the stencil.
You can always go back and add more, and you're literally, I don't know if you can see how, I mean, it's super, super little. You're going to go straight down. Don't like squish it in. Just straight down motions.
Yeah, no side to side, no up and down, just straight down.
And because we want this to look on the more rustic side, I'm not going to do it super, super, super thick. We want it to be a little bit faint. You can go back and add some more.
Just like that. And honestly, guys, you're going to want to take the stencil off when it's still wet. So that's very gratifying. You get to take it off and see what it looks like almost immediately. Okay, so what we're going to do is go ahead and remove this stencil, and we're just going to pull straight up. If you have 4 hands, it's even better. So just pull straight up, just like that, and then we will get our tweezers and remove the centers there of all the little letters, and we'll be good to go. Or you can grab, guys, I said tweezers, you can definitely grab that. You can also grab a pen tool if you have that handy as well, and then just pull up those little pieces. I think it's going to be a joint effort here to try to get all of that. There we go. But the nice thing about the pen tool is that, you know, you can stab down in and kind of act like you're weeding, so that's nice. There we have it, guys, our adorable finished manger scene. How cute. If you wanted to, you could also add like a little star out of like aluminum and that rusting paint technique method that we have done here at Maker's Gonna Learn. That would be adorable as well.
You could also do like fairy lights in the very top so that it like illuminates.
Yeah,
the
I may
Holy
style
Family.
it that way. We'll see. I think that would be really cute. But yeah, I hope you guys liked that. All right, guys, I hope you really enjoyed this. I hope you get all sorts of wonderful inspiration for some fun Jesus-related projects for Christmas, because after all, that is what this season is about. Anna, do you have anything that you would like to say?
I just hope that you enjoyed it and that you can find like other things to do with this.
This will be a great gift. This will be a great family project. I know that you guys are going to have lots of fun. I can't wait to see all of your renditions of it, because I know you guys will do that.
And like we said, if you want to do the shorter version with your kids, grandkids, whoever, just cut the bodies out, get the heads prepared and drilled so that the kids don't have to do that, and then they can just paint
'em.
and then pick out their fabrics and glue them on that easy.
Yeah, so that's super fun. Thank you guys so much, and thank you, Anna. How do you guys think she did her first summit? I'm so grateful to have been able to do this with her. It was super fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you look forward and are excited about the rest of Summit. Look at you out there.
Yeah, I'll let them know. One second.
You're live now. You're good.
Are we good?
Oh, hey. Hey. Welcome back, friends.
What? Here, let
We
me-
hope you enjoyed.
So Rachel obviously is perfect, but me and Becca were a little confused on when our Tom was going to be. A little bit. So we took the mouse from Rachel.
I had to pee.
I clicked
We
some
thought
buttons.
she wasn't going to make it back.
I clicked some buttons, and we're just glad to be back.
We're good.
I loved this entire class hearing Becca and Anna just refer to these pieces of wood.
Just the body. Just the...
Oh, here's Mary.
As
here's
Mary and Joseph.
That's what they were. They were.
We're gonna be that.
Joseph was beautiful.
Tanner was very delighted.
I thought it was funny. And then I told Anna, I said, I thought you did a dry brush technique with a really wet brush. We've been having a jolly good old time.
He crafts for a living, friends. Sandy says she just got her ticket for MGM.
Oh, MGM. Maker's gonna meet.
MGM, I love it.
I love it.
Also, we're giving away this fantastic Coach bag priced at $400,
It's a nice military green with gold buckles.
Perfect for Christmas.
which is my favorite color.
It's a great combo.
And our
Who's winning?
Anna picked
Anna picked.
Miss Shauna Baker.
Yay! You get it.
We're so excited. I'm sorry to say Tanner and Becca look more like twins than Becca and Anna.
We know. Thank you.
Who's that? Did they win something? Because I'm not giving it to them. Oh, it's Megan. I like her.
I love Megan.
My brother actually looks more like her than I do too. I will find baby pictures though because we were spot on.
But anyway, Shauna, send us your
Shipping address
to hyattmakersgonnalearn.com and we will get this shipped out next week for you.
Yes. So guys, if you're just now tuning in, if for some reason you missed the announcement earlier, we are, as of right now, do not have any virtual events for you to sign up for, but we're so excited to be pouring our heart and soul into our first physical in-person conference.
Yes!
We're hoping to allow about 350 or so of you guys to be able to come to Knoxville next fall, October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, for an in-person conference. All the details are under the Makers Gonna Meet. And since you're here at the summit, you can save $100 on your ticket, and there's a 2-payment, 3-payment, or pay in full option for people needing some payment plans. And there's only 120 available total, and we're at, let's see how many ticket sales there are. We've sold 70 tickets now. So last time we checked, I think we were just right at, what were you pointing at?
That the one that said that she's gonna make it out of giant popsicle sticks. So funny story was Tanner and I were actually talking about that earlier.
Yes, we love that. That's a great idea. So there's 70 seats that have been snatched. So if you're still considering one for your best friend, your husband, anything like that, you can buy as many as you want at this price. So just go ahead and grab what you need. So we're really excited, and we will have more information for everybody for tomorrow. We're super thrilled. What a great first day of Fall Summit. Amazing classes, amazing everything. Becca, what's everyone else saying?
Well, I'm trying to decide.
We're going to get that shipped out to our friends.
Roberta said you can tell you are related voices too. Are you talking about me and Anna or me and Tanner? I have to know.
Oh my god.
Anna and I are actually twins.
I love that I'm the one that had to share birthdays and bedrooms with you for our entire life, and Tanner gets to be your actual twin.
Tanner, who's 12 years younger than me.
Oh, I think it just makes you keep looking younger.
It's because I'm so young looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sit back.
Yeah. But yes. So
or you're an old man.
We'll meet in the middle. Can we be 25, 26? But yes, so much fun today, my friends. Again, if you're on the fence about getting your ticket, go ahead and grab it. And we're so, so excited to see each and every one of you guys here tomorrow. There will be an email. I know. There will be an email sent out for you guys that we are just so thrilled to have you guys back here real soon tomorrow with even more details. And if you have any questions, customer service has been working around the clock to make sure we're trying to cover our bases on everything. And hope you all had an amazing. You and Anna, not Tanner. I thought you were twins. So,
okay.
Good. You're good.
Thank you. You're my new favorite.
Yeah. Who's the older twin?
Oh.
I have her
My
by
puppy's
60
here.
seconds,
Oh
and
my
I'm
gosh.
actually
I'll be
gonna
back.
get Granger out of here real fast.
Just take her the other room.
Everyone's leaving me. It is
Come
now.
here, Ranger.
Oh, good. Rachel's not going to leave me.
out.
Tanner went to grab the puppy because Court just walked in. Anna's leaving because Granger may attack her. We don't know. But the puppy's coming back so you guys can see. I'm loving all of this. It looks like everyone enjoyed the first day here. Guys, we did. It was really so much
Guys,
fun.
5 more incredible crafts coming at you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow.
I feel like today flew by though. Honestly, this is the longest summit day that I've been a part of, but I feel like it absolutely flew by.
It did.
And I'm so excited to do it again tomorrow here, 10 a.m. Eastern. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Court, come on in. So.
Oh my god. Oh, I can't. Guys, look at this baby.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's your first live. let me take your picture. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
We were watching the whole way here so that she
Court,
knew all
say
your
hi.
voices.
Oh my god.
She really likes Becca's voice. Every time Becca would talk, she would open her eyes.
She loves me. You love your Auntie B.
Oh. That's the sweetest thing ever. Hang on. Let me get another angle of this.
Oh my gosh. Rachel's like, I'm
We're
gonna
gonna close up. We're gonna
get you a close up. Yeah.
Oh, it's for them. I thought there was something.
I'm literally just holding right there.
Okay, Rachel. Oh my gosh, Rachel's literally getting her videography skills on, y'all.
This
Give
is
her a
Penny.
second. This is Penny, everyone.
She's our lucky penny.
Okay, guys, are you ready? Oh my god.
Oh,
Look.
oh,
Look. Oh.
oh.
Look at that face.
Oh my God.
She is so calm.
Look at her. Oh my god, her tongue's out a little.
It's like Gus.
Oh my God.
Guys.
Oh. Oh.
She even smells like a puppy.
I'm gonna go back to you all.
I think I saw Larry on my way here.
Larry who?
The member.
Oh, no way, Larry.
Larry and his wife were driving.
Aww.
Guys, what a way to end this amazing day. Is she going to be here tomorrow?
I don't know, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not coming if
Hello,
she's
don't
not. I'll be at your house.
Look at how big this ear is. Look how big this ear is.
Oh.
She's so chill.
Guys, Courtney and Tanner aren't going to get any sleep tonight. Tomorrow,
Sleeps a lot.
She sleeps a lot.
during the day. We hope she sleeps at night.
Apparently, all she wants to do is cuddle, so I'm okay with it.
Oh my
If
gosh.
Well-
you put her down, she'll just lay down.
Well, if you all know what we're going to do this evening, it's just this. I'm really wondering if I'm going to have an allergic reaction. I'm really nervous.
I'll be Yeah.
I mean, she just wants to lay.
Oh.
Court, yeah, thank you for my birthday gift.
Happy birthday!
A month early. Tanner and Courtney's first baby. Oh my gosh, when we called Courtney's parents to tell them we're getting a puppy yesterday, I said, we're pregnant. And then I was like, just kidding, we're getting a dog. Oh my gosh.
When we finally announce that we are having a baby one day,
Nobody.
Years, remember our pact?
Wait, what's our? Oh yeah. Me and Anna have a pack. Sorry. So we're so excited. But guys, thank you so much for an amazing day one of Fall Summit. I hope you guys have an amazing evening. We'll see you all back here real soon tomorrow morning. Bye,
Have a good
my
evening.
friends. See you guys soon. Bye.